Anyone who grew up in the 90s or early 2000s knows perfectly well that the schoolyard was the Wild West. We spent recess trading cards or putting our dignity on the line in a good old-fashioned card game. The rule was brutally simple. You lose, you suck it up. But what if this exact schoolyard dynamic was blasted into space, becoming the ultimate military tactic to prevent an intergalactic bloodbath? Diving headfirst into that absolute fever dream is exactly what we're doing today. This anime takes the massive classic that defined your childhood, brutally crumples it up, and punts it light years away from Earth. Here, we meet a massively jacked alien cruising through the galaxies, genuinely believing that colorful pieces of cardboard are lethal weapons. The guy is so completely unhinged that he actually straps a child to an electric chair just because he couldn't figure out how to open the plastic wrapping on his deck. That's why today on the channel, we're looking at Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush, your classic childhood card game, just on a completely off-the-rails space trip. Our pair of hack alien hunting twins, Yuhi and Yuamu, are out in the sticks hunting down a gray cat they swear is from another planet. Yuhi tries to play the tough guy by jumping off a hoverboard, but takes a humiliating beating from the feline, who scratches his face and runs off with the bounty, proving that the duo's intelligence is exactly on par with his. On the way back, they find a crop circle and bump into an invisible wall that reveals itself to be a spaceship. Before they can even panic, they're sucked into a zero-gravity room where they meet Udius, a muscular alien made of light who crossed galaxies to find the ultimate weapon capable of stopping the war on his home planet, a children's card game. Yuhi wastes no time and challenges the ET to a rush duel. Udius pulls out 8 sealed packs of cards, and when Yuhi tries to be helpful by cutting the plastic wrapper with scissors, the alien completely loses his mind. Thinking Yuhi just murdered his cards, Udius straps the kid to an electric torture chair while 8 million freaky aliens start screaming in the bleachers. Yuamu has to step up as the only person with a brain in the room, explaining that cards actually need to be taken out of their packaging. Udius cries tears of joy upon seeing the paper figures and freezes hostage so they can finally start the duel. Yuhi summons a pathetic level 1 robot, taking an immediate beating from the alien space shooter. Thinking he's a tactical genius, Yuhi swarms the field and destroys Udius's monsters. But the joy is short-lived. Udius draws Transam Linak, a monster that looks exactly like him, assumes his true glowing alien form, and completely decimates the kid's life points with a single strike. Depressed, Yuhi accepts Udius as their company's newest employee, and to prove his usefulness when the phone rings and Yuhi tells him to take care of it, Udius takes the order way too seriously, fires a giant laser from his eyes, and atomizes the device into cosmic dust. Udius continues to cause traffic jams by admiring his deck in the middle of the street, catching the attention of a shadowy government agency. Meanwhile, the kid's company is hired by a weirdo who claims to have lost a dog, or maybe a green anaconda. But Yuamu, playing the detective, spots a cat hair on the guy's shoulder and unmasks the client. The guy rips off his clothes, revealing himself to be Maddox, a suited agent from a secret organization, accompanied by a talking cat that acts as an alien radar. Maddox wants to deport Udius for littering the public streets with pieces of cardboard, but the fate of the universe obviously needs to be decided by a card game. They step outside and the duel kicks off. Maddox summons 3 fire dogs and doesn't even bother attacking, using effects to burn Udius's life points like a true tactical coward. Udius fights back by summoning his alien swordsman and slicing up the mutts, but Maddox sacrifices his own lab assistant to summon a mad scientist who obliterates Udius's monster with an energy beam. When it's Udius's turn to make the same sacrifice play, the alien suffers a bout of wartime PTSD. He believes he's sending his friends into a literal meat grinder, forcing Maddox to give him an impromptu therapy session in the middle of the duel, explaining that the monsters actually love being sent to the graveyard for the greater good. With a clear conscience regarding the sacrifice of others, Udius summons a colossal galactic dragon that ruthlessly runs over Maddox. The suited agent dusts himself off and threatens to call in his 80 goons to arrest the alien by brute force. But Yuamu snaps her fingers and reveals the invisible spaceship floating right above them, reminding Maddox that Udius has millions of aliens ready to beat the living daylights out of anyone. The agent does the basic math, realizes he's about to get crushed, and runs away with his tail between his legs. A bizarre little monster is terrorizing the city in the dead of night, screeching and stealing cards from little girls while attacking anything that resembles his sheep waifu. At the agency, Briscoe is grilling some hot, juicy meat skewers when the alien leaps at his neck, swallowing the raw meat and leaving the cook sprawled on the floor. To catch the creature, Yuhi and Udius put on a giant, humiliating chicken skewer costume, hoping the alien will come drool over their meat. They throw the net and end up kidnapping their own company's cook instead. but the one who actually solves the problem is Yuamu, who puts on a cute sheep cosplay and blinds the invading monster with a flashlight. The alien named Chupataro is a smelly otaku who immediately complains that her cosplay skirt is way too short. Maddox appears out of nowhere wanting to arrest the criminal, but Yuamu demands a card duel first. Chupataro summons his flock, and Yuamu responds with high-tech dragons, steamrolling the furry beasts. The otaku then suffers a complete mental break, sacrifices his weak sheep, and summons Miss Mutton herself, doing a bizarre leap right into the hologram in a desperate attempt to finally touch his untouchable goddess. With a punishment spell, the sheep attacks 3 times in a row and destroys Yuamu's entire cybernetic frontline. Refusing to lose to a farm animal obsessive, Yuamu drains her own life force by paying 1,000 life points, buffs her dragon, and fires a beam that vaporizes the furry alien, leaving him crying on the floor. In the interrogation room, Maddox tries to lecture him, but Chupataro pulls a golden permit out of his pocket, proving he's a legally registered third-generation Chupacabra who pays his taxes on time. Far away, we discover this whole freak show was just a scheme by a shadowy figure testing UDS's skills from the darkness. The morning routine turns into a death hazard when UDS nearly chokes to death on a toothbrush, having absolutely no clue how to use a piece of plastic. Meanwhile, Yuhi drops the Valvolgear spaceship on the floor, possibly committing instant genocide against nearly 9 million microscopic aliens. He tries to patch up the ship with duct tape, exactly how you'd fix your love life, but ends up dropping the object straight into a garbage truck headed for the incinerator. During a shopping mission at the mall, UDS runs into Chupataro, the sheep-obsessed otaku. The alien decides to teach him about trap cards by actively trying to assassinate UDS in every way possible. He drops the space warrior through a trap door, tries to freeze him with lethal gas, and grabs his neck with a giant mechanical claw. Since UDS's brain is smoother than a chicken breast, he cries tears of joy, believing that being violently tortured is the universe's ultimate display of intimacy and friendship. At the city dump, Yuhi manages to rescue the ship before it goes up in smoke, completely ignoring a bizarre bird man taking a bath in the river. But Chupataro spawns out of nowhere like a demon, steals the tiny ship, and threatens to toss the 8.88 million aliens into the crematorium oven if they don't spill the beans about the Earth Dama. When the ship catches fire and melts in a second, UDS mourns the mass death of his compatriots. However, Yuhi reveals his accidental genius by showing the real ship, making it clear that Chupataro just burned a papier-mâché copy. The sheep otaku is furious at being clowned by a child, but before he can attack, agents from the secret agency drop from the ceiling and arrest the invader. To everyone's relief, UDS simply pinches and twists a tiny part of the ship, fixing the mechanical issue in a millisecond. Blown away by the whole mess, the micro-aliens immediately adopt Yuhi as their newest untouchable idol. To combat alien threats, UDS decides that a spinning washing machine is the enemy's newest superweapon, unleashing a barrage of eye lasers on the appliance and completely destroying the household's laundry day. Across town, Yuhi realizes his dual disc and his sister's absurdly expensive dress are still completely soaked. Going to cuss out the laundromat manager, he comes face to face with Tel Kawai, the exact kappa who stole his Earth Dama. The lunatic is literally dripping water like an old kitchen sponge, but screams desperately that he's dying of thirst while chugging the sweaty brine from a pickle jar. Kawai drops Yuhi down a filthy trapdoor and threatens to turn him into a lifelong lab rat if he loses a duel. Since Yuhi's disc got fried in the water, the microship Valvolgear contorts and magically transforms into a brand new dual disc, ready for action. During the match, Kawai plays like a traumatized coward, hiding his monsters in the dark and sucking away all the opponent's attack power with sticky traps. Yuhi's disc even threatens to short-circuit again, but the 8.88 million tiny aliens decide to act like hamsters in an energy wheel, forcing the system to work through sheer microscopic slave labor. Using all this power, Yuhi summons the giant Jointech Rex, squashes the wet Kappa, and wins back the capsule containing his Earth Dama.
アースダマーはこの中だ。
Kawai instructs Yuhi to drink the disgusting black goo to finally get his soul back. But before the dark slime can slide down the kid's throat, a muscular figure emerges from the shadows. It's Zuwaijo, Udius's former and supposedly dead commander. He blatantly snatches the black goo and skips away across the rooftops while Udius screams his name in pure shock. Depression hits our space warrior hard, causing Udius to lock himself in the bathroom to mourn the shocking return of Zuwaijo, his beloved muscular commander, who everyone thought had been turned into pate in a war trench. The bathroom existential crisis is interrupted by Tooms, who haunts the team with the terrible news that the agency is more broke than their current bank account balance. To save their finances, they are forced to investigate 3 idiotic urban legends spread around the city. The investigation turns out to be a brutal waste of time. Yuhi discovers that the super-fast witches are just food delivery girls on skateboards. Yuamu catches on that the mysterious statue that vanishes at dusk is just the city crew taking it inside so it doesn't get vandalized by idle teenagers. Udius, however, finds the infamous Flatwoods monster in a dark warehouse, disguised as a giant armchair. Instead of investigating, he just sits on the monster to rest his rear, complimenting its comfort. The soft seat reveals herself to be Tirza Flatwood, a crazy alien who confesses she gets more pleasure out of scaring defenseless kids than eating a hot meal. Udius is so deeply offended by this culinary slight that he challenges her to a duel that very second. Tirza activates a deck entirely based on the phony urban legends they just debunked, setting up an annoying combo of golden statues and witches that nearly wipes out the protagonist's life bar. But remembering the beautiful, sweaty speeches of his former commander, Udius gets a surge of motivation, uses the power of friendship to buff his troops with Galactica Force, and ruthlessly shatters Tirza's monsters without mercy. With the victory, Udius deduces that the alien was only haunting the place to protect a hideout. In the exact following second, Zuwaijo drops from the ceiling full of swagger. The ex-commander tries to seduce Udius into joining his crusade to crush their enemies using children's cards, but our hero refuses the offer. When space security arrives to handcuff Tirza, Zuwaijo doesn't even bother using the door. He simply walks right through the solid brick wall with his own body before evaporating into the darkness. Our clueless, jacked alien decides the best way to buy a magazine is by frying the bookstore's door with laser beams shooting from his eyes, all just to get his hands on the Sacred Rush duel manga taught by a pink-haired little girl named Imi. He spends the entire night shoving the training CD into his ear and memorizing monster types until he passes out on the desk just like a screwed-over college kid during finals week. The next morning, he begs Yuhi to train him, and the kid only agrees because his sister bruised his fragile male ego. To help with the mission, Old Man Townsend, whose green thumb lets him prune bonsais at the speed of light, lends them his tractor, and of course, the brilliant Yuhi turns the farm equipment into the dual training tractor, which basically consists of a crappy table strapped to the back. But while Udius takes Imi's quiz on the moving tractor, the little Valvalgear ship bumps into the dashboard, sending the machine into a murderous rampage. The runaway tractor crashes through fences and runs over Maddox and Meowdastar right in the middle of their afternoon tea, tossing them both into the trailer to join this motorized kidnapping. To make the hostage situation worse, the tractor will only stop if Udius answers all 100 questions on the quiz. They keep getting battered by tree branches in the forest, while the alien answers with the calmness of a monk. Reaching the edge of a cliff, the final question requires him to name all 24 monster types. In a moment of pure schizophrenic desperation, Udius activates his true muscular form and turns the card names into an intergalactic war poem. He gets the answer right, the tractor stops mere millimeters from the abyss, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. That is, until a fat pigeon lands on the hood and sends the whole gang plummeting down the drop. Luckily, Valvalgear grows in size and saves the idiots from certain death. Ultimately, Udius discovers there's a master course and asks for even more training, making Yuhi run away screaming into the night like an absolute coward. Cut to a luxurious limo arriving in this god-forsaken town, carrying the child actress Imi, the same girl from the CD, who now acts like an insufferable big city diva. She reunites with Yuamu, her supposed childhood friend, but plays dumb and straight up says this backwater town reeks of failure and boredom, while secret agents Maddox and Meowdastar sniff out the scent of an illegal alien alien through the TV studio hallways. The live duel show begins. The diva Imi decides she wants to wrap up the show quickly so she can inhale her sushi in peace and challenges Yuamu. Imi floods the stage with a field spell full of giant bubbles and summons the legendary Dion Keto, regurgitating her tragic backstory of being a washed-up actress who only landed decent roles after adopting an abandoned puppy in the rain. But Yuamu has zero empathy for cheap D-lister drama. She summons Bluetooth Burst Dragon, formats the girl's hard drive, and carbonizes the overpriced healer, crushing Imi's life points and stripping away the rich girl's makeup and dignity live on national television. The big plot twist is that the humiliation was nothing but a staged performance. Imi was just acting the whole time as the snobby big city villain, proving her fakery was purely artistic. The two go back to being adorable best friends like nothing happened, leaving the host and the audience completely lost. But the cute moment is instantly ruined when the cat Meowdastar's eyes glow red, realizing the alien threat is sitting right next to them, ready to turn the TV show into absolute chaos. The second round of the TV show kicks off and Imi, completely ignoring the script, announces that the suited-up Maddox's opponent will be none other than her beloved pet puppy Graves. But since biology makes absolutely no sense in this show, the mutt transforms into a jacked humanoid alien, dubbing himself the Ruthless Hound of Vengeance. The lame excuse that this is all just state-of-the-art CGI works perfectly on the brain-dead audience. Graves accuses Maddox of cowardly abandoning him in the past, forcing the secret agent to accept the duel. If Maddox loses, he'll be demoted to Imi's submissive lapdog for the rest of his life, complete with a collar and 3 square meals a day. The muscular dog starts vomiting monsters from the graveyard non-stop and reveals his planet's ultimate assassination technique, the evil mutt style. The tactic basically consists of seducing the enemy with puppy dog eyes and wet snouts before stabbing them in the back. Udius even admits he fell face first for this dirty trick, but Maddox refuses to become dog food on camera. He channels his past as the traumatized heir to a dojo and summons chemicalizing salamander. Using the garbage piled up in the dog's own graveyard against him, Maddox incinerates the canine monsters until only ashes remain, winning the duel in an absurdly humiliating fashion. In the end, the giant dog starts crying like a helpless puppy, confessing that all this aggressive revenge talk was pure theater, just because he really wanted to play card games on TV. Maddox forgives the needy mutt, and they share a nauseatingly happy hug that makes the host cry rivers of tears. Everything seemed peacefully resolved until the concrete studio wall is violently smashed open by a delivery scooter, revealing the gross face of the alien otaku Chupataro to ruin everyone's peace. While the tech crew tries to convince the audience that the destruction is just cheap CGI to justify the budget, Imi's dog decides to turn into a muscular alien, only to shrink back into a useless mutt 3 seconds later, proving his bark is way worse than his bite. Udius accepts the challenge and assumes his true form, shining brighter than high beams in the face of a tired driver. The duel begins, and Chupataro is desperate to summon his cardboard waifu, Miss Mutton. When he finally draws the card, his eyes gleam, and the duel disc ejects a bizarre smoke mixed with Yuhi's stolen life energy. Reaching terrifying levels of weirdness, he simply dives headfirst into the giant sheep's hologram. The energy materializes the creature, who wakes up in a bad mood, delivers a right hook to her own master, and kidnaps Imi's dog, thinking it's her lost sheepdog. Completely ignoring how physics in a card game work, the psycho sheep steals the unconscious otaku's duel disc and decides to settle things with aggressive violence. She wipes Udius's field and hurls a wrecking ball made of trash that smashes our protagonist against the concrete wall. But since Udius is a rule-obsessed nerd, he refuses to stoop to her level, pulls off a mile-long combo by dragging monsters from the graveyard, and vaporizes the sheep in a laser explosion. The beast turns to dust. Chupataro is bagged by the government like recyclable trash, and the host keeps screaming at the camera that it was all special effects just so he won't lose his job. Our jacked alien is bandaged head to toe after getting physically beat down by a hologram sheep, but decides he urgently needs to train if he wants to stop his former commander, Zuwaijo, from being turned into an eternal space popsicle by the government. Imi, revealing tendencies of a cartel torturer, offers a special training course that would make Jigsaw take notes. Udius and poor Yuhi are strung upside down by ropes, run over by a runaway tractor, and tossed into an electrified cage where Yuhi almost fries to a crisp just for losing life points in a children's card game. As if the sadism wasn't enough, Udius is forced to balance over a boiling bathtub and ends up getting cowardly shoved in by Yuhi, only to discover the water was delightful, leaving the kid looking like an idiot while everyone else opens an umbrella. After being stuffed into a barrel and stabbed by all his friends in an extremely passive-aggressive manner, Udius finally has an epiphany. He remembers Zuwaijo's cheap motivational speeches and realizes the villain has an egocentric need to be in the highest place possible to draw attention, pointing directly to the under-construction Mutsuba Tower. The whole crew sprints to the location, racing the city's secret agents, kick open a door, and find absolutely nothing but the Kappa, Tel Kawai, taking a relaxing bath in a plastic kiddie pool in the middle of the building like it's a public spa. Ignoring the wet exhibitionist, they climb to the top of the dizzying antenna, where Zuwaijo is posing dramatically against the wind, ready to prove that a lack of therapy causes massive havoc in outer space. Zuwaijo kicks off his egocentric villain monologue at the top of the tower, broadcasting to 8 million runaway alien compatriots and proving that space politics are settled by playing card games on highly dangerous roofs. He activates his dual disc, which had been marinating in Yuhi's gelatinous life energy all night, summoning a giant monster that instantly gains real weight and nearly caves in the entire platform, threatening to turn the whole cast into pavement pate. Seeing that the situation calls for raw power, Yuhi tries to create more of his life energy by squeezing his own guts so hard that the only thing he manages to materialize is a loud fart, grossing out his sister and forcing everyone to breathe methane gas in the middle of a deadly battle. While local TV films the chaos and convinces the idiots sitting on their couches that the building being destroyed is just high-quality CGI, Udius dodges literal punches from a 3-story monster. Riding his own toy spaceship that magically increases in size, he pulls off a glorious combo, slicing the big guy in half and making Zuwaijo eat dust from the explosion's impact. But the former commander is far from done humiliating physics. He summons his edgy boss monster and decides to take the connection between duelist and card to an intimately disturbing level. Screaming his bizarre spells, Zuwaijo simply penetrates his own monster, grotesquely fusing his flesh with the gigantic creature, while his assistant pulls a lever in the shadows to flood the entire city with purple energy. While the sky turns into an apocalyptic villain rave, the scene cuts to a little white-haired girl sitting at the controls of an excavator, ready to profit from other people's misery, while Zuwaijo plays flesh cosplay at the top of the city. While the dual discs across the entire city start glitching out and spewing holographic monsters into the real world, our troupe discovers the unthinkable. Useless little Yuhi has had his soul sucked right into Zuwaijo's bizarre pet. Udius is completely paralyzed, terrified to attack out of fear of hurting the kid. Zuwaijo seizes the moment and starts mercilessly beating the crap out of Udius, thinking he's the most powerful being in the galaxy, just because he's using a radio tower to broadcast some space voodoo, otherwise known as the Earth Dhamma. But just when all seems lost, the tower wall simply explodes. A white-haired girl named Asaka shows up piloting a colossal mechanical excavator and decides that the best way to evict trespassers is by demolishing the building itself. Without blinking an eye, she rams the mechanical scoop into the tower and rips out its energy core, shutting down the city-wide holographic cosplay party. With his plan ruined, Zuwaijo tries one last desperate move, but Yuhi's spirit yells from inside the monster, telling Udius to stop sugarcoating it and just attack already. Given permission to smack his friend around, Udius doesn't think twice. He summons Galactica Oblivion, pumps the beast full of stellar steroids until it hits an absurd 4,900 attack, and obliterates Zuwaijo's monster, wiping out the villain's life points. Zuwaijo falls to the ground in defeat, but before the cops can do anything, the weirdo Terza pops up out of nowhere, grabs his battered body, and flies off like a low-budget flying saucer. Yuhi wakes up on the ground, in one piece and with no lasting damage, while far off in the distance, a blue-haired woman realizes everyone's incompetence and decides it's time to step into this circus. With the city tower reduced to rubble, the TV tries to convince the local idiots that it was all just special effects, completely ignoring the chaos of the day before. At the office, Yuamu decides to promote Udius Yudius to Chief of Alien Investigations, leaving the absolute failure Yuhi Green with envy over being ranked below a muscular alien in the corporate food chain. Trying to prove his worth and beg for a promotion, Yuhi loses his mind when a shady producer named London Cassidy shows up, offering a massive payday to find a girl lost in the alien underworld. The only problem is that the agency's adults, led by the elderly Townsend, panic and forbid the kids from going down into that dangerous hellhole. Since everything in this universe is solved with card games, London challenges the old man to a duel. Townsend summons giant tractors and excavation monsters, activating spell cards focused on piercing damage. He warns that he's going to penetrate deep into his opponent's defenses and wastes no time drilling into London, dealing massive damage even through the protected monsters. But London isn't just a pretty face. He plays a bizarre musical angel focused on heavy metal. In a move of pure humiliation, London flips the old man's tractors bottom up into defense position and reflects the piercing damage with a sonic blast that knocks Townsend to the floor. While the two grown men were fighting over child custody in a kid's game, the brats had already sneaked out. Realizing he's lost both his authority and the boys, Old Man Townsend magically accepts defeat, runs to the secret escalator, and hands the trio some top-notch packed lunches before putting them on a train straight to the alien sewers. Now, armed with lunchboxes and weird little bottles given by London, our trio descends into the depths to look for a certain Yuna, having no idea what kind of trouble awaits them. Arriving in the alien underworld, our troop stumbles into a colossal subterranean metropolis full of bizarre creatures, glitching hologram screens, and the strong stench of capitalism. Before they can even start looking for the missing girl, they get cornered by three draconian aliens wearing cheap, smelly tracksuits, who call themselves the Jersey Brothers. They try to act like tough mobsters demanding a toll, but they start crying like spoiled babies when Yudius recognizes the forgotten planet they came from. Their leader, George, gets offended that Yudius is from an elite planet and challenges him to a duel, betting dual power, a bizarre energy kept in little bottles that supposedly brings respect and money. In the duel, George reveals himself to be a toll maniac, using an entire deck built around paying costs. He sacrifices his own monsters and frantically burns through his own life points just to blast energy beams in Yudius's face, emptying his health bar without even needing to attack. To make matters worse, he stitches two tracksuits together and summons the legendary and ridiculous Blackluster Soldiersy, leaving Yudius on the ropes. But our alien protagonist finally rubs his two brain cells together and learns that paying the price is the key to victory. Yudius sends cards from the top of his deck to the graveyard to lower the tracksuit monster's attack and pumps up his Galactica Oblivion with glowing steroids. With a single massive strike, Yudius obliterates the space thug cosplayer, stealing all the energy from the loser's bottle. Like any third-rate villains, the Jersey Brothers instantly become the group's best friends after getting their butts kicked and stuffing their faces with the kids' lunch. They reveal that the human girl is probably in the dark side of town, an even rottener dump, and recommend looking for the information broker. Fearless and with full stomachs, our trio of space hillbillies runs headlong into the darkness. Down in the alien underworld, Yuhi stops a giant furry creature to ask about the information broker, but the beast tries to bluff its way out, claiming to know the secrets of the universe before finally admitting it doesn't know jack squat and running off. Our troop of deadbeats realizes it's getting late and heads back to the agency, where the adults spoil them with hot food and warm baths. But while Yuhi is scrubbing his little body in the tub, a ghostly voice starts humming, turns off the lights, and tells him to forget about the underworld. Yuhi runs out naked and soapy, screaming for help like a crybaby. Yudius tries to act macho but trembles all over when asked to investigate the bathroom. The next morning, the cowardly Yuhi has thrown every mirror in the house into the trash because the friendly ghost told him to. While Toombs freaks out, screaming that it's a dual ghost, Yuamo ignores the mass hysteria and focuses on a newspaper linking Yuna to a bunch of missing people. When a window opens by itself and scatters the clippings, Yuamu realizes there's no ghost at all, just a nosy, cowardly alien trying to block their investigation. Proving she's the only one on the team with any brain brain cells, she makes up a secret anagram code with the adults and sprints through the city, with Udius carrying the useless Yuhi tied up in a futon. The alien tries to sabotage traffic and throw balls at them, but Yuamu swats everything away with a frying pan like a psychopathic housewife. They run into a dark building. Udius shoots lasers out of his eyes to light up the dump, and the adults hit the lights, revealing a room entirely lined with mirrors. The alien, who is terrified of his own ugly mug, is forced to drop his invisible flying fish form and morphs into a green guy in a suit named Fisher Sky, finally outing himself as the infamous information broker. The suited-up little ghost, Fisher Sky, tries to spook Yuhi, but Yuamu kills his buzz and demands to know where Yuna is. Since nothing comes for free, she proposes a rush duel with the info on the line. The problem is that Sky is a bizarre stalker made up of gossipy alien fish who already know all the agency's dirty little secrets. They expose that the adults are tone deaf, that Yuhi hit a 0-grade test, and that Udius can't even drain his hot noodle soup without causing a disaster. On the building's roof, the duel begins, and Sky summons fossilized zombies while smiling sadistically. Knowing exactly every light attribute card the president uses, the stalker activates a prison that drains the strength of all of Yuamu's light monsters, bringing the girl to her knees with near 0 life points after her dragon takes a deep strike from the enemy monster. Sky thinks he's already won using math and invasion of privacy, but he forgot one tiny detail: the sheer power of unbridled consumerism. Yuamu reveals that, in the dark, she ripped open a brand new booster pack and jammed it right into the middle of her deck without even looking. With the enemy's strategy ruined, she draws the Red Boot Boost Dragon, which, being a dark attribute, completely ignores the arena's light restriction. Yuamu overcharges her monsters and attacks mercilessly, blowing up the fossil anomaly and obliterating the gossip's life points, causing him to dissolve into a pile of agonizing fish. Impressed by the girl's aggression, Sky returns to his human form and admits he doesn't know Yuna's exact location, but guarantees she must be hiding in Kowloon Castle, which is overrun by thugs. To get deep into that hole, the team needs to achieve the coveted macho rank, which means they're gonna have to sweat and farm dual power at the infamous Golosseum. Our crew arrives at the Golosseum, a third-rate arena for meatheads, only to catch the Jersey brothers being carried out in nothing but their underwear. Their leader got his butt handed to him so humiliatingly in under a minute that he even surrendered his clothes, warning our troop to run away. Ignoring the warning, Yuhi walks up to the receptionist, a bizarre lobster woman, and signs his name to fight, getting dragged onto a tacky floating platform. His opponent is Nostra, a brat with a parasitic talking hat named Deceptus, who thinks he's the prophet of the apocalypse. As soon as the clash begins, the hat starts reciting grim predictions that Yuhi will fail miserably. Since Yuhi's brain is the size of a pea, he goes into a full-blown panic when Nostra's prophecies start matching the plays on the field. The brat summons a bizarre monster that swallows cards from the graveyard, grows in size, and punches Yuhi in the face, leaving him on the brink of defeat. Hitting rock bottom, Yuhi gives up on thinking entirely and decides to use a souvenir coin to make his decisions. He summons Jointech Tusceratops, a dinosaur that relies on coin flips. Yuhi flips the coin and completely botches calling heads or tails, but the automated dual disc does the math right, buffing the dinosaur colossally. Yuhi runs over the false prophet's monster and zeroes out his points in the blink of an eye. With the defeat, the parasitic hat short circuits and vomits 99 volumes of a generic space manga onto the floor. Yuhi realizes that the famous millennial prophecies were literally just lines ripped off from an 80,000-year-old comic book, revealing the enemy was just a frustrated otaku. The lobster woman tosses Nostra out of the arena like trash, while Yuhi gets his mediocre reward. And to top off the day, the gossipy Fisher Sky was flying peacefully through an alley until he was brutally sucked up by a mysterious figure's vacuum cleaner. The trio of slackers is still stuck in the alien underground, supposedly looking for a missing girl, but in reality, Yuhi is more worried about burying his face in a manga than actually working. Their otaku moment is interrupted by Maddox, the space bureaucrat dressed in rubber gloves, and his cat Meowdastar, who arrived to serve an eviction notice and kick the brats out of the territory. But the clash of egos gets completely derailed when Maddox's boss, a blue-haired woman named Ronron, floats down on a platform accompanied by ninjas and declares she's shutting down this alien sewer for good. Since diplomacy isn't anyone's strong suit here, Yuamu uses Udius as a tactical shield, forcing the ninjas to back off and allowing them to make a mad dash straight for the local coliseum. Capitalizing on the audience of weirdos, heroes, Yuamo manipulates the situation to force a card battle between Maddox and his own supreme boss to decide the fate of the place. Ron brags about never having lost in her life, but as soon as the duel gets going, everyone sees why. She is utterly incompetent. The woman plays a deck full of cute, low-level little flowers with zero effects. Her subordinates have been letting her win out of pure pity and fear of getting fired, just like your boss at work. Maddox flips his ruthless switch and fills the field with fire, melting his boss's plants and nearly wiping out her life points in a single turn. The humiliation is so bad that the entire arena laps in her face. However, using the useless power of cuteness and denial, Ron drops spells on the field, fills the graveyard with organic compost, and obliterates Maddox's monsters. The joy is short-lived though, because Maddox summons a giant flaming dragon, chars her smiling little flowers, and mercilessly finishes off his boss. Despite having her dignity reduced to ashes, Ron thanks him for finally giving her a real beatdown, promises not to close the Colosseum, and leaves. The team realizes they haven't advanced a single millimeter in their investigation until a hooded blonde girl pops out of nowhere, letting them know they just found the Rovian bandits. The mysterious blonde girl not only confirms she knows the bandits, but she also whips out a plastic bag containing the alien informant sliced up into flying fish and starts punching the poor creature for no apparent reason. Udias decides to settle things with cards and challenges the attacker, but she demands his weird dual disc and all the twins' dual power if she wins. In a fit of blind confidence, the brats agree to bet their own motor skills. In the Colosseum, Udias gets pumped up and summons his light aliens, but the girl isn't playing around. She brings Seven's Road Magician to the field, bounces the protagonist's monsters back to his hand, boosts her own attack, and lays down the hurt, all while spitting facts about how Earth is no place for naive heroes. Offended, Udias triggers a dramatic flashback revealing that when he arrived on Earth, he ended up in jail for bothering kids for cards. After breaking out of prison and nearly starving to death in the park, a mysterious human in a superhero suit gave him food, a deck, and the dual disc. Fueled by the power of gratitude, Udias summons his 3000 attack boss monster, does some tactical juggling to dodge her traps, and lands a direct hit on the girl. The whole team has an epiphany and deduces that the mysterious Good Samaritan from the flashback could only be Yuna herself, the missing president they came to rescue. To absolutely no one's surprise, the girl pulls back her hood, revealing herself to be Yuna, but instead of a happy reunion, she flies into a hateful rage, screaming that she would never help a disgusting alien like him, and equips a giant lance to her magician, making him immune to traps. With a single brutal strike dealing over 6,000 damage, she obliterates Udias, wins the duel, and steals his disc. Drained of their dual power, the protagonist and the twins lose their gravitational immunity to the place and end up flattened against the floor eating dust, while Yuna walks away laughing in their faces. Maddox takes pity on the crawling worms and carries them by train back to the surface, where they get a massive scolding from the agency's adults. To make matters worse, they find out the guy who hired them vanished off the map, meaning they've been working for free this whole time. With his ego and dignity shattered after losing to the very target they were supposed to rescue, Udias runs away in the middle of the night. The next morning, the twins look everywhere for the muscular alien, until one of the informant's flying fish smashes its own face against their window. Fish, demanding to be called Belly Button 81, reveals it escaped from captivity, and that Udias is locked up in Kowloon Castle, the bandits' base. With no energy to withstand the heavy gravity of the space sewer, the twins go cry their eyes out to the Jersey brothers. In a pathetic scene of masculine camaraderie, their leader sacrifices his own dual power, passing a little onto the brats so they can walk in the Forbidden Zone. Arriving at the castle shaped like a demonic head, they avoid the main entrance full of meathead statues and sneak in through the air ducts like rats. They crawl through the corridors, hiding from beefed-up aliens, until they reach the roof, where they see a t-shirt hanging on a clothesline with Udias's face printed on it. Logically concluding that the alien got flattened into a piece of cotton, the twins demand answers when Yuna shows up with her goons. Out of nowhere, the floor opens up and the big boss Rovian Cassidy emerges playing the guitar, singing terrible rhymes and offering dessert. Yuna has a fangirl meltdown, applauding the girl's awful poetry, while Yuamu, ignoring the secondhand embarrassment, demands answers. Rovian only agrees to talk if the twins throw down against her in a 2-on-1 duel, turning her own guitar into a card table, and proving that the laws of common sense have long since abandoned this universe. Yuna nearly melts with emotion listening to her idol's nonsensical poetry, while the twins think they have the upper hand just because they share the same life points, proving they have no idea how math works in this world. As soon as the duel gets going, Rovian draws her monster and forces the siblings to dump their entire hands into the graveyard, making them eat massive damage on the very first turn. Yuhi tries to hit back by summoning his mechanical dinosaur, and Yuamu finishes the job by calling out her cybernetic dragon, clearing the field and finally making the rocker sweat. But Rovian gets absurdly offended to find out they're fighting for shallow reasons like a lost treasure. She activates her limit break mode, her eyes turning red just like yours when the Wi-Fi goes down. In a fit of musical fury, she summons her ace monster, plays a spell that turns her guitar into a double-bladed battle axe, and clobbers both siblings at once, zeroing out their life points and whatever dignity they had left. As punishment for the humiliating defeat, Yuna drains the brats' dual power, stripping away their gravitational immunity. While Rovian orders her lobster goons to take out the trash, Emmy and Graves show up in disguise, blind everyone with a tactical flashbang, and rescue the losers. The group runs to catch the last train, but Yuhi decides to throw a tantrum and refuses to board, reminding everyone they came all this way to rescue Udius, who is currently enduring the extreme humiliation of existing as a sweaty t-shirt hanging on a clothesline. Trapped in the underworld of the underworld, the kids follow the smell of free food and end up in a sketchy ramen shop. The ninja chef, Jabu Ramen, serves up steaming bowls for everyone, with the evil intent of stuffing the heroes with noodles until they can't even walk. Except he didn't count on Yuhi's pocket spaceship holding 8 million tiny aliens ready to slurp up every drop of the cook's thick broth, leaving him completely exhausted and out of ingredients. With his plan thwarted, Jabu Ramen rips off his clothes, reveals himself to be one of Rovian's goons, and blocks the exit, demanding a duel. Emmy decides to embody her child actress master chef persona and steps up to the plate. She floods the field with soup monsters and questionable ingredients, while the ninja attacks with spicy, carb-based deities. Jabu Ramen splashes his hot broth right in the face of Emmy's defenses, nearly wiping out her points in one go. She hits back by summoning her prodigy cook, tearing off the enemy's noodle mask and challenging his palate. The ninja doubts she knows what's at the bottom of his pot, but Emmy perfectly describes the exact taste of the sausage and chicken bone. Taking advantage of the emotionally fragile cook crying over the time Yuna shoved broccoli in his face, the twins sneak away. Jabu Ramen swallows Emmy's persona with his gluttonous monster and wins the match, only to discover the actress was just holding onto his sausage long enough for the brats to steal Udius's shirt from the enemy's clothesline. The heroes bolt for the train tracks, find Maddox and Meowdestar in a sweat-powered handcar, and flee the castle, while Rovian barks like a dog to let her goons know the treasure hunt has officially begun. Back at base, the squad of failures tries everything to revert Udius from his humiliating cotton t-shirt form. Graves tries to lubricate the fabric with his own drool. Maddox ties the clothing to a confiscated robot to try and trick a blind old man, and when none of that works, they decide to torture the garment. They boil Udius in a pot, beat the dust out of him, bury him in the backyard, and, in a monumental stroke of stupidity, try to inflate the alien using an industrial air compressor. The balloon inevitably pops, launching the protagonist through the skies of Mutsuba. The group panics and starts sprinting through the city, following the trail of shiny cards he drops along the way. Graves promises to sniff out the trail, but ends up heading straight for a food stand to lick a sausage on a stick. When they finally reach the recycling plant, they watch in horror as the fabric drops straight into an industrial trash shredder, crying and hugging a pair of old gloves, thinking the alien has been turned into a floor rag. While the idiots mourn on the surface, the goon Terza rescues the protagonist mid-air and takes him straight to the villain Zuwaijo in the underworld. Out of patience, Zuwaijo invades Kawai's laundromat, steals the scientist's super-concentrated cups of energy sap, and splashes the sticky liquid right in Udius's face, shipping his body off in a delivery van. The package arrives at the agency right in the middle of the dramatic funeral for the cleaning gloves. The cardboard box starts glowing brighter than your greasy forehead, and Udius re-emerges in his original muscular form, ready for battle. The team celebrates the miracle, while Udius realizes that the only only reason he isn't a dish towel right now is due to the absurd intervention of his former commander. Our band of useless heroes discovers that Udius wasn't violently turned into a t-shirt by Rovian. He's just a wimp who passed out from exhaustion and shrank like laundry washed on the wrong setting. When the cards hit the floor, our hero has romantic hallucinations about Zuaijo and Terza. To make matters better, Rovian's gang invades the HQ and tries to buy the building by offering an overpriced, colorful rock. But the stressed little dwarf Yuhi refuses and even humbles Yuna by reminding her that she rents the second floor of a sketchy diner, leaving the girl hotter than a short-order cook's grill. To prove who's boss, Udius agrees to hand over the building, but only if Rovian can handle the heat in a rush duel. The problem is that his duel disc is broker than you at the end of the month, with only enough room for 2 holes, limiting his monsters. Rovian, asserting her dominance, makes Udius discard everything and eat massive damage straight to the face from her monster, which is buffed by an equip spell. The beast catches fire and nearly zeroes out our muscular alien's health bar, but just when all seems lost, Udius has another delicious hallucination of Zuaijo splashing his sticky, white Earth Damas sap right in his face. Inspired by this highly suspicious liquid, he draws the spell card Galacticus Xiphos, thrusting a monstrous greatsword into his vanishing Heliacal riser. The monster gets gigantic and tears the emo singer's little card in half, ripping right through her life points. While the space cockfight goes down upstairs, Yuamu decides to stick her nose where it doesn't belong and sneaks down to the basement, finding London Cassidy about to steal the big, juicy space treasure. To top off the absolute chaos, a bizarre parasite alien shaped like a hat opens an eye on Rovian's head and announces the arrival of the Great King of Terror, proving there isn't a single character with their mental health intact in this story. Down in the dark hole, Yuamu discovers that London was sucking everybody's sweaty energy to power up the grand space treasure. Meanwhile, on the surface, Rovian summons Bandijo and decides to play dirty, thrusting not 1 but 2 long, thick equip spells into the monster to penetrate our blue-haired protagonist's defense. The beast strikes twice in a row, tearing through the alien's monsters and leaving him squeezed dry with only 600 life points. Suddenly, the earth shakes, and the treasure bursts from the ground in the form of a tacky green spaceship, kidnapping London, Tab, and the meddlesome Yuamu, who ends up dangling off the back. But Yuhi screams for the jacked alien not to stop playing his children's card game. Inspired, Udius summons Galactica Oblivion, rubs his Galactica Xiphos on it, and sends its attack power through the roof. Rovian tries to play tough by activating a trap card that hardens her own monster's defense, thinking she's safe. But our hero's willpower is so absurd it makes the entire city shake. Zuaijo reveals the stupidest plot twist in the universe. The whole damn Mutsuba town is actually a giant spaceship built with alien tech. The duel's energy powers up the city, which starts floating into space like a cheap party balloon. The missing thruster from Udius's disc comes flying back, finally opening up the 3rd hole for him to play with. With 3 slots wide open, he summons another monster, pumping Oblivion's attack up to a colossal 4,400. He mercilessly crushes Rovian's monster, zeroing out her life and knocking the rocker girl flat on her back. High above, the ship breaks atmosphere, and Yuamu falls, only to be saved by Yuhi, piloting an excavator bucket. The city turns into an intergalactic cruise, and while Udius makes peace with the defeated girl, a frozen weirdo near the sun opens his glowing eyes, proving this cosmic madness is far from over. A psychopathic wolf decides to beat up plush sheep, but Chupataro is finally released from prison looking to clear the name of his flesh and blood waifu, Miss Mutton. He wants to create an entire anime from scratch in 1 week, so the whole world will worship the sheep again. Yuamu and her troop of nobodies decide to help exploit the otaku alien's passion. The production meeting turns into an insane asylum. The old shogi guy tries to pitch a deranged script where Udius uses monsters that melt flesh and replace brains with parasites. Chupataro loses his mind, hijacks the control room, and goes to check the kids' storyboards, only to find that Yuamu's drawing looks like a misshapen beetle and the rest of the crew's art is an absolute abomination. The otaku starts whipping Yuhi to redraw the frames at slave labor speed. Even the federal agents show up wanting to cage the otaku again, but they get seduced by the power of friendship and become unpaid paid animators. After voice acting, drawing, and crying tears of blood, the tape is ready. Chupataro hops on his bike and heads to the studio. Having sick fantasies about the sheep, smacks face first into a pole, flies through the air, and drops the tape into the water. But since Yuhi isn't entirely useless, he reveals he swapped the original tape earlier, and the alien dog runs to deliver the real one right on time. The anime finally airs, and the whole city watches the sheep shine on TV, even though it's just a bunch of low-budget static frames. Much like what you're watching right now, the otaku cries tears of joy, thinking the whole world is celebrating the beauty of his sheep, until Yuhi rubs the sad reality right in his face. Mutsuba Town is floating in the dead void of deep space, and literally, no one on planet Earth saw this garbage. Chupataro weeps in cosmic despair as he travels through the universe with zero viewership. Mutsuba Town has become a runaway spaceship, and while the whole city floats through the cold, dark vacuum, our useless alien hunters celebrate the absolute peak of their careers, catching a stray cat. After returning the pet and pretending to be helpful, reality smacks Yuhi in the face. They're in space to stop the Great King of Terror, and worst of all, he can't even play his shiny little card game. Panicking from cardboard withdrawal, the spaceship absorbs Udius's alien dual disc, forcing the trio to break into the control tower. There, they find Asaka Mutsuba, who has activated toxic corporate dictator mode and is enslaving aliens in giant hamster wheels to power the ship, piloting with the help of a chatty pigeon that has a higher IQ than hers. The spoiled brat refuses to give the disc back, forcing Yuhi to challenge her to a duel without even having anywhere to place his cards. Asaka decides to overcompensate for her insecurities by riding a gigantic excavator tractor that she calls a dual disc. Lacking equipment, Yuhi resorts to max-level second-hand embarrassment, making the agency's adults wear ridiculous homemade monster costumes, proving their dignity died a long time ago. While Asaka summons massive demolition dragons to crush the kids' hopes, Yuhi uses his costumed uncles in heavily stitched cardboard outfits to tank the beating. In a supreme display of tactical humiliation, Yuhi dresses the adults up as a scrap dinosaur, equips a giant plastic horn to it, and charges ruthlessly against the rich girl's tractor, penetrating deeply through her defenses.
Let's go! Tyrannosaurus attack Pokemon! Rush Horn Rocket!
After having her life points zeroed out, Asaka crash lands back into harsh reality and returns the equipment, allowing the ship to keep accelerating into the cosmic abyss to face a villain literally nobody knows anything about. While carrying packages of meat in the freezing vacuum of outer space, our muscular alien protagonist bumps into Yuna, who magically returns his dual disc just because some random guy told her to. But before he can cry tears of joy, the ship dodges some asteroids and destroys the little rock piles belonging to Grotto, a kid dressed as a caveman with a weird fetish for rubbing stones and lecturing people about balance. Grotto decides to become Udius's spiritual master, forcing the alien to sleep on hard gravel and pretend to swallow granite to achieve universal equilibrium. When the reckless pilot shakes the ship again and knocks over the kid's beloved Pebble family, the guy snaps and demands to speak to the manager exactly like an insufferable Karen at a grocery store. To shut the whining kid up, they decide to settle the dispute by slapping down some shiny cards. Trying to look intimidating, Grotto grabs a massive solid stone dual disc and fails miserably at lifting the damn thing, revealing he has spaghetti arms and needs to use standard equipment. Desperate for attention, Udius strips off his clothes and glows in his muscular galactic form right in front of a stranger, completely ignoring the rule about keeping his disguise a secret. Unfazed by the display of alien beef, Grotto plants his head on a rock pathetically and starts summoning massive chunks of flying gravel, burying the glowing alien under a mountain of burning rubble. With his life points getting crushed by a wall of huge boulders, Udius decides to shatter the fragile balance of the kid's mind. He summons a giant sacred tablet and bounces the enemy's spell card back to his hand, completely destroying the level math of the rock monsters. Without his long, hard spear, the defensive wall crumbles, allowing Udius to penetrate Grotto's defenses and zero out his points with intense strikes of light. In the end, the toxic pilot shows up with a shiny ruby, buying the cave crybaby's silence with an expensive little rock. The entire agency is suffering through terrible gastrointestinal torture because Yuamu decided everyone is going to swallow spicy curry bread for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All of this just so she can collect useless stickers and win a promotional plate from a mediocre corporate giveaway. When the brat freaks out upon realizing she lost the final sticker, Udius draws a ridiculous smiley face on a scrap of paper to plug the gap, and she rushes off to the bakery to demand her prize. There, she discovers that the fearsome alien warrior, Zuaijo, is now a broke, starving bakery manager who oddly hates curry. Because he's been starving himself to save money, the guy got dizzy and broke the entire box of promotional plates. Ignoring the poor man's misery, the giveaway queen demands her reward and challenges him to a children's card game. Zuaijo rips off his apron, reveals his oppressive alien form, and decides he's not going to lose what little dignity he has left to a little girl obsessed with dishware. Yuamu summons her digital dragons and pummels the starving alien's field with a barrage of absurd effect damage, putting the big guy on the ropes, but Zuaijo's stomach growls louder than his sense of shame, and he decides to end the playtime. Tributing his shady minions, he brings forth his monsters from the abyss, equips a giant magical sword to his edgy creature, and shreds through Yuamu's defenses. He crushes her dragon, penetrates her remaining life points with deep direct attacks, and declares dinner is over, zeroing out the girl's hopes and denying her the precious plate. With the defeat crushing her gigantic ego, Yuamu cries over the broken dishware on the floor of the bankrupt bakery. To rub salt in the wound when they get home, Udius tries to console her by shoving a cheap paper plate in her face, sloppily colored yellow with a crayon, claiming it's the shiny piece her collection was missing and leaving the girl to drown in pure, absolute frustration. The whole city has turned into a damn spaceship heading into the unknown to stop the great king of terror, and while everyone is freaking out, Rovian passes the time rapping the worst rhymes in the universe. The Mutt Graves gets offended at being called a dog, proving sanity has officially abandoned the crew. We are forced to swallow a useless flashback showing that London spent his childhood trying to set up cartoonish traps for Rovian, only for her to dodge everything, tripping on a banana peel and spewing water like a majestic fountain, while schizophrenically filling her mind with apocalyptic prophecies.
Whoa!
What, Rovian?
The great king is out there.
Back in the present, the loudmouth Ron video calls to demand the ship return to Earth, foaming with rage because Asaka is stealing her leader spotlight. Because diplomacy is for the weak, they decide to settle the jurisdiction dispute with a damn remote duel. Asaka gives a painfully didactic tutorial on how to turn on a webcam, and the duel begins. Asaka summons her construction crew and erects her divine defense tower, but when Ron fills the field with shadow flowers and preps a lethal attack, the god-awful dial-up space internet freezes her screen. The group enters that awkward void of silence where everyone just stares into nothingness, and Asaka simply puts on headphones to ignore the pathetic existence of her allies. Meanwhile, Ron uses the frozen screen to doodle on Asaka's face, secretly admiring her rival's beauty. Far away, London and the lying journalist Tab find the King of Terror's frozen ship, gift a dual disc to the weird lackey named the Curiosity, and are forced to duel each other like circus clowns to entertain a sleeping monarch. The video feed finally comes back on the main ship, and Asaka abuses the bizarre coin mechanics on the remote board to steal Ron's monsters. She tributes everything to summon the colossal Bakamut, blows up the entire field, and crushes Ron with a demoralizing stomp. While Ron cries, hugging her own incompetence, Tab loses his duel on the enemy ship and receives a consolation briefcase from the king, opening the gift only to get a paralyzed face of pure shock as his eyes devour the bizarre contents inside. Absolute cold freezes our incompetent hero's spines when the great King of Terror's massive ship simply tears right through the city's impenetrable shield like it's wet toilet paper. A bizarre tube drops from the heavens, and the group decides to invade the enemy lair carrying packed school lunches. And the greatest atrocity in the universe is that the space escalator charges 50 yen to use. When they reach the top, the grand cosmic revelation is a colossal disappointment. The dreaded King of Terror, the Luge, is just a guy with black feathers shivering from the cold and offering frozen tangerines like a depressed beach vendor. Instead of annihilating existence, he proposes a friendly duel tournament, and the first randomly selected victim is the insufferable poet Rovian. The weird part is that the arena is decorated with previous victims buried up to their necks blocks in glowing ice stalactites. Rovian tries to humiliate the king by playing her musical fairies and forcing him to burn his own hand, but the Luge simply spits out ice dragons and destroys her field without even breaking a sweat. Feeling her ego getting trampled, Rovian activates her maximum fury mode. Her hair glows red, and she spits out a wind pirate armed to the teeth onto the arena. She beats the crap out of the Luge's dragons, recovers life points, and leaves him bleeding with a pathetic 100 LP. But the Luge merely complains about the cold, draws his cards, and rubs 2 copies of the colossal Dragius right in her face. He glues 2 shiny swords onto the beast, boosting its attack power to a number so absurd that any attempted defense becomes a joke. With a single volcanic breath, the dragon annihilates Rovian, and the Luge ironically reveals that this was literally the first duel of his entire life. Humiliated by a noob, Rovian starts crying rivers of pathetic tears. In a bizarre attempt to console the loser, the Luge offers that same suspicious briefcase from the last episode. The moment the idiot sticks her face into the hole of the box, the worst happens. A blizzard erupts, and Rovian's entire body turns into a solid human popsicle, spreading absolute panic as the Luge calmly asks who the next sucker is that wants to play with his cards. Trying to be helpful, the useless Udius shoots lasers out of his eyes to melt the ice, but only manages to blow up the background and nearly blind his own friends. Desperate, the spoiled Yuna demands the local factory magically print an invincible card to defeat the King of Cold. The cat Neanderstar runs off to pick up the order, but obviously gets lost on the way because she's seduced by a sleazy wink from London. With no time to cry, the second round begins on the enemy ship. The King of Terror's dreaded henchman is Hobbysaurus, a giant alien dinosaur who acts like a 40-year-old virgin, obsessed with building action figures and plastic model kits. He embarrasses himself drooling over his own toys alongside the idiot Yuhi, until Imi gets annoyed by this round of geeky info dumps and forces the massacre to start. Imi's initial tactic is literally summoning space maids and mopping the floor with the lizard's face, destroying his beloved pieces. Frustrated, the dinosaur summons his level 12 plastic abomination, shoves a box cutter into the beast's back, and turns the entire arena into a toxic modeling factory. He gives an insufferable lecture on the universe's types of plastics while beating down Imi's maids, leaving her on life support with a laughable 200 life points. But Imi completely channels her TV show's schizophrenic character, summons the bulky Dion Keto with a massive magical duster, and proceeds to cleanse the opponent's very soul. She regains life, drains the plastic dinosaur's vital force, and sweeps the nerdy trash under the rug, annihilating his health bar in a single humiliating strike.
No! My models are all gone! And so are my life boys!
Yuhi tries to console the defeated lizard by promising to read manga with him back on Earth, but the Luge sneaks up, offering the exact same damn gift box. The dinosaur stares into the hole, and in a fraction of a second, turns into yet another useless ice statue for the king's decor. While Yuhi cries over losing his toy buddy, the only working gear in Udius's brain finally turns, and he drops the apocalyptic bombshell. The Luge isn't just a freezing monarch, he's the depressing author of the obscure manga they'd been reading. On the Popsicle planet, Neanderstar's mom tells her daughter to survive before turning into an ice statue, leaving the cat traumatized. Meanwhile, our jacked protagonist cries buckets reading a manga, discovering that the author is the King of Terror himself, the Luge, and that whoever loses a duel to him turns into a meat popsicle. Kawaii pops up to explain that the villain's negative energy is like a drought, and maybe the juicy, wet energy of the Earth Dama can moisten everything and cancel out the ice, but that's just a nerd theory. Yuna decides she wants to punch her problems away and goes after this energy, only to find out the alien cat took the new cards and bolted to join the dark side. On the villain's ship, the inevitable happens. Maddox is called up to duel and discovers his opponent is his longtime partner. Neanderstar decides she's tired of walking on all fours, glows green, and reveals her true form as a humanoid cat furry, making Maddox nearly choke on his own saliva. The duel starts, and Maddox struggles to flatten his ex-coworker, summoning a phoenix to melt her face, but Neanderstar knows every little hole in his strategy. She plays the spell card she stole, tosses 2 cats into the blender, and summons Starcat Destronia. The buffed cat lunges forward forward and massacres Maddox's life points, dropping him to his knees as he awaits his freezing death. When the Luge offers his magical little box to turn the loser into an ice cube, Niandastar pulls a suicidal hero stunt. She snatches the box, uses her red eyes to scan the contents, and realizes the atrocity inside right before being swallowed by a blizzard. Maddox cries in despair watching his favorite furry turn into a winter decoration, while the King of Terror goes back to eating his strawberry snow cone as if nothing happened. With the cat officially turned into an ice sculpture, the gang backs the useless London into a corner. He admits with a completely straight face that the whole thing was a suicide mission planned by Niandastar, pissing everyone off. Yuna loses it, demanding Asaka print more broken cards like counterfeit money, but gets a hard no. She tries to operate the heavy machinery herself, pushes all the wrong buttons, and the card turns to ashes, proving rich kids don't know how to do manual labor. Meanwhile, London jukes a security dog sleeping on the job and escapes to challenge the King of Terror personally. He confesses to a tape recorder that he met the Space Cat on Christmas when he was just an empty, pretty face begging for fan club validation. He promised to help the cat and now wants to play the hero. In the duel, London thinks he has a Jupiter-sized brain and tries a reverse play to blow up the villain's life points, but the Luge simply activates a trap that reflects all the direct damage right back into the producer's face, zeroing his life out in the blink of an eye. Defeated and about to become the galaxy's next snowman, London refuses to die without seeing what's in the damn box. He flings the thing wide open, feels the chill tear his soul apart, and opens his coat, releasing a flock of informant flying fish. London freezes rock solid, but his sacrifice actually paid off. The surviving fish returns to the group and drops the brutal truth bomb on everyone. What's inside the box isn't a chemical weapon or a planet-eating monster, but the original manuscript of the villain's manga. The stuff is simply so unbearably boring and poorly written that the sheer boredom emits enough negative radiation to freeze any brain in the universe. Running away with London's frozen body tucked under their arm, the crew faces harsh reality. The famous manga everyone reads was heavily edited by professionals who froze to death reading the Luge's original draft, all because the guy's raw artwork is a black hole of boredom that sucks the will to live out of any organism. Kawai, with the wisdom of a guy who never leaves his room, says the solution is simple. They just need to convince the Luge his manga is trash, but gently, so he stops showing this catastrophe to the world.
To make the Luke realize that his comic is scary without making him upset.
A hairy alien and failed actor named the Yeti volunteers to duel Yuamu, promising an Oscar-worthy performance to trick the king. But as soon as the duel starts, the Yeti acts worse than a D-list celebrity at a soap opera audition, forcing his reactions to pretend he finds the manga boring. Yuamu loses her patience with the circus act, summons a digital dragon that spits malware, and slaughters the hairy beast without an ounce of mercy. The Yeti gets totally battered and is terrified he'll be the freezer's next victim. When it's time for the Luge to open the deadly box, Yuamu tries to save the day using reverse psychology, claiming the manga is actually way too incredible and dangerous for mortal eyes. The Luge almost buys the bullshit and decides to put the atrocity away, saving everyone. But then Zuaijo decides to show up out of nowhere, like that relative who only comes around to ruin the holiday party. With zero filter, Zuaijo looks right at the Luge and tells him his manga is absolute garbage, a bland piece of trash that makes him pity whoever reads it. The Luge can't handle the truth, suffers a mental breakdown, glows neon blue, and unleashes a supersonic scream of deep depression. The negative energy goes off the charts, destabilizes all surrounding matter, and starts erasing manga from existence, while the entire city goes into a massive short circuit. The unbridled sobbing of our emo king of terror, the Luge, is literally destroying the universe because the negative energy from his depression wipes interesting things out of existence every time he realizes his manga is radioactive garbage. But Zuaijo, our favorite edgy baker, thinks this weapon of mass destruction is fantastic for winning wars and decides to become the Luge's biggest fake fan, buttering him up with frozen tangerines. Yuhi realizes the universe is going down the drain and challenges the edgelord to a children's card game. He summons Jointech Hero, trying to play the hometown savior, but Zuaijo responds by slamming Voidvelg Requiem onto the table and buffing the beast to the absolute limit. Yuhi tries to fight back, attack, pumping up his robot to hit hard, but Zuwaijo simply whips out a fusion card he blatantly stole and spews Voidvelg Apocalypse onto the field. Meanwhile, the Luge, our cosmic crybaby, goes to watch his anime on TV, but ends up seeing a cartoon about a sheep instead, and the realization that his art is unwatchable hits him like a ton of bricks. The Luge lets out a high-pitched scream of despair, unleashing an energy so depressing that it freezes the Yeti, Maddox, the child actress, and even the dog out of nowhere. Taking advantage of the glacial chaos, Zuwaijo swallows the entire board into a black hole and finishes Yuhi off with a direct attack to the jugular, sending the kid kissing the floor with 0 life points. Zuwaijo then forces the useless trio to contemplate the Luge's art, and the moment they look at the manga's pages and confirm the plot is downright pitiful, their legs start turning into popsicles. While the corporate drones turn a giant crank at the factory on Asaka's orders to print booster packs, our protagonist trio reverses their popsicle leg process just because the Luge gets even more hysterical. Yuna and Asaka show up completely trashing the guy's manga, calling it unfiltered garbage, which only makes the King of Terror open the floodgates and bawl even harder. Yuna, furious that her little friend Rovian has been turned into an ice cube, decides to punish the cosmic emo personally. The Luge finds this so unfair that he clones himself, turning the fight into a chaotic tag team clusterfuck against the bougie girl and the muscular alien. Udius immediately rubs his Grey Storm Reverie in the clones' faces, firing off crystal lasers and shredding their life points.
Unleash your strength! Grey Storm Reverie!
But the King of Terror respond by pulling the Dragias out of their sleeve, cloning the dragon, pumping it full of steroids to boost its attack to an absurd 5,000, and nearly deleting the alien from existence with a brutal electric shock. Yuna tries to fight back to summon her hard-earned fusion, but her body gives out and she passes out from exhaustion in the middle of the ice field. When defeat seems certain, some weirdo in a helmet drops from the sky on a jetpack riding a spherical robot. He is literally that guy, the lunatic who invented this whole Rush Duel circus in the past. He steals Yuna's spot without asking, discards his entire hand, drops Seven's Road Magician on the table, and shamelessly uses the unconscious girl's fusion card to summon Seven's Paladin. The Luge quickly boots the Paladin back to the extra deck, but that guy simply resurrects the Magician and starts laughing in the face of danger like a psychopath addicted to childish adrenaline. We find out that that guy is the one who gave Udius his dual disc in the past, and now he's manipulating the graveyard so disgustingly that even the Luge is shocked. He buffs his Magician to an ignorant 5,900 attack, but the Crybaby activates a trap and redirects the damage to one of his own dragons, escaping death. The King of Terror then enters full sweat mode, shatters the Magician's equipment, fuses the Dragia Star twice, and starts wiping the field, trampling our heroes until they're left with a measly 300 life points. The Luge's depression reaches such a critical level that the entire city starts getting deleted, and even Zuwaijo simply evaporates from existence, turning into cosmic dust while Udius cries over him. But that guy keeps grinning like a maniac, revealing he invented rush duels in the past just to see people smile, even after getting abducted by aliens. Udius swallows this cheesy motivational speech, wipes his tears, and decides he's going to cure the villain's depression by beating the crap out of him. Using the scraps from the shared graveyard, he pulls a fusion out of nowhere and spits Transom Road Linux onto the field. The Luge negates the card in pathetic desperation, but Udius revives the beast, brings Galactica Oblivion into the mix, and buffs both monsters with the power of friendship to disintegrate the Emo's clones, dropping his life points to 0 in a blinding flash of light. With his defeat, the trash manga pops back into existence. The Luge tries to read his own work of art, realizes it's an unbearable piece of crap, and freezes himself, turning into a giant popsicle to the joy of Yuna, who kicks the ice block and breaks her own foot like an idiot. That guy vanishes off the map, and in one of the stupidest plot twists in history, the gang discovers that hot curry bread is the magic cure to reverse space ice. They unfreeze everyone using the whole bakery. The Luge leaves to thaw out his people, and the little sludge ball known as the Earthdama is left rotting in a jar in complete oblivion. Mutsuba Town is literally flying through space, heading to the system to thaw out a race of extraterrestrial cats, but Yuhi's biggest concern is setting up a dojo in his backyard to practice summoning chants. The whole gang turns turns the training into a pathetic talent show full of cringeworthy cosplays to score points from fake judges. Useless Yuhi tries to act cool with a giant boombox, earning measly points, while Chupataro crashes the party thinking he's going to steal the show. But the otaku alien's brain melts, and he nearly passes out from horniness when Udius shows up wearing a short magical sheep girl skirt, swinging his hips and leaving the weirdo drooling on the floor, questioning his entire existence. While the idiots play dress-up, Rovian and her gang try to bake curry bread in the castle, but they end up mixing in some sketchy magic powder and creating a radioactive chemical weapon that blasts boiling purple sludge all over the kitchen. Back at the dojo's freak show, Maddox and Meowdestar decide to compete together and turn their dark past, abandonment issues, and betrayal into a cringe-inducing teen poetry duet. Obviously, the cheap drama works, and they snag a perfect score from judges who clearly favor nepotism, walking away with free food coupons and proving that true talent always loses to dramatic crying. The ship finally parks on the cat planet, and the master plan to reverse the magical freezing of the entire population is literally rubbing hot curry bread in everyone's faces. The felines absorb the spicy paste and thaw out instantly, but they go into an absolute panic when they find out that card games have losers. This fragile race lives in a bizarre utopia, where any kind of competition is an irreparable emotional trigger, proving they're just as sensitive as you crying in the shower after losing a ranked match. Out of nowhere, Denoa, Zuijo's #1 lackey, pops up riding a stolen spaceship just to disturb the peace, and the one who picks a fight is Terza, who whips out her dual disc, not for noble ideals of justice, but because the two idiots are in the middle of a bento box turf war to decide whether the Dark Lord Zuijo prefers her homemade dumpling soup or her rival's meat stew. The ego clash over someone else's palate scales to insane heights when Denoa announces that the Lord hates soup. Terza simply chugs an entire pot of boiling liquid down her throat, completely snaps from the pent-up energy, and dons a gigantic mecha armor with the fury of a psycho ex-girlfriend.
That so far I've been treating you with kitty gloves. But now I'm taking the gloves off so I can show you my kitty claws!
She summons her radiant monsters, mercilessly annihilates Denoa's life points, and terrorizes everyone, making it crystal clear that the fastest way to a man's heart is to brutally decimate any female who dares breathe near him. Traveling at the speed of light burns a lot of energy, so the crew makes a pit stop on an abandoned planet to scavenge for nutritious rocks called Gorodonium. A bizarre kid named Shubaha, who can magically transform into a sharp flying sword, saves the useless Yuhi from getting crushed by a boulder, but the kid refuses to share the rock fuel like a stingy beggar, forcing Yuhi to settle their diplomacy via unhinged card-based aggression. The big problem is that Yuhi, with his roasted peanut brain, accidentally grabbed his sister's dragon deck before leaving home, and to elevate the cosmic humiliation to an unbelievable level, the sword nut is playing none other than Buster Blader, a deck completely focused on exterminating giant reptiles. It's the pure essence of karma in action. Shubaha's monster leeches the energy off of every flying lizard Yuhi spits onto the field, absorbing their power and getting more bloated than you after hitting an all-you-can-eat buffet. But Yuhi refuses to accept his skill issue. He forces an insane recycling combo, furiously dumping and reviving dragons from the graveyard in a non-stop loop until the opposing monster can't handle the pressure and completely deflates, securing a victory that not even a sports anime writer would believe. Shubaha, his ego totally crushed, cries tears of joy upon defeat, turns into a glorified pickaxe to mine the valuable rocks for the crew, and decides he's going to be a completely peaceful guy from now on. After all, getting your ass kicked by a human child with colorful cards shatters the confidence of any relentless hunter in the universe. The little pink-haired girl named Ronron pretends to be a normal student, but she's actually the ruthless head of a secret agency. She hides a sick addiction to rubbing her face on fluffy stuffed animals while suffering from a crippling phobia of ugly things, exactly like you when you look in the mirror in the morning. Her peace is shattered when a ninja delivers a tape revealing that the villain Zuijo wants to steal the Earth Dama. Ronron has to undergo bizarre training to be able to touch the unfriendly sludge, but when she finally reaches the relic's vault, the shock of betrayal hits. The ninja strips off his clothes and reveals himself to be Muta, Zuijo's most gorgeous and majestic lackey, who infiltrated the base only to realize he accidentally stole a sea cucumber instead of the relic. Wasting no time, they throw down down in a brutal duel. Muta summons birds so effeminate and sparkly that the background ninjas start swooning and questioning their own sexualities. Ron looks like she's going to get crushed, but a weird voice whispers in her head, motivating the girl to stop being useless. She slams her plants on the table, pulls off an overpowered fusion summon, and mops the floor with the boy's pretty face.
To flower into the purest of bouquets! I fusion!
But the celebration is short-lived. The alarm blares. The real Earthdama escapes its containment glass, flies straight at Ron, and aggressively enters her body. The alien essence completely takes over the girl, and she starts cackling like an unhinged maniac with glowing red eyes. Completely possessed by the alien sludge and begging to receive Zuwaijo's infinite fun, Ron uses her new dark powers to conjure a pink sphere and vanish into the vacuum of space with the pretty boy. Meanwhile, light years away, Udius and his useless troop try taking a shortcut home, but fail miserably at space GPS. They crash land straight into the Dukas system, a neutral zone ruled by a heavily armed fleet that absolutely loathes surprise visitors. Feeling that this home invasion crossed the line, the aliens launch a massive attack on the town. To avoid a bloodbath, Udius comes up with the genius idea to ignore the gunfire and go play cards with the enemy leader. While the heroes crawl through the sewers like rats, the supporting cast decides to wear the worst possible Udius cosplays on the surface. They try to fool the soldiers with deplorable acting and end up caught like cornered idiots, all while the junkie Chupataro uses the general panic to suck out alien vital fluids in the dark. Ignoring the secondhand embarrassment, Udius and the twins strap pieces of shiny plastic to their chests and fly through space, defying every single law of physics and oxygen. They bust through the mothership's hatch and come face to face with the Supreme Commander, Nisho. Without hesitating for a single second, Udius whips out his dual disc, forcing the galactic leader to decide the fate of the universe over a children's card game. The all-powerful commander Nisho reveals himself to be a guy with chronic anxiety who relies on a giant coin toss machine to make the simplest life decisions. After internally freaking out, he finally accepts the duel, but when his turn rolls around, things spiral out of control. Nisho takes so long agonizing over which card to play that his brain creates an absurd temporal anomaly. The flow of time for his opponents freezes out of sheer boredom, and the twins start rotting alive, aging until they turn into wrinkled 88-year-old fossils just waiting for their opponent to finish reading his own deck. When the old man finally gathers his courage, he flips a coin and summons a dragon shaped like raw spaghetti, but panics again when it's time to attack. Tired of this circus, Udius busts out the classic cheap motivational speech about having the strength to make your own choices on the battlefield. Moved by this generic wisdom, Nisho achieves nirvana, smashes his own betting machine to pieces, and flips the coin with his bare hands. Luck smiles upon the commander, who annihilates all of Udius's monsters and mercilessly attacks the protagonist's life points, securing a crushing victory. Udius hits the floor humiliated, but since the power of being the protagonist transcends winning, Nisho is so amazed by the experience that he decides to broker peace and become his new best friend. While the universe celebrates, the millionaire Asaka is sipping a super elegant afternoon tea on Earth, only to be rudely interrupted when Ron's body plummets from space and splatters onto the city pavement like a chunk of meat tossed out of an airplane. A colossal bang makes our trio of slackers jump out of their seats and rush outside, only to find a smoking crater in the ground. Maddox shows up out of nowhere playing detective and finds Ron passed out and exhausted, mumbling warnings about the true nature of the Earthdama before passing out for good. While the secrecy rushes the poor girl to the hospital, Maddox analyzes the satellite footage and discovers that the Earthdama crashed like a meteor and split into 3 beams of light: Ron, Zuwaijo's lackey Muta, and the body-snatching energy itself. Wasting no time, he points fingers straight at Udius and the twins, accusing everyone of harboring the alien parasite in their bodies. To make the crime scene worse, London, Imi, and Graves show up munching on rice crackers like they're at the movies. London, being the genius that he is, drops a cracker into the hole, prompting Yuhi to dive headfirst after the food, revealing that the crater leads straight to the alien underground.
Hole? And it goes way deep. And I see a light.
Because it extends to the alien underground!
While Maddox goes down to investigate, the rest of the gang trips over Miuta, who managed the impressive feat of crash landing buried headfirst like an alien ostrich. Udius yanks the guy out with brute force, but Miuta says thanks by unleashing a supersonic scream that blows the leaves right off the trees. Udius activates his galactic form and retaliates with an I-beam, turning the place into a war zone. Meanwhile, Maddox sniffs out suspects at the Colosseum and corners Yuna and Rovian, accusing the Queen of the Turf of being possessed just because she ate an ice cream and was giving off residual heat. The two launch into an investigative duel, with Rovian maxing out her patience meter and buffing her Maha Vilo monster until it becomes an infinite attack abomination. But Maddox remembers that the Earth Dama loves playing with fusions, so he melts his monsters down into an alchemical fire dragon, decimating Rovian's cards and reducing her life points to 0 with a continuous blast of flames. Amidst the chaos, Miuta decides to smash through the ceiling to escape into space, creating a vacuum that nearly sucks everyone into the infinite void. The stadium owner plugs the hole with shields, but once the dust settles and the crew checks their heart rates, they realize Miuta got away, and Yuamu's eyes are glowing red, revealing she was the host for the space parasite all along. The reveal of the alien squatter lasts exactly 3 seconds before Yuamu starts cackling like a B-movie villainess. Yuhi tells the parasite to get the hell out of his sister's body, but the Earth Dama, who now goes by Damamu, simply creates a purple bubble, blasts the gang away, and bails, stealing Udius's hat in the process. While the space fleet scrambles left and right trying to find the crew lost in the vacuum of space, Damamu wreaks havoc in the city, committing the heinous crime of stealing a plastic matcha ice cream and rubbing it in everyone's faces. The Kappa scientist wets his own head to explain that the Earth Dama is evolving and sucking out all of the original Yuhi's capacity for fun. The result is tragic, as Yuhi transforms into a sociopathic capitalist CEO. He starts watching K-dramas at max speed, reads manga skipping panels, and decides to demolish his own agency to build overpriced condos, leaving the employees in absolute panic. To get the president's approval, he tries to make Damamu sign a shady contract using his dirty twig, and the two settle the bureaucracy the most sensible way possible, with a duel. Totally hyper-fixated on corporate efficiency, Yuhi starts skipping his summoning chants because eloquent speech means profit loss, laying off monsters, and exploiting minimum-wage robots in the graveyard to pull off an absurd fusion summon. On the other side, Damamu spends the entire duel suspiciously sucking on the plastic ice cream while summoning explosive dragons. Mid-match, the adults at the agency show him a junk robot made of card wrappers, unlocking Yuhi's fond memories and melting his profit-driven heart, making him promise he'll never again lay off the firm's useless employees. Unfortunately, the power of friendship doesn't count for much in this card game. Damamu pieces their mechanical parts together, fuses a bizarre souped-up dragon, and tosses a time bomb right in Yuhi's face, decimating the kid's life points with a lethal direct attack. Celebrating the victory, Damamu engulfs Yuhi and the fugitive Miuta in a purple sphere and simply teleports straight to Zuijo's enemy base, leaving the stolen hat on the ground and a completely desperate Udius behind. Udius totally freaks out over the kidnapping and decides to storm the enemy base solo, armed to the teeth with a bucket, a towel, and a sink plunger. His friends have to talk their lungs out to convince the muscular alien to use his brain instead of cleaning supplies, prepping the giant ship for the intergalactic trip. Meanwhile, on planet Velgear, Damamu finally gets too big for Yuamu to handle and bursts out of the girl's body, revealing their true form, a colorful-haired humanoid that looks like it stepped straight out of a hallucinogenic energy drink commercial.
The Earth Dama and that terrestrial have split apart.
They're magically dumped in the middle of an alien military boot camp, where a strict commander tries to teach that the proper stance for drawing a card requires perfectly aligned hips and elbows at a 90-degree angle, in a basic training program set to last a modest 888 years. Finding the rules unbearably boring, Damamu simply grows to kaiju size and starts flattening the city. Yuhi tries to play the grand strategist by setting up cartoon-tier traps, dumping oil on the ground, and scattering metal spikes, but the giant jumps over everything and nearly squashes our useless protagonist under its colossal soul. The apocalypse seems imminent until Damamu stubs their pinky toe on a box. The pain makes the creature cry so hard that buildings start imploding just from the sheer acoustic pressure of the bawling. To To shut the giant crybaby up, the twins decide to hold a ridiculous duel to grab their attention, with Yuhi summoning monsters while scarfing down curry bread and making bizarre faces. The alien soldiers watch the circus act and have their minds totally blown upon realizing that card games don't have to be a uniformed military torture. Dormammu shrinks back to normal size. Everyone is happy, and peace seems to reign over the planet. Then the big screens boot up and Zuwaijo appears in all his majesty, informing them that the Supreme Council has decided rush duels will officially be weaponized as ruthless tools of war from now on. The twins sprint to the command room only to find all the aliens frozen in place like popsicles, simply because Zuwaijo opened his briefcase and shoved an absurdly boring manga page in their faces. Yuhi screams in rage at the injustice of life, while in deep space, Udius and his crew accelerate the city ship, ready to fix this colossal mess the only way they know how. Zuwaijo and Miyuta are admiring popsicles of background extras when the twins and the adrenaline junkie sludge, Dormammu, try to deliver a useless moral lecture. Dormammu decides they want to play war with cards, which makes Zuwaijo grin like a loan shark and pull out the most boring manga page in the universe to upgrade his freezing powers. But before the climate gets colder than your heart, Udius smashes through the ceiling in his little shiny ship, deciding that doors are optional. The Platinum Blonde accuses his former boss of spreading the little card game across the galaxy to breed a lethal army. Zuwaijo not only agrees, but drops a provocative "so what?" In a sudden bout of overcompensation, Udius transforms his entire spaceship into a giant dual disc. Zuwaijo, not wanting to fall behind in this cosmic measuring contest, does the exact same with his. As if two massive idiots weren't enough, Dormammu hijacks a ship and gets in line, while that guy and the Luge pop out of a wormhole with their own space disc. Now we have a tag duel in space, because logic has officially left the chat. Udius kicks things off by loading Yuna inside a monster, sending the girl flying through a dark tube onto the field. Dormammu pulls the same stunt while that guy stuffs Maddox, Rovian, and the Luge into ships to serve as human shields. Thinking this is a safe safari trip, Udius also launches Chupataro, Meowdestar, and Tursa into the battlefield, but Zuwaijo simply activates Darkhole and sucks everyone up at once, electrocuting the pilots as they scream in agony in the vacuum of space. Udius, pretending he cares, revives the gang only for Zuwaijo to summon a multi-armed beast, wipe the board clean again, and send Chupataro and the girls flying through the air, feeling the true pain of being side characters in the hands of a sadist. After sending Udius's front line to the graveyard, Zuwaijo attempts a direct attack to end it all, but the silver-haired hero draws 3 monsters and summons London, Asaka, and Old Man Townsend to serve as cannon fodder, tanking the raw damage and returning to the ship with rattling bones. Meanwhile, Dormammu finds the violence absolutely hilarious and humiliates that guy, blowing up Maddox, Rovian, and Luge without an ounce of pity. Udius decides Yuna needs to suffer a little more and revives her on the field, buffing her attack to crush the opponent's monster. In the midst of the chaos, the villain drops an ancient quote, triggering a flashback where Udius was thrown down a waterfall in an alien hot spring and found a prophetic stone commanding everyone to play a trading card game. Yes, this is literally their religion. Zuwaijo then goes full OP mode, drains Dormammu's life force until the slime shrivels up and fuses with his own monster. The guy pumps himself full of spells, grows to a gigantic size, and rips Yuna's ship in half.
Go and attack Cosmo Titan!
The vacuum of space almost swallows the background extras while Zuwaijo watches the collective asphyxiation with a psychopathic smile. With Dormammu nearly disintegrating, Yuhi decides to stop whining and steals the creature's dual disc, summoning Seven's Road Magician Andragius for an absurd fusion with that guy. A plot-convenient miracle brings Dormammu's consciousness back in a snap. Yuhi and Yuamo realize the only way out is to put their own skin on the line and fly onto the battlefield. Finally tired of outsourcing the danger, Udius sends his pilotless monsters to the trash just to summon Galactica Oblivion and face his former boss eye to eye. The great truth of the universe is revealed when we find out the buff aliens are literally cardboard cards with an existential crisis, created by some hooded weirdo just to play on a cosmic board. And Zuwaijo's master plan is to steal all of Earth's essence to to turn his action figures into real boys. Meanwhile, in the secondary duel, the twins fuse into a broken dragon, trade brutal punches with that guy, and end up swallowing a suicidal trap that blows up both sides, resulting in a glorious draw of pure destruction. Dormammu hugs them both amid the rubble, proving that almost dying is a great way to make friends. In the main fight, Udius stacks his Oblivion with equip spells, looking like a walking battle tank. Zuijo tries to strike back, but starts having convulsions because their macabre creator decides to yank his mental leash. Zuijo snaps, screams that he's nobody's pawn, pulls off a bizarre fusion, and crushes Udius's field. The silver-haired hero tanks the damage head-on and delivers the classic power of friendship speech, saying it doesn't matter if you're made of flesh or low-quality cellulose. Recycling all his exhausted friends, Udius fuses 3 monsters into the supreme Eternal Galactica Oblivion, and, ignoring all boundaries of personal space, says he loves every piece of that maniac. With this declaration of questionable tension buffing his monster to 7,000 attack, Udius smashes Zuijo's beast into cosmic dust. After taking a heavy beating, Zuijo finally accepts holding hands with the hero, but the peace lasts exactly 5 seconds because a massive enemy fleet pops out of nowhere. Udius ships the twins and the useless squad back to Earth, deciding it's time to take his card game cult and his newly redeemed friend into an infinite war, diving into the space sunset while you try to understand what the hell you just watched. At Mutsuba Tower, that guy and some dude named Phaser Ryugu draw their duel discs, while in outer space, Udius resolves a millennia-old intergalactic conflict using, wait for it, children's card games. The useless alien gets beaten, says thanks for having his HP reduced to 0, and everyone celebrates the power of friendship in dueling. Udius gives Zuijo a sweaty handshake, decides his universe-saving quota is filled, and heads back to Earth on the Valvel gear. Upon landing in Mutsuba, he finds the same old UTS crew, but his warrior instincts pick up on a shocking detail. An old man's beard is too short, and the gang's makeup is sloppy. He screams that they're all phonies, and the extras drop their disguises, revealing themselves as the secrecy agents. Their leader fires an alien-annihilating ray at Udius, but the guy is so dense the laser literally bounces off him. A preppy guy named Tremolo shows up looking for a duel, but a girl wearing a helmet throws smoke bombs and lures Udius to a mountain. The next day, the girl takes off her helmet, revealing herself to be Yuamu. She informs the protagonist that he was in space for 2 years, plenty of time for the alien Phaser to take over the entire city, force extraterrestrials to live in the sewers, and establish an anti-card fascist regime. Arriving at the new, crumbling UTS warehouse, Udius finally finds Yuhi, who has now adopted the personality of an edgy teenager. Udius tries to woo the kid by offering his manju and Corinto, but Yuhi spits in the face of friendship, calls dueling a kid's game, and bails on a hoverboard. Devastated that the kid refused to swallow his exotic delicacies, Udius realizes the oppression has drained the spark from Yuhi's life. Later, the living slime Dormammu arrives with some garbage picked off the street, including a VHS tape. They shove the thing into a player and sit through hours of useless security footage until the image focuses on Mutsuba Tower, showing none other than that guy about to duel against the supreme dictator Phaser, leaving everyone's jaw on the floor. The gang turns on an alien holographic projector to watch the VHS tape in 3D, exactly like a bunch of nerds watching an esports tournament. The footage shows that guy facing off against the preppy dictator Phaser, but Yuhi decides this is way too cringe, turns his back on the projection, and goes for a stroll in the underworld. Down there, he's harassed by a trio of alien thugs who treat him like a gang leader and hype up Dormammu to play Ding Dong Ditch. The catch is that Dormammu is terrible at being a delinquent, and accidentally ends up saving the neighborhood from fires and helping season people's food. In the duel, that guy summons a useless armored leopard, while Phaser delivers a racist monologue about how Earth hates impure aliens. He pulls out a giant sea serpent, vomits a tsunami onto the leopard, and destroys the beast. That guy uses a trap to revive the metallic kitty and tries to tank the watery blows, forcing Phaser to wait for the next turn. Proving that rules are made to be broken, that guy pulls a fusion out of thin air, fusing the dead monsters in his graveyard to summon magical Knight 7's chariot. The giant beast mounts a chariot, rams a lance into Phaser's aquatic goons, and nearly wipes out the dictator's life points. But the villain activates his own miraculous trap, revives his monster, and survives entirely through plot armor. Tired of playing fair, Phaser drops 3 cards on the board at once and performs a maximum summon, puking a colossal dragon-headed squid named Abyss Kraken onto the field. The giant beast breaks the laws of physics, drops Seven's Chariot's death to the floor, locks out any enemy traps, and unleashes an absolute tidal wave that obliterates that guy from existence. As the dust settles in the holographic recording, a floating obelisk aims a laser at the loser and literally turns the poor guy into a foil cardboard card. Yuna screams in agony watching her hero become a pocket-sized collectible. Back home, the gothic Yuhi tosses his dual disc and cards into the corner, fully accepting his life as a traumatized background character. Outraged by her master's transformation into collector's merchandise, Yuna storms the corporate headquarters demanding Phaser's head. Instead, she finds Maddox and his cat, Meowdestar, sitting in the president's chair. Maddox tries to pretend he's now a xenophobic villain who hates aliens, hoping Yuna will see through the act and run away. But the girl is as dense as a brick, ignores the subtle warnings, and challenges the fake traitor to a duel, betting her own life. Yuna draws the deck she swiped from that guy and summons Celeb Rose Magician. Maddox responds by playing Mad Scientist, bringing out a fire lizard that spews flames and blows up Yuna's sorceress, knocking her to the ground. At that moment, the girl has a psychotic break and starts talking to 5 color-coded clones of herself inside her own head. The anime-haired copies humiliate Yuna for being a coward who always dumped the dirty work on the protagonist. After this schizophrenic therapy session, she rises, possessed by the power of sheer hatred, determined to win just so she can beat that guy into a pulp for turning into a piece of paper. With fire in her eyes, Yuna fuses her monsters, summons Celeb Rose Fabulous Magician, pumps her sorceress full of magical steroids, and delivers a lethal whip strike that nearly carbonizes Maddox. The scientist barely survives, clinging to 300 life points, and realizes playtime is over. On his turn, he says screw it, slaps 3 cards onto his disc, and performs a maximum summon out of absolutely nowhere. He spits Volcalized Phoenix onto the board, a bird of fire, ice, and lightning that does not care about your feelings. With a humiliating sequence of effects, Maddox shatters Yuna's equip spell, destroys her luxury sorceress, and blasts a lethal beam straight to the girl's face, dropping her life points to 0. The evil floating relic immediately appears on the roof and sucks Yuna up, condensing all her personality and rage into a beautiful laminated card. The gang watches in shock as the girl drops to the floor in cardboard format, proving that in life, if you lack plot armor, you end up as a promo card. Our favorite bespectacled protagonist is about to snap, acting as an unpaid therapist for a line of weird aliens. But there's no time for a nervous breakdown, because the clock strikes and she runs to school, where the muscular and clueless alien Udius is introduced shivering like a chihuahua in the cold. Meanwhile, corporate dictator Asaka decides she wants to be the student council president to rule the world, a completely normal goal for a high schooler. Amidst this, the useless Yuhi skips class with the sentient parasite Damamu, eating noodles and having existential crises about playing card games again. Back at school, Udius decides to become Yuamu's unsolicited campaign manager, screaming into a megaphone to get everyone to vote for her. The result is a shocking tie. Yuamu tries to shove the position onto Asaka, but the rich girl's pride is more fragile than glass, demanding they settle it with a holographic beatdown, also known as a rush duel. Asaka puts the meat grinder to work, summoning Demolition Dragon Bakamut and acting like a runaway bulldozer. She drains Yuamu's life points before fusing her cards into a colossal dragon that can't be destroyed thanks to an equip spell. It looks like the election is in the bag, but Yuamu remembers she has the script on her side. She fuses her monsters into Bluetooth Burst Dragon and, in an infinite IQ play, destroys her own field spell to render Asaka's protection completely useless. With the defenses busted wide open, Yuamu blasts a flaming laser into Asaka's face, zeroing out her points in one shot.
ジャストキルだよ。
In the end, Yuamu tosses the title back into the loser's lap, who swallows her pride and accepts the crown. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the fascist emo Phaser sends his goons to hunt down a specific card, paving the way for chaos. Hiding in the president's office like it's a secret clubhouse, Yuamu's little clique plots to overthrow the anti-card fascist regime. Meanwhile, the useless Yuhi keeps running from his responsibilities until he accidentally bumps into the blue-haired ninja Ronron, who has miraculously survived survived her own boredom. Things heat up when Tremolo, Phaser's equally insufferable younger brother, corners the two demanding a mysterious item. Yuhi decides to play hero and challenges the preppy kid to a duel for his soul. The only problem is the jackass forgot his own deck at home. Luckily, the parasite Damamu shows up at the exact right moment to deliver the kid's deck. Tremolo doesn't waste time and immediately spits Maximum Devastator Okabis onto the table with a ridiculous 4,000 attack, ready to shatter our washed-up protagonist's defenses. In an accidental flashbang explosion, Yuhi is completely blinded. Taking advantage of the chance to grab the kid's duel disc, Ron dons her ninja outfit and acts as his eyes, manipulating the cards on the table with absolute precision. Guided by the girl, Yuhi pulls off an absurd fusion, creating Jointech Killer Stinger and buffing the beast to 6,000 attack. He hits hard, but Tremolo hides behind a trap card, draining the life points and laughing in the blinded hero's face. On the next turn, the villain decides to deal the ultimate humiliation, drawing cards like crazy and recycling trash from the graveyard. He injects a horse-sized dose of steroids into his Maximum, inflating the monster to a disgusting 10,000 attack. Ron begs Yuhi to run with his tail between his legs, but the kid gets his vision back and decides to tank the colossal attack with his chest out. Tremolo fires 3 concentrated beams, obliterating the useless protagonist's life points in the blink of an eye. The blue crystal appears, turning Yuhi into a rectangular piece of cardboard. While Damamu escapes carrying Ron in an absurd pink bubble, Tremolo laughs from the front row, proving that the power of friendship means absolutely nothing against an overpowered monster. The school rebellion kicks off with Asaka and her crew of delinquents storming the card factory to bring down the system. The place is crawling with NPCs from the secret agency, but the students steamroll them, running over irrelevant names like Nostra and some generic brothers nobody cares about. Taking advantage of the perfect chaos, the dynamic duo of Yuamo and Udius sneaks into the Goha Ventures headquarters. With no time to look for a locksmith, the buff alien simply shoots lasers from his eyes to melt the lock, proving that subtlety is for the weak. While exploring that guy's messy hideout, they drop down a dark hole and come face to face with Kaizo, a scrapped drone that wakes up purely to simp for the girl in glasses. But the useless machine is hiding a shiny treasure, the Maximum Overlord cards, the perfect tool to punish the tyrant brothers. Meanwhile, the factory turns into an absolute slaughterhouse. A random woman cosplaying as a sheep named Kopiko shows up. Chupataro thinks he's going to easily sweep the cosplayer, but she drops Maximum Super Princess of the Flock on the table, a gigantic beast that crushes the otaku with a massive pink ball of yarn. The woman has the bizarre power to copy the personalities of anyone she defeats, and she literally wipes the floor with the entire team. In mere minutes, the child actress, the dog, and even Queen Asaka are humiliated and turned into cards by the cursed obelisk. Desperately fleeing from the preppy Maddox, the ninja Ron and the parasite Damamu manage to lose the guards by creating the worst possible distraction. They bump into Yuamu and Udius in a dark alley, ruining the duo's victory lap with the worst news of the month. They announce that not only has the entire rebellion been turned into collectible cardboard, but the washed-up protagonist Yuhi has been packed up too. Now, clutching their sweaty Maximum cards, the duo realizes it's just them against the world. While mourning the loss of a useless extra takes over the agency, Maddox decides to play stealth hero and shows up with supposedly Phaser's biggest secret. The problem is, the crew has the IQ of a doorknob and arrests him immediately. When they finally unroll the super secret scroll, they discover it's emptier than the audience's heads, making the group's seamstresses freak out with the urge to turn it into a bizarre cosplay. Maddox deflates like a popped balloon, and Udius decides to use the poor guy as a bargaining chip. Out of nowhere, Zuijo shows up to ruin the mood, bragging about having solved peace in space. Maddox, with the self-esteem of a squashed roach, challenges the guy to a duel in hopes of not being treated like garbage. He summons a giant fire chicken with 4,000 attack and decides the rules of the game are completely optional, pulling out an actual stun gun to electrocute Zuijo's goons in the middle of the match. Simply psychopathic behavior. But Zuijo doesn't bow to cheaters. He calls his pet alien Blob and fuses everything to create a dark abomination. When Maddox tries to fry everyone with his flaming bird and more more illegal shocks. Zuijo crosses every boundary and physically fuses with his own monster. He deflects the death ray and sends the traitor flying with a single strike. Maddox wakes up humiliated, realizing he bet his own dignity and is now the personal slave of the winner's henchman. Meanwhile, at the villain's mansion, Phaser starts having a cosmic asthma attack before bed, and a weird fish jumps straight at the camera to wrap up this mess. The villains are eating breakfast in the lap of luxury, while Tremolo runs down the halls with a butterfly net, hunting flying fish that supposedly hold his brother's dark secrets. One gossiping fish manages to escape through the air duct, and Tremolo ends up in the alien underworld, trying to silence the creature. Obviously, our muscular protagonist and his bossy friend bump into him on the way. Udius takes the chance to avenge his little buddy turned cardboard and demands a duel. Tremolo fills his graveyard with aquatic trash and summons a colossal sea dragon. When Udius tries to fight back, his shiny cards start bugging out and buzzing like an old TV. It's at this moment that a bizarre drone named Kaizo pops out of absolute nowhere, screams a fake karate move, and slaps Udius's cards. The physical assault magically fixes the deck, turning everything into a giant artillery train, and the useless drone immediately passes out from exhaustion. Udius hops onto his new machine of destruction and starts bombarding the field, but Tremolo inflates his monster to over 7,000 attack, nearly obliterating the buff alien in one hit. Using the pure power of plot armor, Udius heals himself at the very last second. In a move of total humiliation, our hero shoves his monster back into his deck, plays a spell out of nowhere, and uses Tremolo's own colossal monster as a tribute to bring his giant train back to life, running over the fanboy without an ounce of mercy. The secret police crash the party and arrest Tremolo for breaking the code of conduct, but the lapdog gets the last laugh behind bars, revealing he shoved the flying fish in his pocket during the brawl, proving his obsession with his brother is far stronger than his desire for freedom. The girl with glasses decides she's tired of being protected by cowardly extras and holds a clandestine meeting with a blue-haired ninja. The spy hands her the cards of her useless brother and the mysterious creator of the game, revealing she stole the cardboard guy straight from the supreme villain's hands years ago. Thirsty for revenge, the girl fools her dumb friends by leaving a tape recorder in her room and goes to confront Phaser out in the street. The suited dictator accepts the challenge and immediately drops a colossal leviathan on the field. The girl doesn't back down. She fuses her dragons, pumps her cybernetic beast full of steroids to reach nearly 5,000 attack, and shoves a lockdown sword down the villain's monster's throat, leaving his giant squid completely paralyzed. She swears she has everything under control and already claims victory. However, Phaser smiles with the coldness of someone who squashes bugs for sport. He simply tosses his own monster into the trash, summons an even more broken god of the seas, sweeps the girl's entire field to the graveyard in an instant, and launches a direct attack that zeroes her life points in the blink of an eye. All the heroism goes down the drain. She is crystallized and transformed into a plastic card, dropping to the floor. Her friends arrive way too late just to cry over the cardboard. As the ninja escapes carrying the leftover pieces of paper, the buff alien reads the printed name on the mysterious creator's card and discovers his name is Yuga, revealing that this family's family tree is a temporal disaster. But that's not even the worst part. When they look at the cards, the kids aren't just trapped, they've been turned into damn cats rubbing their faces on the paper. Phaser decrees the extinction of the entire family line, while the girl wakes up meowing in a feline purgatory. Our bespectacled protagonist wakes up in the card world and realizes her worst nightmare has come true. She's turned into a furry cat, and to her ultimate humiliation, her useless friends Asaka, Yuna, and Terza are also trapped in feline bodies scratching fake trees. Before she can even process her new life of sniffing butts, that weirdo Chupataro opens a magic door looking for his imaginary sheep, forcing Yuamu to jump into his dimensional hole. On the other side, she finally finds her useless brother, Yuhi, who is now incredibly taller and equally furry. Hopping through more mystical doors like lab rats, the siblings fall into a bizarre graveyard where they stumble upon Yuga, the infamous ancestor from the future, who is squished in a square on the ground like an antisocial feline. Yuhi tries to demand divine reverence from his descendant, but Yuga just ignores his screaming by licking his own paw in a display of sheer mockery. To force a friendship, Yuga forces his ancestor to play a children's card game. As soon as they summon their duel discs, a bunch of weird cats flood the field, but the match is repeatedly interrupted by Chupataro's hole, which keeps sucking the trio into completely random realities. They float in space, then drop into a snowy field where Yuhi discovers he's using the exact same cards as his opponent, getting beaten by his own stupidity when he attacks a monster with the exact same attack and takes direct damage to the face. Being tossed into a post-apocalyptic world full of background NPCs, Yuga activates a field spell inside another field spell, altering the very fabric of the universe just to keep rubbing his imminent victory in Yuamu's brother's face. But when they fall into a musical arena, Yuhi uses his brain for the first time in his life, sacrifices his entire graveyard, boosts his power to ridiculous levels, and pierces Yuga's defense with an attack so deep the kid from the future cries buckets. The magical clash of mixing field spells creates a spatial anomaly, launching the cats through the multiverse until they crash in front of the Goha Enterprises Corporation, realizing time travel just got absurdly worse. The lost cats arrive in a futuristic, twisted version of the city and realize they've traveled to an era where everything is made of shiny plastic and illusions. Before Yuhi can freak out over flying cars, a lunatic in a cheap feline costume approaches, meowing like an absolute madman. This knockoff furry introduces himself as Kit and reveals that the Yuga from the future disappeared 2 years ago after playing cards in space against a bald old man named Otis. Fearing the dictator Phaser might have obliterated their friends in the past, the furballs decide to dig into the historical records by diving headfirst into a filthy dumpster that magically serves as a secret passage. In the underground computers, they discover the humiliating truth. Yuga traveled through time to invent rush duels, simply because Zuwaijo and a floating robot threatened him, revealing that the salvation of an entire alien race depended on a children's card game. But despite Yuga manipulating the laws of time and space, history hasn't changed a single bit. The system remained oppressive, proving that his heroic effort was just as pointless as you trying to turn your life around. As Yuga sinks into a heavy depression, a blue-haired kid named Luke simply grabs the cat off the floor and takes him home to shove hot noodles down his throat. When Luke's aggressive sister kicks the door down demanding answers, Yuhi and Yuamu watch everything from the roof and connect the dots, realizing the fearsome king of terror they once knew was actually a blood relative of theirs. The next morning, a spaceship crashes in the middle of the street, forcing Yuga to stick his paws into the cables to fix the engine of a robotic girl with a bunch of bizarre people stuffed inside her chest. Watching older versions of Luke and his friends fly by on an extravagant motorcycle, Yuga deeply misses his human form. While the twins swear they're going back to their own timeline to beat up Phaser and save everyone from becoming cardboard, the useless leader Ron tries to flee from the censorship agents by throwing smoke bombs with the accuracy of a drunk bat until she finally hits a tree by sheer luck and vanishes, taking Damamu with her. This leaves the sheep-costumed woman grinding her teeth in frustration. Far away on the agency's roof, Phaser continues his slick villain monologue, humiliating our beefy alien by rubbing it in his face that all his friends were turned into cardboard out of pure, utter incompetence. While Udius cries on the floor hugging his knees, Damamu decides it's time to act, invades our protagonist's body without asking for permission, and takes control of his thick hide to challenge the fascist to a duel. The stakes are simple. If Udius wins, the aliens get their freedom and the people return to organic life. The hero assumes his glowing galactic form and summons a monstrous mechanical abomination, firing lethal energy blasts right at the center of the villain's chest. But Phaser is a certified sadist, using the excuse that he promised to free the aliens for every point of damage taken in the duel's rules. He simply locks the Jersey brothers in a rocket and shoots the poor guys into the freezing vacuum of space, proving his definition of freedom is shipping off space junk. Meanwhile, the useless extra spaceship is being pathetically towed by a boy who literally turned into a stretched rope. Back at the massacre, Phaser summons a massive demonic octopus, equips it with a madness shell, and begins to violently penetrate Udius's defenses with repeated electric attacks. With every hit our protagonist takes on the chin, Phaser orders random prisoners to be dropped across the city, hoping to cause a bloodbath and mass panic. However, the villain's genius plan crumbles when the citizens reveal they actually find the monsters adorable, since Udius's agency successfully brainwashed society into thinking extraterrestrial beasts are super normal. Just as our hero stands up to return the favor, the towed ship plummets from the sky, bringing Zuwaijo back. attack. But before anyone can blink, Phaser's body starts glowing intensely, and he undergoes a sudden mutation, tearing away his humanity to transform into a giant white dragon, leaving Udius standing there looking completely dumbfounded at the absurd creature. In a pointless flashback, Phaser goes full space xenophobe and calls the aliens fleas, but we're quickly thrown back into the real carnage where he's in his dragon form, while his brother Tremolo cries in the corner just like you do when your Wi-Fi goes down. Udius tries to survive the slaughter when a flying elbow throws a cloth right into the big lizard's eye. Tremolo uses the dramatic pause to reveal that they have space dragon blood in their veins, which is the ultimate irony for a dictator who hates ETs. Ignoring the cheap soap opera, Udius summons Transum Linak Overwrite and tweaks his own attributes to beat up Phaser's giant squid. But the xenophobe doesn't let it slide and drops his maximum monster on the board, an aquatic monstrosity with 4,000 attack that makes everyone wet their pants. Tremolo continues his sad monologue about how they just wanted to protect the city, but Udius realizes he can't win with brute force alone. He remembers that true power is always about shoving your friends into battle, literally. He pulls Yuhi, Yuamu, and Yuga from the deck because they were turned into cards, and fuses the three into an overpowered maximum with 9,000 attack. They clash head-on in a colossal purple beam, blowing up the field and ending the monster brawl in a draw, but Udius pulls an equip spell from the graveyard that boosts Transum Linak to a stupid 5,000 attack, driving the blade right into Phaser's Leviathan and dropping the dragon's life points to 0. With the victory, the cards finally turn back into people. The aliens start glowing yellow because the mountain reeks of Gorodonium, a fossil proving that Phaser's ancestors loved hanging out with ETs. The guy apologizes for his 2-year dictatorial meltdown. To top off this bizarre happy ending, a starving alien swallows a drool-covered napkin, grossing everyone out while the camera focuses on a mysterious crystal. Phaser decides to do some PR damage control and turns his dictatorial agency into a friendly company that now loves aliens. To prove he's no longer a villain, he announces the Galaxy Cup, a tournament that makes corporate bosses Asaka and Yuna fight like spoiled brats over who gets to put their logo on the sign. While everyone sets up kebab stands, Yuamu and the town's nerd squad try to investigate the mysterious crystal. They conclude that some unemployed time traveler from the past created this whole mess. Far from the intellectuals, our smooth-brained alien finds a starving Shubaha trying to deliver a package before passing out from malnutrition. They arrive at the recipient's mansion and run into a girl stuffed inside a talking box named Epoch, the perfect representation of your social isolation. The box girl hates dueling and steals Udius's deck, forcing the poor guy to play absurd mini-games. He tries to grope through the box's hole to guess the card, fails miserably, spells his own name backward while doing a handstand, and loses pathetically to the anti-social kid. In the final challenge to get his deck back, Udius uses his flawless space logic to claim that the cards are in all boxes at the same time, leaving the girl so confused she short-circuits and gives up. The house butler reveals that the heiress is actually just extremely shy and begs Udius to be her private tutor. The alien accepts the side gig, the girl flees in panic to binge-eat midnight cookies, but ends up opening a giant container and finding a frozen king of terror inside. The next morning, the Blessed Galaxy Cup is officially open. The most chaotic tournament in the galaxy is on fire, and the grand prize for surviving this bloodbath is the complete collection of a terrible manga nobody asked for. While the whole city beats the crap out of each other with cards, Yuhi decides to check on Udius's babysitting gig. He finds the alien and the box girl mimicking each other like two glitching parrots. Epoch pretends she hates everything but is clearly loving the attention and public humiliation. Behind the scenes of useless science, Yuhi's sister stares at the mysterious crystal for too long, sees a glowing card, and is instantly possessed by a teenage evil spirit. Completely corrupted, Yuamu tracks down the protagonist in the park and challenges the guy to a livestream match. The girl isn't playing around and summons darkness dragons, spitting power right in the alien's face and dealing colossal damage until he's left with just pocket change in his health bar. To add insult to injury, she activates a trap that forbids the hero from making tributes, completely shattering his strategy. But Udius has plot armor. He pulls a field spell out of nowhere, fuses 3 monsters straight from his hand, and creates a supreme abomination. With a cheap motivational speech about student and teacher, he obliterates the girl's edgy dragon in a single devastating blow. As soon as her life points hit 0, Yuamu Uamu blinks and goes back to normal, with zero memory of trying to murder her own friend. The box girl finally sees the appeal of the game, but pulls a tsundere act and walks away cursing the teacher. And just when we think we'll have peace, a lunatic with a cat on a throne appears out of nowhere, ordering the whole city to kneel. Epoch spends the day pretending she doesn't want duel cards, while Udius acts like a preachy mentor at the shop. The TV cuts to a masked psycho intentionally beating up the elderly and children just to farm easy tournament points. The idiot calls himself Commander Study and forces his victims to chant his name like a bizarre cult. It's obvious to absolutely everyone that it's Maddox, except to the clueless Udius. When the commander of cowardice corners the box girl in an alley, the crew arrives to intervene, but the one who steps up is literally a tuna. Yes, a giant space fish with a basket on its head named Maguto, who became the heir to the Sogetsu Dojo simply because the original heir, Maddox, was a deadbeat who ran away from home. The tuna summons marine swordsman and prepares the sushi, while Study plays the only card he knows how to use in his miserable life, the Maximum Monster Vulcanize Phoenix. Maguto activates a field spell that prevents the Firebird from attacking if it's the only monster in the arena, completely breaking his opponent's one-trick pony strategy. Feeling the heat, Study takes off his mask, revealing what even a toddler already knew. He is Maddox. Desperate to prove something, Maddox equips a spell that allows direct attacks, but lowers his bird's own strength. He rams the weakened bird straight into the fish's face, bypassing the battle lock and wiping out Maguto's life points. In the end, Maddox falls to his knees crying like a spoiled brat, claiming he only took the beatings on purpose because he wanted someone to fight him to fix his life. The tuna pats the ex-heir on the head with its fin, forgiving the whole idiotic ordeal, while Udius points at Maddox and warns Epoch never to grow up into a pathetic failed adult just like him. Udius tries to teach Epoch how to build a deck, but the brat spends the whole day rejecting the cards in disgust. After failing as a teacher, Udius sits in a random massage chair covered by a sheet to relax. He spends a good while enjoying the nice full-body vibrations, until he realizes the damn chair is talking to him. The terrifying king of terror, Luge, has been magically transformed into a glorified piece of upholstery by the cheap and cruel space furniture store, a bizarre intergalactic mafia that turns deadbeats into couches. Ignoring the fact that he just rubbed himself all over the alien king, Udius drags Epoch out onto the street for her first official battle, and the opponent drawn by the system is none other than Yuhi. The box girl decides to use a dice deck, summoning caramel angels and demons. The problem is, she cheats blatantly. Every time she needs to roll a die to activate an effect, Epoch herself puts on a costume, throws herself on the ground turning into a human die, and manually adjusts herself to land on a 6 every damn time. On the other side, Yuhi channels his inner sweaty tryhard and pukes his new maximum monster onto the field against the rookie, the gigantic Mega Jointech Fortrex. Desperate, Epoch tries to pull off her physical cheating stunt one more time to lower the machine's attack, but her body just can't take rolling on the concrete anymore. She trips, accidentally rolls a humiliating number 1, and Yuhi obliterates the girl's life points with multiple attacks, completely ignoring the fact that she's a beginner. The brat sits in a corner to cry, while the massage chair king offers his own upholstery for her to rest. Maddox desperately tries to find out who was behind this stuffed furniture loan sharking ring, while a mysterious box opens in the shadows, revealing a glasses-wearing weirdo ready to deliver the next space disaster. The whole team's brains are melting from researching the useless relic, so Uamu orders everyone to take a day off so they don't have a heart attack. Meanwhile, Tremolo runs frantically through the hallways, hiding from 3 crazy obsessed secretaries who call themselves Tremolo's Super Maximum Girls. He tries to hide in the supply closet, but is cornered by Denoa, who immediately accuses him and his brother of plotting against her precious bakery lord Zuaijo. The 3 unbearable secretaries finally find their boss and try to pick a fight with the Jurassic brat, but Tremolo takes the duel. The bet is simple. If he wins, he finds out where the coward Zuaijo is hiding. If he loses, he has to leak his brother Phaser's dirty little secrets. Denoa summons space void monsters, while Tremolo pukes his giant maximum dragon onto the field just to get high-pitched squeals out of his own fan club. The girl doesn't back down and juices up her monster, Void Alpha Heavenstar, with spell cards, boosting its attack to match his. Mid-brawl, The two start arguing like elementary schoolers over which boss is bossier and more unbearable, Zuwaijo or Phaser, until they realize mid-tantrum that both guys are exactly the same. Tremolo sets up what should be a perfect barrier, but Dinoa reads the pretty boy's mind. She calculates that Tremolo has a 99% chance of activating a cowardly trap that saves his own monster from destruction but makes the owner take the damage instead. Being stupidly predictable, he falls for it hook, line, and sinker, protects his dragon, and eats all the lethal damage straight to the face, losing the duel. Before Dinoa can collect her promised gossip, a random lightning bolt strikes the building's roof and spits a pink box full of flowers onto the floor. The zipper unzips itself, revealing Zion popping out of the hole in sunglasses like a jack-in-the-box, leaving everyone staring at nothing, trying to process what just happened. Corporate drama boils over as Phaser, Asaka, and Yuna decide the tournament will be called the Galaxy Cup, since the three can't even agree on the prizes without Yuna crying over the dead stock cluttering her warehouse. Phaser decides to weave the trophy himself, proving he's the only one with a productive hobby in this freak show. Meanwhile, our beefy alien protagonist, Udius, is stuck in unpaid internship hell, babysitting the antisocial brat Epoch instead of farming points to qualify for the tournament. Yuhi warns him that if he doesn't find opponents soon, he'll be left twiddling his thumbs in the bleachers, just like you when your friends go to the club and leave you out. Epoch tries to act like she doesn't care, but deep down she wants the big guy to fight, faking a stomachache and kicking everyone out of her room just to hide her fragile little feelings. Suddenly, real estate chaos strikes. We find out that the stuck-up Tremolo and Dinoa lost a duel to a madman who literally came out of the closet, getting punished, and turned into a desk and a kotatsu. This cheap furniture maniac invades the Callister mansion and turns poor butler Alfred into a tea cart. His name is Zion, and he threatens to turn Epoch herself into a panty drawer if she doesn't sign an abusive contract. Udius arrives playing hero and tutor of the year, challenging the space furniture salesman to a mortal duel in the name of traditional family values. Zion comes out swinging, dropping his bizarre cybernetic tree, Space Yggdrago, straight onto the board. Udius tries to respond with his galactic fleet, but Zion isn't messing around and unleashes a powerful shockwave that melts the alien's life points. And what is the beefy guy's biggest fear in the face of imminent defeat? Being transformed and eternally becoming the bottom bunk of a bed, suffering under the weight of the top guy rubbing against his back. The real estate duel continues, with Zion turning on a projector mid-fight to tell the saddest, most useless origin story in the universe. Basically, he was a bankrupt furniture store owner who found a Callister family gear, tried to close a deal, got humiliatingly ghosted, and was shortly frozen by the King of Terror. 300 years later, the jackass swallowed the gear thinking it was food and gained magical furniture transforming powers. A villain backstory so pathetic you actually feel sorry for him. But the pity fades fast when Zion fuses 3 space trees into a 4,000 attack abomination called Deep Space Yggdrago, mercilessly beating the crap out of Udius until the hero is left with a measly 100 life points. The protagonist needs an absolute miracle, and the universe drops the card Darkness Dwarf into his lap, an edgy piece of cardboard that clearly wasn't in his deck. Udius starts glowing green, absorbing dark emo boy energy, but promises he won't succumb to his rebellious phase. He fuses his main monster with the Gothic Dwarf to summon Darkness Galactica Oblivion, reducing Zion's monstrous tree's attack to 0 and sending the furniture salesman straight back to bankruptcy with a single, brutal blow. The impact is so strong that Zion vomits up the magic gear, which flies straight into the Shubaha's mouth of a random stray dog on the horizon. The villain repents and apologizes for the commercial inconvenience, but the victory leaves a bitter taste. Little Epoch saw her beloved tutor give into the darkness during the match, and is now completely traumatized, locked in her room trembling in fear of the emo beefcake, while Udius stands there looking dumbfounded as he realizes the damn dark card just evaporated from his deck. Maddox tries to interrogate Zion to reverse the bizarre transformation of the folks who turned into furniture, but finds out that without the magic gear swallowed by the space mud, his co-workers are going to be serving as desks forever. Leaving the human furniture aside, the Galaxy Cup finals finally kick off inside a giant maze straight out of Saw. If you bump into someone in the hallway, the duel starts instantly, and whoever loses gets ejected from the maze like a trash bag. The first clash is purely aggressive couples therapy. Military dictator Zuwaijo bumps into Terza, his ex-roommate who holds an absurd grudge because he used to leave muddy boots lying around and hogged space in the house. Terza starts the duel furiously, beating the daylights out of him and draining the commander's life points, while Denoa screams scandalously from the stands, drooling over the alpha male. When Zuaijo fuses his monsters to take control of the match, Terza completely loses her sanity. She gets corrupted by Darkness Samsara, a dark card that mysteriously appeared in her hand just like Udius's. Consumed by edgy, violent hatred, Terza suits up in her 10-foot-tall mech suit and summons a creature designed to obliterate Zuaijo with 3 back-to-back attacks. The commander survives by a hair with a mere 100 life points, and decides it's time to resort to cheap sentimentality. He has a ridiculous flashback to when they first met, bumping into her while her head was stuck in a giant French bread. Zuaijo neutralizes the crazy girl's traps, advances with his beast, and drops the bomb in the middle of the arena, calmly saying that he loves her. The romantic shock instantly shatters the darkness corruption. Terza confesses her love back with sparkling eyes and immediately takes a direct attack to the face that wipes out her life points. She's violently ejected from the arena, leaving Zuaijo victorious, confused about their relationship, and noticing that the damn corrupted card vanished into thin air. The final round of the intergalactic tournament runs wild with useless extras and the usual protagonists. Bureaucracy reigns supreme when the 3 tournament administrators, Asaka, Phaser, and Yuna, simply abuse their host privileges and insert themselves into the tournament bracket, proving that meritocracy is a joke even in space. In the midst of this mess, we have 3 duels happening simultaneously because patience is a scarce resource. Meowdestar decides to play with her starry-eyed kittens, fusing furious felines to try and scratch Yuamu's face. Meanwhile, the Kappa Kawai and Dictator Asaka air out their dirty laundry in the middle of the arena over a damn cup of lukewarm water. Kawai tried to pull a gold digger move by offering questionable water just to extort space knowledge, a true master of ruthless capitalism. But things get dark when Asaka draws a darkness-corrupted monster, swallowing the shadows whole and puking the massive, brutal Darkness Blastamut onto the board. In the other corner of the ring, Yuamu pulls Darkness Drake from the bottom of her deck, letting herself be completely dominated by the card's thick, dark energy. Feeling the corruption pulsing strongly, she throws all her power on the table, fusing her dragons to summon Red Reboot Enhanced Boost Dragon. Poor cat Meowdestar doesn't even have time to meow before taking a colossal shock and having her life points crushed. While the girls lose their sanity to gothic cards, Yuhi runs through the mazes like a lab rat and bumps right into Zuaijo, proving the kid can't catch a single second of peace in this mediocre life. The Darkness Bloodbath continues with Asaka and Yuamu brutally annihilating their opponents, while Yuhi runs away from Zuaijo like a desperate coward, abandoning the arena and triggering a full-blown spaceship chase. Back at the tournament, Yuna decides it's time to resolve her abandonment issues with Rovian, confessing that Yuga completely messed up her head. Rovian has no time for therapy and immediately reaches for her instrument, summoning her ace monster and forcing Yuna to toss her cards and her dignity away. But Yuna draws Darkness Paparazzi and immediately gets drunk on the thick dark energy, summoning Celeb Rose Gossip Magician. The bandit Rovian loses her patience, goes into absolute fury mode, and brings out Bandiva to clash with the corrupted magician. While the 2 trade slaps in the musical arena, Zuaijo invades the secret headquarters by running everyone over with his ship, proving that subtlety is for the weak. He and Yuhi finally reach the mysterious relic, but the corrupted girls show up drooling and ready to kill. Luckily, the Sagetsu brothers and Maddox pop out of the floor, cross their arms, and punch the girls straight into the wall with the subtlety of a runaway train. With no time to breathe, Yuhi grabs poor Shubaha, who magically turns into a sword despite starving to death, and bashes the relic, slicing the object right down the middle. Back at the ego duel, Yuna snaps out of her dark trance, realizes she was possessed, and decides to quit the bandit gang mid-match. She summons her magicians, mercilessly runs over her ex-boss, and knocks her out of the arena with 0 life points, before passing out from exhaustion.
ユーナが元に戻った。一体何が起こっているのだ。
But the real chaos goes down in the ruins of the sliced relic, where a disgusting yellow glow spits out a bizarre blonde alien identical to Udius. The bleach blonde knockoff that popped out of the relic introduces himself as Quidel Velgear, the original plastic alien prototype, revealing he's the puppet master behind all the recent misery. With almost everyone passed out, on the run, or suffering from demonic possession, the tournament finals are left to Udius and the ex-dictator Phaser, who now wants to play the repentant good good guy. The match kicks off with Phaser puking the giant Abyslayer Levianite onto the board, flexing 4,000 attack right on the first turn just to prove that tournament hosts don't play fair. On the other side, Udius draws the damn Darkness Dwarf. Phaser begs with tears in his eyes for him not to mess with the darkness, but Udius can't resist grabbing the shadowy rod. He swallows the card's massive energy, gets instantly corrupted, and summons the colossal Darkness Galactica Oblivion, which spews pink electricity all over the field. The motley crew discovers that Quaidul's genius plan is basically turning the entire universe into a little board game for him to play with by himself. The dirty trick here is that he's not controlling Udius's mind. Since the muscular protagonist is the most popular guy in the galaxy, Quaidul just needs to hitch a ride in his ripped body. If Udius wins the championship bathed in darkness, all the aliens will copy their idol and voluntarily turn themselves into cards, exactly like D-list celebrity fans doing absolutely anything stupid on the internet. While the B-team scours the sewers looking for the control room of an old ship left behind by Otis, Udius neuters all of Phaser's Levianite's attack, rendering the monster completely useless. Quaidul laughs in everyone's faces through the protagonist's body, ready to deliver the fatal blow and obliterate the ex-dictator. But when the massive attack comes, Phaser activates the most cowardly trap possible, swapping places with another player and fleeing the field. The one who drops right into hell to take the shadowy beatdown in his place is none other than Zuwaijo. Useless Epoch trips on the ground and cries to Luge to go save her private tutor, telling the massage chair to mind its own business. On the battlefield, Zuwaijo straps on Phaser's dual disc, ready to crush the corrupted Udius, and the gang discovers the spell Interstellar Change, a highly convenient prize that literally swaps players mid-match. Zuwaijo spits in the face of danger, fuses Phaser's monsters, and slams 4,200 attack onto the table, demanding to know why Quaidul took so long to make a move. The bleach blonde villain decides to share his little sob story, revealing that he was the creator's first toy and hitched a ride with Zuwaijo to Earth simply because he was bored and wanted to play card games. Yep, the entire galactic war and all the disasters happened because this cosmic parasite wanted to learn the rules of Rush Duel to turn the universe into a giant game board. Disgusted by this pathetic motive, Zuwaijo launches his monster to finish off the Space Weeb, but Udius regains control of his own body for a split second and activates the swap card. The blonde discovers that Zuwaijo was booted from the match against his will, and the one who jumps in to grab Phaser's thick tool and face the alien possession is Yuhi, promising to go toe-to-toe with the master himself before Quaidul swallows his consciousness for good. The duel continues, and Udius decides to flex by sacrificing 3 scrubs to summon a beefed-up corrupted card, punching its attack into the stratosphere. Yuhi holds the line by bringing out a tank, but realizes the real threat is arriving when the purple aura tries to penetrate deep into the muscular alien's body. Quaidul tries to dominate the protagonist's mind, thinking he finally caved and spread his legs, but discovers that Udius left the door wide open on purpose to trap the villain in a mental void, in a purely suicidal 4D chess move. While the two wrestle for control of the flesh on the astral plane, Yuga and the extras invade a ship and discover that this so-called creator of the aliens was just the residual soul of a big shot from the past. In the real world, Quaidul tries to wipe the board, but Yuhi pulls a triple fusion out of his ass and runs over the blonde creature 3 times in a row without an ounce of pity. The almighty Quaidul goes down defeated and starts crying like a baby who lost its pacifier, admitting he did all this because he bottled up his feelings when his master left. The energy explosion gives the body back to Udius, who wakes up face to face with Epoch. She immediately activates classic tsundere mode and pretends she doesn't care about him. The tournament ends. Yuhi wins an endless supply of pathetic radishes as a prize, but in the middle of the celebration, he has a macabre vision of his corrupted card, getting a gut feeling that something is terribly fishy about this so-called reality. Life goes back to normal, or at least, that's what this bunch of slackers thinks, until Chupataro shows up crying because every time he tries to fantasize about his virtual pet sheep, the image turns into Udius wearing a sheep costume. To cure the obsessed alien's broken fetish, the team tries everything. First, they put an old man in a sheep outfit to sing, which almost kills the poor guy from blunt force trauma. Then, Damamu tries to summon the creature in a duel, but ends up fusing robots and obliterating Chupataro in a single hit. Still unsatisfied, they bring in a real sheep that barks like a dog, while Rovian starts randomly beating a drum out of nowhere. Yuhi finally rubs his last 2 brain cells together and realizes the universe is tripping balls. He forces everyone to look around around and see the absurdity of the situation. Taking a closer look at this supposed reality, they notice a guy wearing a squid as a tie, Chupataro crying out of his ears, Dormammu with radishes tied to his ankles, and Emmy magically developing ripped gorilla arms. Even the suit-wearing London discovers he's become a walking joke with a swapped name. Everyone's eyes glow green, breaking the fourth wall and shattering the madhouse illusion. Yuhi concludes that none of it was real, and that ever since the tournament finals, they've all been swallowed into Quiedel's dimensional fanfic, living in a cheap simulation where not even the Radish prize made any sense. The useless squad realizes they're trapped in Quiedel's cheap simulation and desperately tries to warn the rest of the brainwashed cast. The team rushes to try and save other extras, stumbling upon bizarre madness like aliens turning into tuna cans. At Secrecy headquarters, things somehow manage to get worse when they find Maddox transformed into a pathetic furry with cat ears, going by the ridiculous name Meowdox. The suit-wearing feline threatens to sentence our heroes to a humiliating lifetime tickle prison, forcing Yuamu to power up her dual disc to end this absolute cringe fest. Maddox summons Maximum Vulcalized Phoenix thinking he has absolute control, but Yuamu doesn't play fair. She slaps her equip spells right onto his giant chicken, draining all its attack and leaving the beast more useless than the protagonist's brain, completely unable to even defend itself. Desperate, the humanoid cat eats grass off the floor, gags on the terrible taste of his own illusion, and in a fit of blind denial, sacrifices his Firebird to summon two buffed freaks with 4,000 attack. But Yuamu simply flips his monsters into defense position, deleting their hijack stats in the blink of an eye before summoning the majestic Bluetooth Burst Dragon. She sweeps the field, beats the bureaucratic cat to a pulp, and zeroes out his life points without mercy. Maddox takes the damage right to the face, loses his little cat ears, and turns back into a functional human being, who is definitely going to need a lot of therapy after this embarrassing display. Our hero storms Zion's shop, who is now a megalomaniacal billionaire, owning an absurd 8 billion franchises. Instead of listening to the warning about the fake world, Zion forces Udius to sit in a highly suspicious massage chair, and the ripped alien starts moaning and screaming nonsense as the machine vibrates deeply into his tense muscles in an acoustic horror show. Ignoring this pathetic scene, Yuhi tries to warn him that the universe is a lie, but Zion thinks it's just stupid teenage slang and completely brushes him off. They throw down in a duel, with Zion fusing his monsters into a completely untouchable deep space Yggdrago. Yuhi tries to strike back by assembling an army of rusty tools led by Jointech Hero, but Zion bounces everything back to the graveyard and destroys the kid's trump card without breaking a sweat. Instead of crying in the corner, Yuhi pretends he loves getting beaten up, exuding that unbearable masochistic protagonist energy who just loves danger. Zion draws cards in absolute delusion, summons dual space Yggdrago, and attacks twice in a row, nearly obliterating the brat's health bar. But Yuhi's stubbornness finally forces the villain to admit the brutal truth. Zion confesses that he knew he was in the Matrix from the start, but chose to stay in the lie to farm infinite money and live out the ultimate capitalist dream. Too bad Yuhi decides to crash the rich boy's party by summoning the colossal Mega Jointech Fortrix. The kid flips a coin on pure luck, gets the piercing effect, and buffs his machine's attack before firing an absurd cannon straight at the Loan Shark Space Dragon. The illusion completely collapses, the wonderful shop vanishes into thin air, and Udius faceplants onto the floor after losing his beloved vibrating chair, while Zion vows to rebuild his empire by stealing money in the real world. The Slacker Squad heads to the massive Mutsuba Tower to try and talk some sense into Asaka, but they fall straight into a ridiculous trap designed by sadists. Udius is thrown onto a mechanical bed that shoves toothbrushes down his throat and throws a plate full of breakfast in his face without the slightest mercy, all because Kawhi thought aggressive morning torture was the peak of alien hospitality. Tired of chewing every bite 80 times, the shredded alien flexes his muscles, breaks the entire machine, and challenges the dictator boss to a decisive duel. Asaka doesn't waste time. She plays the Mutsuba Tower field spell and wipes all of the alien's monsters with her demolition art before summoning the colossal Demolition Dragon Blast Hurricane. She burns the protagonist's life points for double damage thanks to the field effect, leaving Udius one tiny step away from meeting his maker. Desperate and sweating bullets, the alien does what he does best and summons his gigantic supergalactic king, Lord of Galactica. But Asaka smirks and activates a lethal trap, forcing Udius into a deadly guessing game. If he chose to destroy her spell, he'd draw 5 cards and die instantly, burned to a crisp by the residual effect damage. Completely unable to read the room and sporting a totally smooth brain, Udius blindly kicks the trap and takes 1,000 points of direct damage. Surviving the play by pure miracle, he boosts his maximum to a ridiculous 6,500 attack and vaporizes Asaka off the map with a single strike. In the end, the dictator dusts herself off and reveals she knew about the simulation all along and just wanted to use the alien as a guinea pig. When asked how Udius survived that lethal choice, the idiot confesses he tasted fried egg in his mouth and made his decision based on gut intuition, proving he has zero strategy and only survives on blind luck. Wannabe Baker Denoa is living out her fantasy as the poster girl for the steamed bread requiem, enslaving poor Miuta while useless Zuijo spends all day on the phone like a loan shark. When the shift ends, Denoa thinks the stuffed bread sale's success is all hers, but Zuijo finally steps out of the booth to warn her that everyone is trapped in Quaidol's cowardly space-time simulation. Obviously, the employee of the month ignores the fact that she's stuck in the Matrix because the only thing that matters is turning the place into a red bean paradise. The next day, Denoa decides Miuta is dead weight and shoves spicy sauce into his bread filling. The poor guy scarfs down the dough so eagerly that his lips swell up bright red from the burn, proving he can't handle swallowing hot stuff. Zuijo tries to knock some sense into his crazy employee's head, but the bakery owner throws the spicy bread in his face and challenges him to a duel for the monopoly of the entire bakery. Denoa summons cosmic insects and drops 2 level 7 freaks on turn 1, flooding the field with buffed space roaches. Zuijo responds with the good old Lord of the Void, Voidvel Crisser, slicing her bugs up like Swiss cheese. But the poster girl doesn't back down, bringing out a robotic war turtle before pulling a juicy curry bread out of her cleavage and swallowing it whole. The filling was spiked with Damamu's essence, making her fuse her body with the turtle in an absolute power trip. On the verge of losing to a possessed bakery worker, Zuijo decides to twist his own fate, throwing his precious Requiem monster in the trash just to draw 4 new cards and bring out Voidvel Gilesium. After equipping a lethal Morning Star, he crushes the turtle's shell and evaporates the rogue baker's life points. The simulation shatters, and Denoa instantly turns into a useless wooden dresser, crying like a remorseful child. As the team prepares to flee, Zuijo looks up at the sky and spots a giant glowing number 40, signaling that the cosmic madness is only just beginning. The search to wake up the rest of the useless extras from the simulation leads our heroes to a bizarre suburban house. Inside, they find spoiled Yuna playing house, but the real nightmare begins when an evil aura swallows the group and turns Udius and the twins into crying babies in diapers. To make the humiliation even worse, they are tossed into a smelly crib alongside Zuijo, who has also turned into a ridiculous baby. Yuna has completely lost her mind, fabricating a fake life where she is married to the missing Yuga and adopts space freaks turned into furniture. While everyone tries to formulate a plan in baby babble, Udius strains with all his might and craps his pants, relieving his alien bowels and disgusting everyone around him, exactly like you do when you eat questionable street food. Unable to stomach the scatological humiliation any longer, Yuhi jumps out of the crib and challenges the crazy housewife to a card duel, promising to prove that this happy life is nothing but a pathetic lie. Yuna agrees to discipline the child and brings out her celebrity pink magician, equipping her with a wand of death to beat up the kids. Baby Yuhi tries to fight back with toy dinosaurs, but Yuna activates her oppressive soccer mom powers, bouncing the toys back to his hand and dishing out severe punishment. The housewife fully snaps, fusing her magicians and creating a fabulous monstrosity that hits Yuhi's field with the dreaded whip of love, crushing the poor kid's life points with 3,000 tons of pure maternal aggression. But the rebellious baby refuses to clean up the mess for free and fuses his oval robots, revealing the imposing Tamabot Burst Dragon. Because it's a dragon, the slippery creature perfectly dodges the suburban mom's castrating debuffs and runs over the fabulous sorceress without mercy. With her life points zeroed out, Yuna's domestic domestic illusion disintegrates into thin air, and she watches her fake lawnmower husband vanish into nothingness. Now with 38 people awake from the Matrix, the heroes leave the frustrated housewife behind and continue their mission. The cosmic chaos peaks in absurdity when the Jersey brothers take to the skies on a flying bicycle like they're in a bad 80s movie, while Zuijo and Phaser philosophically debate the capacity limits of this bizarre simulation. Meanwhile, Udius and the girls run into Terza and her sister Tamako, a 10-foot-tall slacker alien who lives disguised as a basketball hoop, waiting for unsuspecting neighborhood boys to shoot basketballs through her hoop. Tamako is so incredibly lazy that she'd rather pretend to be urban infrastructure than get a real job. But when the juicy smell of Epoch stuffed bread hits her starving nostrils, she agrees to move her giant rear end for a tag duel. Yuamu and Epoch team up to crush the Space Lizard sisters, with Yuamu immediately fusing her dragons to wipe the opposing board in the blink of an eye. But the goddess of laziness, Tamako, doesn't roll over easily, sacrificing secret agents to bring out her own armed monstrosity, stealing everyone's attack and vaporizing Yuamu's blue dragon with a brutal fire attack. That's when Epoch's bratty heir decides to cheat right to their faces. She literally turns her own body into a loaded die and rolls a 6 time after time, buffing her new demon Dice Lord in a way so dirty it would make any honest player throw up. Using the power of pure stat-stealing BS, she summons a swordsman, rolls yet another rigged 6, and slices the alien sisters 6 times in a row, rubbing the defeat into their crying faces and ensuring nobody touches her soft little pastry. With the slacker basketball hoop finally humiliated and her mind cured, the group celebrates waking 40 useless heads from the mental stupor. The problem is that Zuijo realizes too late that 40 wasn't a rescue quota, but rather the absolute maximum limit of Lord Kawaidl's deck. The moment they hit the exact number, everyone's body starts glowing a sickly yellow, and they are ruthlessly sucked into the sky, shrinking and transforming into mere pieces of laminated cardboard to make up the galactic villain's ultimate deck. In a clear display of needing to compensate for the size of something, Kawaidl transforms into a colossal kaiju sporting a giant dual disc, while all the other suckers get abducted straight into a celestial deck. And guess who is too useless to even be turned into a piece of cardboard? Exactly, the beefy, block-headed alien Udius, who gets left planted on the ground like a lamppost. Pissed off about being left out of the card orgy, he decides to challenge the giant blonde to a rush duel in hopes of freeing the squad. Meanwhile, the kidnapped gang wakes up wearing tacky shirts featuring their ace monsters, realizing Kawaidl is going to literally use them as human shields. Udius kicks off the duel by dropping a bunch of high-level monsters on the board like a try-hard kid who doesn't know how to build a strategy. The villain vomits spells onto the field, triggers apocalyptic holes, and forces the imprisoned souls to clash head-on with their own allies. Udius chokes back his tears, delivers a generic motivational speech that absolutely nobody asked for, and fuses his action figures to create a massive galactic freak, running his mouth about how he would never sacrifice his partners to stick his own sword into an opponent. The problem is, Kawaidl doesn't share those morals. Without an ounce of pity, the big blonde sacrifices the cardboard versions of Yuamu, Yuhi, and Yuna just to summon Transum Prime Full Armor Nova, a monstrous monster that is basically a divine clone of himself. Completely ignoring his opponent's teenage drama, Kawaidl orders his giant beast to shove its blade deep and rip Udius's monster right down the middle. The protagonist is blown away with his life points shredded, while Kawaidl rubs his megalomaniacal plan in everyone's faces to turn the entire universe into a gigantic collector's binder. As if the situation wasn't pathetic enough, Tremolo is now literally a piece of furniture. The guy turned into a goddamn kotatsu, and still has the audacity to whine because his 3 bootlicking secretaries now prefer to fawn over his older brother. Consumed by envy, the walking table challenges his own brother Phaser to a duel, but since a table doesn't have hands to hold cards, Maddox decides to help out by shoving his own face under Tremolo's warm blanket, calling it a secret martial arts technique. If you think that sounds terribly wrong, the disgusted secretaries thought so too. The fight begins, and it's basically a petty family ego brawl fueled by giant summons. Tremolo materializes his former secretaries onto the battlefield, proving he literally hired the girls because they looked like his cardboard waifus, which hits radioactive levels of cringe. The girls watch in horror as the Kotatsu sacrifices all of them to summon a supreme steel dragon, desperately trying to prove his masculinity to his brother. Phaser, with the patience of someone who can't stand dealing with annoying relatives at a family gathering, responds by activating his own insane combo. He pulls a handful of seahorse gods out of his pocket and blows up his younger brother's monster in a massive explosion. Tremolo loses miserably and goes back to crying on the floor. But Zuaijo, watching this freak show from the front row, finally connects the dots and reveals the big truth. All this chaos and personality swapping among the gang is Quietel's fault for endlessly shuffling the cards in the deck, which means while the blonde is distracted playing with his binder, they've just gotten the perfect window to turn the tables. The plan now is simple, but hits a gigantic roadblock named UDS's hollow brain. He's the only absolute moron in the group who still hasn't swallowed the fact that they're trapped in Quietel's cosmic simulation thanks to a stupidly stubborn mental block inside his own head. Since he's the only one Quietel can't forcefully shove into the deck, the gang realizes that unlocking this idiot's mind is their only chance at salvation, and thus begins the cosmic humiliation showcase. They try absolutely everything to shove reality down the alien's throat. Yuhi challenges him to a duel to beat the crap out of his friend, but Udius just gets up off the floor praising the power of friendship. They try tying the guy up, boiling him, locking everyone in a cramped shed, and even force the poor bastard to read a cursed manga that ends up freezing the extras. Nothing works because the guy's denial is a literal black hole of stupidity. Even stage plays imitating the Wizard of Oz get thrown into the mix, and Udius practically gives them a standing ovation begging for an encore. The final straw comes when Yuamu completely loses her patience, pulls out a hypnotizer, and convinces Udius that he's a goddamn insect. Inexplicably, the technique works, and the alien's grasshopper consciousness dives into his own memories to hunt down the lock buried deep inside. While the rest of the team starts accepting defeat and glowing like cheap light bulbs to get sucked into the deck, Udius stays stuck in his mental trip. It's only when Queen Rovian drops a deafening riff on her guitar and screams directly into his ears that the rusty gears finally start turning. Udius sees the barrier in his mind and, using his eye beams, blows up his own block of idiocy. He opens his eyes and finally sees the shoddy green matrix he's stuck in, proving that miracles really do happen. With no time to catch their breath, everyone gets sucked into Quietel's deck, realizing they've been turned into mere pieces of collectible cardboard in a bizarre classroom. While the gang panics, a giant Quietel appears at the window looking like a space voyeur peeping on the neighborhood. Under pressure, Udius decides to solve things through sheer visual aggression and shoots eye lasers at the chalkboard, pulling the entire deck toward them while a lackey whispers a distraction. The effort leaves the alien overheated, forcing him to turn into a pampered spa diva with cucumbers on his eyes while Miuta drinks the vegetable's sweaty water. But they realize something disgusting, yet genius. If all 40 people in that mental asylum form a massive hive mind orgy, they become a single entity. Everyone agrees and fuses into the body of a colossal Udius, ready to clash head-on with the cardboard hoarder. The duel begins, and Quietel summons some monsters with a tribute discount, which basically leaves his beast totally limp with bottomed-out attack points. The gang mocks the fragile attack, but the villain makes up for it by gaining life points and activating unbearable effects. When it's the 40-headed Megazord's turn, Udius has a crisis of indecision mixed with too many people whispering in his ear, and he literally chickens out, turning into a flattened sheet of paper from the stress. But he sucks it up, casts a suicidal spell to summon 2 zero defense beasts, and pumps them full of steroids to boost their attack. He charges at Quietel's healer Grandma, and out of nowhere, one of the allies realizes the villain had been manipulating him from behind the scenes the whole time, but the blonde guy doesn't care about the whining. He triggers a cowardly trap, reflects the attack, and makes Udius take some brutal damage. Since they're a united mass of flesh and mind, everyone feels the blow at the exact same time, proving that taking a group beating is much more enjoyable when you're holding hands with the bros. While the circus is on fire, Yuga turns a useless robot into a stylish helmet to process thoughts faster than light and try to make sense of the dimensional mess. In the duel, both aliens start digging through their decks, but when Udius reveals his card, both feel a weirdly intimate connection and catch a glimpse of 2 galaxies merging. The gang solves a numerical riddle and figures out that the cosmic cosmic hints were sent by Yuga himself, who used his high-tech helmet to escape the fate of becoming cardboard and whisper answers in their ears. But Quietul ignores the gossip and tributes his entire zoo to summon his favorite abomination, inflating the beast's attack to the stars before slicing Udius's dragon in half, filling the group with pain. Suddenly, the blonde's arm shrivels up like a raisin left out in the sun. The almighty Big Bad admits his body is rotting away, and that all this theater of trapping the universe in a deck was just a spoiled, dying wish to play card games before kicking the bucket. Even with his allies demanding the show be cancelled, Udius decides they're going to beat the terminally ill senior citizen to the bitter end, and the villain miraculously regains the erection in his arm to continue the game. The hero kicks off a summoning spree, even using an imaginary video game controller to steal the enemy's beast, and fuses his monsters into an absurd swordsman. He juices his own monster full of steroids, weakens the villain, and goes straight for the finisher. But proving he's an incurable sadist, Quietul pulls a trap card from the bottom of the drawer, survives the hit without a scratch, and blasts a scorching beam right into the face of the 40-person clique. The shock is so intense that the universe decides to mess with their anatomy, sprouting 2 entire glowing galaxies right in the middle of each duelist's chest. Quietul kicks the door down this round by blowing up Udius's supreme monster and forcing him to resurrect his classic warrior. But it was all a seductive trap, because the blonde snatches the protagonist's monster and forces a non-consensual fusion with his own abomination, creating a colossus with infinite attack. He seizes the moment to give an unnecessary astronomy lesson, revealing that their bodies harbor the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies, destined to collide and merge, which explains his sick obsession with the hero. The boss fires an attack capable of obliterating an entire solar system straight at Udius's face. But, just like you coming up with excuses to avoid paying rent, the protagonist pulls a miracle out of his pocket. He cancels the attack, fills the enemy's health bar until it overflows, and in exchange, hijacks the super jacked monster for himself. Now sitting in the driver's seat, the 40-mind clique discards their own hand, draws a fresh batch of cards, and completely juices up the stolen machine's attack with over 12,000 points of pure aggression. With a buff literally called full speed penetration, Udius charges in to annihilate the enemy's defense. Desperate, Quietul shoves his hand into his own hollow chest, forcing his filthy galaxy into the hero's in a pathetic attempt to possess that shredded body and live a few more days. Udius actually spreads his legs and welcomes the cosmic invasion, but the villain goes limp at the last second, admitting his essence is too rotten to survive the trip. Quietul thanks him for the good feeling, evaporates from existence, and the attack finally pulverizes his life points down to 0. The simulation crumbles and everyone returns to reality celebrating, but the festive mood goes straight down the drain when Udius freezes, hearing the echo of the deceased warning him that everyone from their race is about to kick the bucket. Yuhi decides the best place to reflect on the end of the world is literally inside a trash can. Udius's 8.88 million compatriots are crying in despair because they're going to fade from existence, but our muscular alien tells everyone to suck it up and stay optimistic while the universe plans their funeral. Trying to save the day, Yuhi goes looking for a fortune teller, only to find the useless Nostro without his parasitic hat. Apparently, the hat race formed a secret cult just for themselves, and if a human gets caught in there, they lose their eyes and their sanity. Naturally, Yuhi puts on the cheapest, trashiest costume possible, and drags Dormammu to this convention of crazy aliens. Arriving at the clandestine event, they bump into the girls who also had the brilliant idea of cosplaying as headwear. On stage, the cult leader announces that the Rush Duel tournament is about to begin, but there's a catch. They've already foreseen the future and know every move, which turns the match into a bunch of people standing around staring at each other like idiots. The leader realizes there are intruders reeking of humans in the hall, and the horde of psychopathic hats attacks the kids, throwing rock salt at everyone's heads. Unable to foresee the distant future to save the aliens from turning into cosmic dust, the gang heads back to HQ defeated. To make matters worse, a message arrives warning that half of another race has already evaporated into space. But then Yuhi's tiny brain finally rubs 2 neurons together, and he realizes the fake cult duel was a subliminal message. The ridiculous moral of the story is that you can always turn the game around before the final defeat. And while Udius cries tears of joy at this cheap metaphor, Rovian is singing at the castle about seasoning hats with lemon and salt. At headquarters, the gang realizes they need Yuga to save the day, but he's gone missing just like your dad. Suddenly, the spoiled lowly Emmy and the weirdo London pop out of nowhere crying because her dog Graves ran away from from home to become a movie star. They end up at a recording studio where Imi is the leading lady and discover the traitorous Mutt is getting bullied backstage by a stuck-up poodle. Smelling the betrayal, Imi makes the director change the script on the spot and forces the dog to settle things in the only language accepted in this universe, a goddamn rush duel. The dog whips out his deck of rabid canines, barking aggressively while London tries to translate the threats for the lowly. Graves attacks mercilessly, flooding the field with monstrous hounds and crushing the girl's life points. But Imi doesn't take anyone's crap and summons an army of buff-cleaning waifus to wipe the dog off the map, mopping the floor with his face. The fight gets so insane that the jealous poodle on the ceiling decides to push an entire cow down to crush the girl and ruin the shoot. Seeing his owner about to become loli pate underneath a flying bovine, Graves abandons the match, jumps to save the girl, and reverts to his jacked alien form right in the middle of the set. He purposely loses the duel because he'd rather use his muscles to save the girl than activate the trap that would guarantee his victory. The director, who has even fewer morals than you do, thinks putting a shredded alien in the movie is marvelous and approves the scene without a second thought. While everyone celebrates this bizarre moment of canine redemption, a random bird at the studio blurts out that it knows where Yuga is, proving that the season's mystery could have been solved by a gossiping parrot. The team of slackers goes camping in front of a vending machine, waiting for Yuga to show up, just like you waiting for your ex to text back. While they waste time there, the situation at the factory gets chaotic as the side characters try to shove a giant gear down Zion's throat so he can fix the broken relic. Since swallowing solid metal isn't exactly tasty, he refuses and demands to settle it in a card game against the Luge, who is currently nothing more than a glorified massage chair. Since the chair has no hands, Little Epoch volunteers to handle the cards while stuffed inside a cardboard box. The duel between a talking piece of furniture and a relaxation appliance heats up. The chair summons massive dragons and fuses everybody, hoping to seal the deal, but Zion humiliates his former boss by activating a fusion-canceling card twice, breaking the chair's legs and destroying whatever was left of the great King of Terror's dignity in the blink of an eye. Even after winning the duel and proving his superiority, Zion mysteriously shrinks the damn gear and swallows it deep down his throat anyway. With his powers activated, he punches the massage chair, and the rest of the furniture-transformed crew into a magical closet, spins the box around and spits everyone back out in human form. Thinking they've discovered the cure for all mechanical evils, they shove the shattered space relic into the closet, hoping for a cosmic miracle. The result is a pathetic pile of rubble crashing to the floor. Zion confesses that the relic was never a piece of furniture to begin with, so his ability is totally useless here. At the end of the day, the only thing that works out is that Yuhi finds a robot in the middle of a scrapyard. The depressive Rovian is on the roof singing gothic space songs about how everyone is going to fade away, but she soon steps down from the stage to beg for a job at UTS. Since the folks there never turn down cheap labor, they hire her, and she promises to seal away her weird poems forever. Meanwhile, Yuna spends her day stalking a vending machine like a crazy person looking for Yuga. At the office, Rovian finds an old acoustic guitar and discovers that Purdy, the rundown office seamstress, was secretly Princess G, her childhood idol. Purdy tries to play dumb, saying that the artist's life doesn't pay the bills and that she'd rather be a frustrated corporate wage slave with benefits. But Rovian refuses to see her hero turn into a miserable drone and challenges her to a guitar duel. They fuse dual discs onto their instruments like an aggressive game of Guitar Hero. Purdy summons Prima Guitarna and reveals her dark past, proving she gave up her dreams to focus on a company that doesn't even care about her, just like you at your current job. The princess humiliates the rookie by changing the scenery into a full-blown concert and almost wipes out Rovian's life bar entirely. But the rocker gets furious, breaks her promise of not reciting poetry, and unleashes her rainbow aura. She summons her monsters, fuses everything into the prophecy flail, and starts declaiming the deepest text in the universe, which turns out to just be a sweet, spicy, and bitter curry recipe that leaves everyone drooling. Powered by cosmic seasoning, Rovian runs over the corporate guitarist and wins the duel. Purdy realizes she still has the soul of an artist. While back at HQ, the nerds are trying to extract data from a sweaty toy robot in an attempt to save the universe. Breakfast at UTS gets interrupted when Townsend realizes that the 8 million micro-aliens trapped inside his pocket ship are literally evaporating. The tiny blue-collar workers beg him to hide this tragedy from Udius, so as not to ruin the muscular protagonist's vibe. Townsend, in an act of desperation and extreme simping, goes crying at Asaka's feet, begging her to shove her company's employees into the ship to pretend the aliens are still there. Like a good heartless capitalist, Asaka rejects the idiotic idea of replacing billions of lives with underpaid workers, forcing Townsend to whip out his dual disc. The heavy machinery battle begins. Townsend summons his feline tractor, using the sweat and life force of the dying aliens running on a space hamster wheel just to power his monster to drill through everything in its path. Asaka responds by throwing demolition dragons in his face, rubbing it in that hiding the little guy's deaths won't change reality. Suddenly, a frozen guy drops right into the middle of the beef just to warn them that his entire fleet had bitten the dust, and immediately after, he evaporates into thin air himself. Asaka shows no pity for his grief, fuses her monsters into a demolition emperor, and blows up Townsend's tractor without any lube, zeroing out the poor guy's points. The ship flashes red and shuts down completely, confirming that the 8 million extras have kicked the bucket for good. Asaka finally shows a drop of empathy and promises to keep her mouth shut about the accidental genocide, while the detectives at HQ find a grainy security tape proving that Yuga is still wandering around out there. Yuna's romantic psychopathy reaches alarming levels as she ambushes Yuga's favorite vending machine, but the suits from the secret agency were faster and set up a giant trap on the street, literally a massive plastic container, to catch the creator of Rush Duel like you'd catch a sewer rat. Yuna loses her mind seeing her man locked up, slams Maddox against the wall, and demands to see Yuga immediately. Maddox tries to explain that the boy is the key to saving the universe and not her personal toy, but the crazy stalker doesn't care about logic and forces a duel to get what she wants. Maddox tries to set up a nasty chemical combo on the field, but Yuna, driven by the desperation of a rejected stalker, summons her luxury mages and locks down all the guy's special summons. Unable to use his ultimate card, Maddox is forced to fuse his assistants into a giant electric warrior. Seizing the moment, he rubs the harsh, humiliating truth in Yuna's face. Yuga didn't disappear because of an evil plot. He simply ran away because he couldn't stand her harassment and sick obsession anymore. Yuna gets hit with a reality check, realizing she's the villain in her own romance, but channels her frustration by fusing her monsters into a pair of digital influencer twins. With the absolute power of internet cancel culture, the influencers blast a beam straight into Maddox's face, mercilessly wiping out his life points. Defeated, he finally opens the giant trap, but to the surprise of absolutely no one, Yuga dug a hole in the asphalt just like Bugs Bunny and escaped again. The security footage reveals a look of pure terror on Yuga's face, confirming he'd rather live in the sewers than spend 5 minutes alone with Yuna. At night, the giant bread-shaped ship crashes onto Earth, and Zuaijo emerges from the shadows ready for the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Terza completely ignores the end of the world to decide if she should visit her ex, all while Tamako swallows 3 dango sticks at once, proving where their true priorities lie. At HQ, Townsend locks UDS in a garage like a mangy mutt to prevent him from dueling and fading from existence, since 8 million aliens just vanished into thin air. At the base, the Suit Squad discovers the weird robot holds the cure to extinction, but the nerd moment is interrupted by Miyuta and Denoa. Denoa's brilliant strategy for stealing the robot, threatening to smear the entire machine with the hot cream from her spicy curry bread, leaving the scientist Kawai in pure panic. To resolve the standoff, the twins decide to throw down with cards. Yuamu plays her cyber dragons, but Miyuta, even noticing his arm getting terrifyingly flabby and limp from lack of life energy, summons a zoo of bizarre birds and attacks the duo. Yuhi, who clearly has no will to live, uses the Power Bond card to summon a monster with 6,000 attack, accepting the massive recoil damage just to prove he's tough. But the physical toll is too much for Miyuta. The flaccid arm was no bluff, and he begins to disintegrate, turning into glitter and claiming that love has a delicious aroma before evaporating completely, leaving Denoa screaming in despair. Instead of running away, the girl sucks it up, steps onto her dead partner's platform, and fuses his monster with hers, creating a colossal abomination with 6,500 attack. She mercilessly crushes the twins and walks off with the machine. In the garage, Udius finally cuts through the door with a laser only to run straight into Zuijo, who reveals the plot twist. Miyuta's tragic sacrifice was just a cheap distraction to buy him time to duel Udius himself. The twins speed off on their hoverboards to try and prevent the worst, since apparently playing cards now accelerates alien death. But Udius, having the intellect of a doorknob, ignores the warnings that he'll turn into smoke and fires up his dual disc, focused solely on clashing with Zuijo. Udius summons his standard space fleet, but Zuijo isn't playing around. He grabs Dormammu, fuses his own body with the creature's dark energy, and creates the colossal Voidveld Gigantomachia, cleaving Udius's monster in half. Udius responds by fusing his monsters into an even bigger abomination, crushing Zuijo with so much force that the guy is ejected from the fusion, crashing to the ground with his leg completely limp and shriveled. Asaka arrives wanting to shut down the servers and cancel the playground brawl, but the kids whine at her to let the show go on. Townsend then drops the bomb that 8 million aliens have already gone down the drain. Udius has a mental breakdown, but incredibly concludes that feeling the weight of his own mortality is the ultimate turn-on in life, deciding to continue the beatdown. Zuijo empties his hand, pukes out a black hole onto the arena, and summons Voidvelg Apocalypse, equipping the monstrosity with a flying saucer to reach an absurd 6,000 attack. Udius tries to negate the magic, inflating his own dragon to 6,500 in a true contest of who has the bigger sword. But Zuijo pulls a strategy out of thin air, sucks up energy from the graveyard, boosts his monster to 7,500, and wipes Udius's monster off the map. Refusing to stay down, Udius rebuilds his field once more, but Zuijo's life energy finally runs out. His body shrivels up completely, leaving him incapacitated on the floor. Right then, Denoa and Terza pop out of nowhere to hold him up, helping him shout the name of the final monster. Guided by the power of the script, they shred Udius's monster, zeroing out his life points. As soon as the dust settles, Zuijo and Denoa simply cease to exist, leaving only a sobbing Udius hugging the dirty floor. The morning after the tragedy, Udius decides to drown his sorrows by shoving 8 bowls of food down his throat at once, pissing Yuhi off. School is closed because the city is in a panic over the vanishing aliens, so Yuamu drags everyone, just like you when you're forced to leave your room, on a therapeutic field trip. After wandering around town taking pictures at the dump and eating ice cream, they follow a sketchy flyer and end up at the super secret insect ninja village. The place is so bankrupt that the receptionist dressed as a ladybug almost has a heart attack from the shock of seeing customers. The main attraction is a pathetic duel show between a beetle boy and a cicada boy, but the actors are so dead inside that they give up on attacking and throw their turns in the trash just because the park is about to close. Seeing cards treated with such disdain is the perfect trigger. Udius bursts into tears, storms the stage, and gives an unbearable motivational speech about how giving up before trying is for cowards. The entire cast, which consists of exactly 6 extras in bug suits, confesses that the park went under because a giant invisible wall cut off highway access years ago. How do jacked aliens solve infrastructure problems? Udius screams, assumes his glowing colossal form, and simply fires pulsing lasers from his eyes, blasting a hole through the forest to create a new road. With the traffic issue fixed and the insects crying tears of joy, the group heads home. Then, the HQ scientists finally reveal that the secret research they read 2 episodes ago magically contains the recipe to revive the dusted aliens. And just as hope returns, some mysterious lunatic in space declares that it's time to act because peace lasts less than 3 minutes in this universe. Our glorious UTS crew clocks in at Asaka's factory to watch the printing of the miracle card that will revive the deleted aliens. Asaka hits the shiny button, and the card instantly turns to dust, proving that corporate miracles never work on the first try. When Udius tries to say thanks by trapping the boss in a euphoric bear hug, he takes a punch to the snout for invading the dictator's personal space. Meanwhile, Yuamo plays an educational VHS tape from the late Kuidol, who explains that the resurrection process works by mixing memories with rush dual magic, requiring machinery that would make NASA cry with envy. In the basement, Rovian's gang gang tries to cook green curry as independent contractors, proving the job market is terrible even in outer space. Asaka finally finishes printing the backup card and turns on the control system's global Wi-Fi, covering the Earth in a bizarre web. But the kid Yuga, starved for attention, hacks TV screens worldwide like a rebellious teenager and announces he's going to shut the whole damn thing down. He spouts some nonsense about how the miracle card will ruin the card game for kids in the future. Everyone boards the Valvalgear ship and heads to space to confront him. Udius tries to pick a fight with Yuga, but Yuhi steps up, biting the bullet so the big alien doesn't drain his life energy. Yuhi summons his junk robot, but Yuga brings out Seven's chariot with 5,000 attack, blasting an electric beam straight into the kid's face and nearly zeroing out his points. The kid then drops a punishing combo and reveals he smuggled that Monster Reborn card from the mail just to rub it in his opponent's face. Seeing defeat knocking at the door, Yuga panics, fires up his ship's engine, and tries to get the hell out, while a colossal dueling robot sprouts from the craters of the moon to make things even more schizophrenic. With the giant robot cosplaying as a satellite dish on the moon, Yuhi decides it's a brilliant idea to activate the infamous Monster Reborn. The spell's magic is so intense it instantly fries the twins' brains, forcing Yuhi to swallow an absolute feast of memories from Yuga's future, like watching a speedrun compilation of someone else's trauma. The card pulls Seven's Road Magician from the great beyond, and Yuhi seizes the chance to summon Jointech Dano vehicle, running over Yuga's armored monster in a stellar hit and run. Surviving purely on plot armor, Yuga decides that if he can't win the children's card game, he'll resort to pure tactical violence, aiming his ship's cannon straight at the control system. The problem is that the giant moon robot simply ignores the laws of physics and delivers a colossal punch to his ship, yeeting the stubborn kid into infinity. In a fit of irrational compassion, Yuamu flies out into the vacuum of space to save the depressed boy, and a friendly space sword catches the flying metal carcass. Out of nowhere, Yuamu puts on Yuga's dual disc and declares that she's making this her problem now. The girl fully embraces the chaos, fuses Seven's Road Charm Witch with an unbreakable amulet on the board, and mercilessly crushes her own brother's life points, announcing she's going to become the ultimate villain to protect Yuga's abandoned future. Refusing to accept this sibling humiliation, Yuhi vomits Super Galaxy King Lord of Galactica onto the field. The maximum summon is so absurd it literally tears through the fabric of space and time, ripping open a cosmic drain that starts sucking in entire fleets. A meteor shower nearly turns Yuhi into space paste, forcing Udius to jump in, snatch the dual disc out of the kid's hand, and take over the fight against Yuamu right in the middle of this dimensional blender. The duel rages on in the eye of the cosmic hurricane, with Yuamu drawing Seven's Road Ultima Witch and Fishing Monster Reborn out of the trash to punch the galactic dragon in the face with an absurd 4,600 attack. Udius survives by a hair sweating bullets, but his legs suddenly start shriveling up and turning into cosmic dust, reminding everyone that he's literally got one foot in the grave. In a highly convenient near-death delirium, the buff alien has a telepathic chat with Quietel's ghost, who warns him to be very careful with the Odo family. Snapping back to reality before fully disintegrating, Udius pumps his Jointech Rex full of armor until it hits 5,100 attack, mercilessly blowing up Yuamu's witch and dropping her life points to 0.
ごめん。
And here comes the cherry on top of this crap cake. He reveals this entire ordeal was pointless. Quietel abandoned the original project because using the card to resurrect everyone would fry everybody's brains with a colossal overdose of collective memories. The heroic effort was literally a massive waste of time. With the space rift opening its mouth to swallow the entire neighborhood, the crew stuffs the unconscious Yuga into a spaceship powered entirely by spicy curry and shoots the kid back to his future right through the anomaly. Miraculously, the plan works and the cosmic sinkhole closes, but Yuamu blinks at the wrong time, gets devoured by the dimensional vacuum, and vanishes, leaving behind only her dropped glasses like some cruel cosmic joke. Meanwhile, on Earth, capitalism continues to crush people's souls, with Asaka manufacturing defective rockets and Rovian's crew blowing up underground curry cauldrons. Refusing to accept this melancholic defeat, Udius preps his ship to hunt for Yuamu across the dark vastness of space, only to to find out that Yuhi, Epoch, and Dormammu broke into the vehicle to hitch a ride on this possibly suicidal road trip. They set off toward infinity, while Asaka locks the cursed card deep inside a hyper-secure vault, ensuring no other idiot tries to play God ever again. Just 3 hours after taking off like heroes, the crew of misfits realizes the only food on board is Zuijo's glorious curry bread. The problem is, swallowing the same hot, mushy dough all day long makes anyone nauseous. Desperate to put literally anything else in their mouths, Udius has the brilliant idea to shove the bread into a nuclear fusion machine mixed with space dragon fabric. The state-of-the-art blender chokes on the bizarre slop, glows intensely, and spits out a cosmic anomaly. The entire ship goes into hyperdrive while the onboard computer suddenly achieves sentience. The AI dubs itself CPT, an abomination born of curry, panko, and tissue, gaining a giant yellow body and refusing to cooperate with inferior life forms. Since every problem in the universe is solved with a card game, Udius draws his dual disc to subjugate the mutant carbohydrate. CPT vomits spice cards onto the table, burning the protagonist's life points with the heat of its seasonings and summoning a curry abomination to the field. But Udius refuses to lose to an afternoon snack. The ripped alien fuses his monsters to bring out Transum Power Linak, firing a giant electric blast right into the bread waifu's face. CPT explodes and loses the duel, but the carb-loaded nightmare is far from over. The AI respawns wearing Yuamu's lost glasses, to Yuhi's absolute despair, while casually dropping the bomb that the whole ship is about to crash into a random planet. Amidst the unbridled chaos of their imminent doom, a bizarre figure lurks in the shadows, proving the worst is yet to come. The ship violently crash lands on a mining planet, but the real tactical disaster is that Yuhi desperately needs to take a leak. To the boys' horror, the bathrooms have been swallowed by an impenetrable darkness. From the shadows emerges Sabuus, a self-proclaimed dark angel of calamity who categorically refuses to unclog the toilet. Noticing the sheer agony of Yuhi's full bladder, the sadistic alien decides the only way to free up the porcelain throne is by winning a bloody card duel. Yuhi is already sweating cold, crossing his legs, and praying to the gods he doesn't soil his pants on an intergalactic broadcast. Adding to his humiliation, he realizes he mixed his deck with his sister's. While the protagonist fights his own sphincter contractions, Sabuus sets his shadowy monsters face down, relishing in the kid's expressions of absolute despair. CPT, the curry-bred AI, instantly falls in love with the edgy villain, proving that terrible taste rules this group. Sabuus fuses his abyssal creatures to bring out dark matter enigmata, pushing poor Yuhi's life points to the brink of the abyss. About to explode in yellow fluids, Yuhi accepts his fate and fuses his monsters into a brutal Jointech Rex, obliterating the enemy's dark defense and wiping the Dark Lord off the board. The moment the villain's points drop to 0, Sabuus promises to fix the bathroom and runs away, transforming into an emo leopard. Yuhi finally sprints to the porcelain throne to release the hostage liquid, only to face the final boss of human humiliation. There's no toilet paper. Looking to his side, he spots 2 bizarre clones of Dormammu offering him radioactive rocks and dragon sandpaper to wipe his own rear. Our idiot heroes finally defrost Maddox and the useless cat Meowstar, hoping they brought supplies for the trip. But since competence doesn't exist in this universe, the duo reveals they turned into cosmic popsicles by mistake and didn't bring a single grain of rice. The gastronomic nightmare of curry bread remains intact. The situation spirals completely out of control when Epoch drops a smuggled bag of chips. Immediately, the Dormammu clones, Udius, and the robotic bred CPT engage in an ape-like brawl over the snack, firing lasers so recklessly they destroy the ship's gravity generator. Floating in the vacuum of their own ignorance, Maddox tries to take charge by threatening to blow everything up with a chemical bomb, but Epoch steps out of her cardboard box to challenge the preppy guy. The blue-haired girl reveals her true power, the voice of the king, capable of subjugating weak minds, which she uses by screaming at the top of her lungs to force everyone to stop clowning around. A duel dictates who runs this flying scrap metal. Epoch relies on the luck of her monsters, rolling rolling dice on the board like an underground casino addict as she summons Dice Might girl Chirori. But Maddox, playing the sadistic chemistry teacher, combines his cards to create chemicalized Super Graphigas Archer, shoving a humiliation potion down the girl's throat and dropping her life points to 0 with a devastating attack. Despite taking a colossal tactical beating, Epoch gets an absurd consolation prize. Maddox licks the lowly's boots and declares her the new captain of the fleet. With gravity magically restored, the crew gathers the crushed chips from the floor and tosses them into the same nuclear blender that almost killed them earlier, creating a tasty bread. Satisfied with her own defeat-based leadership, the captain points to the horizon and dictates their next destination, the ridiculous planet Mao Mao Mao. The crew of deadbeats lands on the planet, where Meowdistar's grandparents decide to torture everyone with an endless monologue about peaceful rules just because they saved the old folks from the ice. Ignoring the geriatrics, the team flees to a cave looking for clues to revive their extinct race, but the radio dies. The culprit is a disgusting green slime named Bruyea, who slithers up to Meowdistar, begging for affection and calling the cat mommy. Like any normal person would do when bothered by a giant loogie, Meowdistar accepts a rush duel with her motherhood on the line. The green slime summons bizarrely named Dark Matter Enigmata cards to force his weird Oedipus fetish, setting up a defensive combo where his zero-attack abomination reflects all direct damage back to the cat. Meowdistar tries to rip the creature apart by flooding the field with her space cats, fusing her furry squad into Starcat Ace Neon Buster. But the sticky loogie refuses to stop suckling from the teat, and reflects the damage once again. On the verge of becoming this space freak's 10th mother, Meowdistar realizes the creature is just as lonely and pathetic as you on a Saturday night. With pure revulsion, she activates a trap card, shifts his tentacles' battle positions, and perfectly breaks the reflection combo. Seizing the opening, the cat blasts a beam of pure violence right into the green slime's face. Bruyea cries for mommy and runs away humiliated. Suddenly, the parasite Dormammu multiplies into 3 idiotic copies. The elderly grandparents finally finish reading the rules of peace, and the cave floor opens up to reveal a secret passageway. After watching her colleague lick his own wounds in defeat, the edgy cheerleader Zayet decides to take the stage to drown the heroes in despair. Meanwhile, the idiot crew descends through hidden holes in old pillows and is forced to play bizarre games and alien treasure hunts just to open some doors, all while the 3 Dormammu copies make Yuhi's life a living hell by asking brain-melting math questions. At the end of the hallway, Zayet spawns out of nowhere demanding a duel against Udius, but the supposed galactic threat has a nervous breakdown because a piece of dried-up mochi got stuck to her hand. The poor girl's anxiety reaches critical mass while Udius beats down her front line with Galactica Oblivion. Instead of finishing the job, the buff alien decides to play motivational speaker and shouts words of encouragement at his enemy. The cheerleader absorbs the speech, turns her anxiety into a weird fetish for despair, and fuses her monsters into Dark Matter Enigmata. She slaps on equip cards until the beast swells to an absurd 6,600 attack, nearly wiping the protagonist out of existence. Surviving by a miracle, Udius brings Transom Power Linak to the field. Zaya tries to force his monsters to lie down in defense, but Udius tributes his own cards, absorbs the power of the Fallen, and buffs up Linak until it hits 7,700 attack, penetrating the girl's defenses in a single strike. With a victory built on forced friendship, the secret door finally opens, revealing a cosmic information jammer. The AI ship analyzes the scrap and drops the bomb that the dreaded Dark Matter Empire was literally founded a month ago. Our useless crew is losing whatever little sanity they have left by turning curry bread into a disgusting paste on an improvised cooking show. The smell attracts Fukamura, a high-ranking dark officer who spent the entire trip hiding as a cowardly ball in the ship's basement, demanding to eat the curry bread left at the bottom of the pile because he's too lazy to dig for it. Epoch decides to play Asylum Shrink and humiliates the spherical alien, calling the guy a loser who's afraid to see the sun. Feeling his ego bruised, the dark ball demands a duel, and Maddox takes the fall, getting weirdly turned on by his made-up vice captain title. Fukamura applies the ultimate slacker tactic and locks his Dark Matter Enigmata on the field using absurd protection spells, refusing to leave his room while he chips away at Maddox's life from a far far with cowardly attacks, reducing the poor guy to a measly 400 life points. Sick of this clown show, Maddox stops playing around, summons Super Graphagos Vapor Lancer, and activates an effect of pure governmental oppression, forcing the round boy to return all his protective defenses to his hand. Fukumura's shield is brutally ripped away, revealing his armor was literally just a cape, and he was exposed the whole time. Humiliated by the cruel forces of society, Fukumura takes a colossal shot to the face and gets obliterated. The coward runs away crying in shame, while the Damamugu breaks the laws of physics by multiplying into 8 copies before fusing back together. Back at the villain's lair, Fukumura crawls around begging his master for forgiveness, revealing his tantrum over curry bread was just a lame excuse to steal a dual disc for their newborn organization. Zuwajo wakes up floating in a purple space fart, remembering when he turned into glitter, and gets swallowed by a dark tornado that spits him right at the door of a gothic castle. Back at the castle, a bowling ball named Fukumura tries to lick Zuwajo, but gets put in a humiliating armbar. The squad of dark weirdos shows up, featuring a green blob whining for a mommy, until the true master of the house, the Dark Meister, spawns from the shadows accompanied by an energy cat. She throws Zuwajo's deck on the floor like he's a beggar, and forces him to play a card game to understand the meaning of life. Zuwajo summons his usual buff warriors and tries to leave a scratch on the goth lady, but the woman just smiles while her cat has an electrical stroke. She brings out a massive dark dragon, blows everything up, and vomits blue flames in Zuwajo's face. He tries to fight back using his entire graveyard to fuse Voidveld Gehenna Magia, blocking her spells with the tenacity of a lunatic stalker. But the goth lady doesn't need spells. She simply smashes her monsters together in a dry contact fusion and pulls the Dark Matter Emperor Dragon out of nowhere. The giant beast lobs a glittery fireball that obliterates Zuwajo's dignity, leaving him sprawled on the floor. Realizing the Dark Meister's punishment hurts so good, Zuwajo gets up, stares deep into the goth lady's eyes, takes a knee, and begs to be the Empire's new submissive little lapdog. At the Dark Castle, Zuwajo discovers his new job description includes being bothered by lonely aliens. A sticky green blob begs to call Zuwajo mommy and be held affectionately, but Zuwajo ignores the bizarre fetish and focuses on making soft black mochi balls. The useless Fukumura shows up just to swallow Zuwajo's gooey balls whole, while Sabuus bites his lips in envy because the Dark Meister ordered the rookie to steal curry bread from the protagonist's ship. On the ship, the Primate crew finally realizes they never actually took off from the cat planet because the 2 girls in charge spent the whole day screaming into a megaphone like broken kettles. But before they can fire up the engine, Sabuus the kiss-ass invades the ship to collect the food. Epoch, the pint-sized rage machine, decides to settle this with a children's card game. Sabuus drops 2 dummies on the board, cuts his own life points, and fuses Enigmata, swearing this will impress his buff idol. Epoch summons magical girls and rolls dice with a gambling addiction that would destroy her bank account. She tries to hit the dark creature, but Sabuus whips out the Dark Knight and fuses again, making her monsters weaker than the self-esteem of the person reading this. In a panic, Epoch tributes her own field in a suicide attack, rolls the dice, and gets an embarrassingly low number. Just when everyone thinks she's about to be wiped from existence, the gambling addict pulls an illegal spell card, re-rolls the die to land a victorious 6, and kicks Sabuus' knight in the face until it turns to dust. Defeated and humiliated, Sabuus cries, realizing he just wanted to be noticed by Zuwajo. As if triggered by a mysterious summoning spell, Zuwajo himself steps majestically out of the bushes, leaving everyone in shock. The muscular alien Udius frantically starts feeling Zuwajo's body just to make sure his old commander isn't a mirage. Confirming the flesh is firm and juicy, he hears Zuwajo demand a card game to steal the curry bread stashed in the back of the ship's closet. Udius draws his dual disc with a twinkle in his eye, perfectly ready to take a glorious beating. Zuwajo comes out swinging, dropping Requiem on the board and pumping the beast full of dark powers. Udius tanks the hit at the absolute limit, gaining life points like a coward, before fusing 3 monsters into a galactic abomination to create Eternal Galactica Oblivion. He punches Zuwajo in the face twice, reducing his rival to barely any life, but the bastard refuses to stay down. With blood in his eyes, Zuwajo draws a useless 0-attack creature, grabs Requiem, and performs a brutal contact fusion without using a spell card, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor at such an obscenity. Dark Matter Requiem destroys Udius's defense using the graveyard, pierces his monster mercilessly, and drops the alien's life points to zero in a single massive blow. With victory in the bag, Zuaijo walks over to the pantry, but instead of reaching in through the front like a civilized person, he simply punches through the back wall, busting open the ship and grabbing the bread through the hole. The entire crew is left looking like a bunch of clowns, realizing they could have done that the whole time. Zuaijo returns victoriously, delivering the goods to the ultimate goth lady. The Dark Meister extracts the milky dark power of his victory and squirts this cream all over the soft mochi balls for her lackeys to happily swallow. But when she rips open the bread with her bare hands and stares deeply into the brown, creamy curry filling, rage consumes her soul as she realizes she sent her warriors to risk their lives for something that looks exactly like a pile of turds. The crew of misfits decides to use an engine with an absurdly long name to travel through hyperspace. But the real danger isn't the speed of light, it's the ship's cooking. They decide the best meal for the moment is a curry bread frozen at -800 degrees, hard enough to be used as a blunt weapon. And since this team has the combined IQ of a doorknob, they think it's brilliant to turn the curry rock into a slushie. While everyone enjoys gulping down this icy slop, the Damamu clones devour the grub and suffer a brain freeze so violent they start undergoing bizarre mutations. Damamu starts transforming into random characters from the past, going from a ninja with a guitar to a madman holding a giant tuna. Udius, with the subtlety of a bulldozer, decides the best way to cure someone else's headache is by firing a lethal laser from his eyes, but he ends up getting electrocuted by his own attack, proving that muscles and brains rarely go hand in hand. Tired of being a human petting zoo, Damamu turns into Yuhi's clothes and demands to resolve the situation the only logical way in this universe: a children's card game. The schizophrenic alien summons a fleet of giant robotic eggs, making a bunch of terrible culinary puns while trying to crush Yuhi. But Yuhi has no mercy for his own offspring and summons a fused mechanical abomination to smash the yolk out of the enemy monsters in one fell swoop. After having his life points wiped out and being publicly humiliated, Damamu simply melts, turning into a puddle of green goo on the floor, just like your brain watching this. Before they can mourn the puddle of slime that used to be their friend, the ship drops out of hyperspace and crashes straight into dark matter space. And to wrap up the freak show, the ship's AI pops up on the screen with a sadistic look, ready to prove that trusting talking toasters is never a good idea. The traitorous AI decides that murdering the crew isn't enough, so it opens a hole in the floor to dump everyone into the vacuum of space. After miraculously surviving thanks to a cat mashing buttons, they discover the machine's true evil plan, vacuuming up all the curry bread on the ship with a giant hoover. The suction is so aggressive, it rips Yuhi's clothes right off, leaving the kid in his underwear in space. CPT hijacks the ship and flees, but not before spitting out a giant bread crust that Yuhi is forced to wear to keep from freezing to death, reaching the absolute peak of cosmic humiliation. Stranded on an ice planet dressed as a snack, they stumble upon CPU, a defective AI whose only talent is vomiting dark matter shaped like food. The robot regurgitates a radioactive tuna sushi that Udius devours with the enthusiasm of someone with no taste buds, before vomiting a feast of udon straight from its own mouth. With no better options, the whole team ends up relaxing and taking a bath inside a colossal bowl of hot soup with noodles floating around. Trying to give the robot's pathetic existence some purpose, Udius challenges it to a duel, but instead of going easy, our hulking protagonist obliterates the poor thing in a single turn, proving that alien empathy has its limits. Snooping through the traumatized robot stuff, they discover its diary actually belongs to Zuaijo, confirming the emo villain was out here cooking soup. Urgently needing to escape, they build a hot air balloon powered by fire, forcing CPU to spit super spicy flames into the engine. During their desperate high-speed getaway, the ship springs a fatal air leak. Yuhi's brilliant idea is to wedge himself into the hole and stop the leak, serving as a living cork while they fly toward the enemy's lair. The grand infiltration strategy goes down the drain when Yuhi decides that playing fashion designer is more important than oxygen, tearing pieces of his own balloon to make clothes and causing the ship to crash land right into the villain's living room. Surrounded by enemies, Udius draws his duel disc and demands answers, but the Dark Meister refuses the match. That's when Yuhi uses the deadliest negotiation tactic in the universe. He blatantly bluffs, claiming he knows where the precious curry breads are hidden. The bait works, and the leader of the dark side bites. On a holographic battlefield that now inflicts real physical pain, Udius summons his shining alien warrior, but the Dark Meister isn't messing around. She fuses dark mist with a dragon and obliterates Udius's monster, making the muscular protagonist groan in pain as he takes the brunt of the dark matter. While Udius takes a beating, Dormammu's clones mysteriously stop being puddles of green snot and revert to a solid form at the back of the arena, absorbing the chaotic energy of the place. Determined to end the circus, Udius gathers all the junk from his graveyard and summons a fused monstrosity with an absurd 6,500 attack. He charges forward, delivering a massive blow to the villain, but the Dark Meister, in a cowardly display of villainy, was using a pet leopard as a meat shield to absorb all the physical damage for her. The brutal impact is so strong that the dark magic short-circuits. The Dark Meister's intimidating goth disguise shatters to pieces in front of everyone, revealing the plot twist you already expected unless you were asleep. The supreme leader of the Dark Empire is just Yuamu going through a rebellious teenage phase, proving that this whole galactic chaos was just more family drama. After revealing that the edgy goth Dark Meister is actually Yuamu, CPT hands her glasses back so she can coat them in black magic. Udius gets all giddy about the reunion, leaving the Dark Henchman and that useless Maddox totally confused by this identity crisis. Under pressure, the girl explains that after kicking Yuga into the future, she was sucked into a dark matter storm and ended up in the middle of nowhere in space, starving. Just like you during a late-night fridge raid, she found a crashed ship and stuffed her face with curry bread, but soon got sick of it and moved on to slurping down giant bowls of thick, hot udon she found in Yuga's room. To make matters worse, she throws the curry sausage and noodles into a magical mixer and creates a defective robot that spits white noodles out of its mouth. Realizing her screw-up, she tries again using only dark matter and creates the furball Kuyamuya, who convinces her to sacrifice her own hair ribbon to become the Queen of Darkness and found an emo empire from scratch. Since everything in this universe is solved with card games, Yuamu picks a fight with Udius and summons the gigantic dark matter Emperor Dragon. The muscular alien tries to fight back with Galactica Oblivion, but realizes that if he wins, his friends will come back to life, but the dark matter space will be deleted. Udius starts to cry and hesitate, but Kuaitol's ghost gets fed up with such wimpiness, forcibly possesses the alien's body, and summons Darkness Galactica Oblivion to mercilessly beat down the girl's dragon, wiping out her life points. Instead of accepting defeat, Yuamu pulls Monster Reborn from her sleeve and uses it to erase her own memories, proving she's clinically insane. She escapes in the stolen ship with Yuhi in tow, while Udius cries on the floor and Asaka prepares the entire city for an imminent intergalactic war. Flying in the stolen ship, Yuhi stuffs his face with curry bread while his emo sister locks her bedroom door so she doesn't have to talk to anyone. In the hallways, the Dark Henchmen are busy gossiping and eating sticky mochi balls until Yuhi tries to pass through to see his sister and is blocked. When he reveals their relationship, the aliens realize the kid is technically their senior, but Zuwaijo emerges from the shadows with his ultimate bootlicker posture and warns that the brat isn't worthy of stepping on the same floor as the master. Tired of hearing so much philosophical nonsense, Yuhi draws his duel disc and wagers his freedom against the Dark Lord. Yuhi kicks things off by summoning Jointech Rex and beefing it up with equips, but Zuwaijo retorts that the death of his race was just a detail of destiny and dedicates his new life as a lackey to Yuamu. He summons the monstrous dark matter Requiem and slices the kid's tin dinosaur to pieces. Yuhi doesn't give up, draws the colossal robotic dragon hybrid drive screwdriver, and blows up the opponent's monster, making Zuwaijo swallow his own pride and lose half his life points. However, Zuwaijo activates tryhard mode, recycles half his graveyard, and brings his dark creature back. Even with Yuhi using traps to clear the field, Zuwaijo delivers an arrogant speech saying the kid lacks testosterone and determination, right before fusing his monster into Dark Matter Requiem Omega. The abomination pulverizes Yuhi's defenses with an energy blast and zeroes out his life points in the blink of an eye. While Yuamu watches everything through the security camera, calling her brother an idiot, Zuwaijo decides to to humiliate the kid by promoting him to official lackey of the Empire. To seal the deal, the henchmen shove a white, stretchy mochi into Yuhi's mouth and force him to swallow it all while groaning a ridiculous dark delight. While Maddox tries to build a spaceship out of cardboard boxes like a kindergartner, Udius comes back whining that Yuamu is determined to fry her own brain to become Otis. Before they can do anything useful, Fukumura's depressed turtle crawls out of its shell, demanding a duel to reveal the escape route out of the dark matter space. Maddox tries to fight, but the weird critter insists on facing the muscular alien. As Udius starts to hesitate again, Quaido forcibly takes control of his body, tired of sharing a mind with a wimp, and accepts the challenge. Fukumura starts by summoning the abomination dark matter Enigmata and hides behind field spells. Quaido laughs in his face, floods the field with bubbles, and summons the shining Transam Prime Armor Nova. He tries to crush the turtle, but Fukumura activates a cowardly trap that reflects all the damage back at the ghost. On the next turn, the depressed critter performs a bizarre fusion and brings out Dark Matter Enigmite Geodiver, disguised to attack twice and wreck Quaido's life points, leaving him hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, in the subconscious, Udius and Fukumura start a pathetic therapy session about hiding from society and negative feelings. Ignoring this mental circus, Quaido refocuses on the game, changes the enemy monster's attribute, and steals Fukumura's beast to perform his own fusion, creating the colossal Prime Pierce Giant. He humiliates the turtle with a piercing attack and wins the duel with a lethal blow. As the ghost hands control back to Udius, Fukumura cries, saying he just wanted to make friends. Udius hugs the defeated opponent, calling everyone Mochi buddies, proving that friendship solves any psychiatric disorder. They find the old crashed ship, force the useless noodle robot to fix the engines, and take off at light speed toward Earth to stop the emo teenager from ruining the universe once and for all. The Valval gear parks on Earth with all the subtlety of a flying brick, and the UTS staff cries tears of joy seeing the team back. But the happiness is short-lived when Yuamu launches a live stream dressed as the owner of the galaxy's biggest goth club, proclaiming herself the Dark Meister of the Dark Matter Empire. To make matters worse, Yuhi appears right beside her, revealing he's switched teams, and that the goal of his sister's rebellious phase is to get her hands on the Monster Reborn card. Asaka, the corporate dictator, feels a chill down her spine because that card is the holy grail of memory manipulation. Before anyone can process the betrayal, half-leopard henchmen sprout from the ground and the brawl begins. Meanwhile, the Zaida Vel gear flies so fast it crash lands straight into Asaka's building. Udius and his crew crawl out of the wreckage, only to come face to face with Sabuas, who is itching to break into the Supreme Vault where the card is supposedly kept. Epoch tries to burst the villain's eardrums with her sonic scream, but the bastard put in earplugs, proving that a superpower's worst weakness is proper oral hygiene. Out of options, Udius assumes his buff form and draws his dual disc. Sabuas summons a Dark Knight with an annoying continuous effect that melts the alien's attack points, leaving Udius sweating cold as he takes a beating. While the duel unfolds, Damamu, who is watching from the front row, reveals that the legendary card was stuffed inside a gooey green hole in their own body the entire time, something Asaka bought by promising an endless all-you-can-eat udon buffet. Two henchmen try to rip the card from Damamu's hole, but Udius refuses to lose. Defying logic, Udius fuses his monsters, lowers his own level to bypass the Dark Knight's effect, and slices Sabuas in half. The impact of the victory causes Damamu to multiply like bacteria, and the villains flee with their tails between their legs, leaving Yuhi to ponder if supporting his rebel sister is really worth it. The edgy goth Yuamu orders her henchmen and the useless Zuwajo to hunt down the specific Damamu clone that's holding the damn Monster Reborn card. While the UTS team hands out wanted posters that look more like loan shark flyers, Udius and Epoch find Damamu playing baseball at an arcade. The problem is that Yuamu's henchmen leap from the shadows to strike, but Fukumura, proving he is the absolute master of tactical cowardice, pops out from the shadow of the shadow and beats the crap out of them. The chaos causes Damamu to float away like a party balloon. Irritated by the widespread incompetence, Yuamu presses a button and vaporizes the entire city with sun-dried dark matter particles, which sounds like expired seasoning but acts like rat poison against poor Damamu, who drops dead to the floor. Yuhi is furious at his sister's cruelty and charges in to settle things with his fists, but ends up falling into a rush duel against the boss of the Dark Club herself. The kid tries to use the power of friendship and nostalgia by summoning a classic dragon, hoping his sister will turn back into a normal person. But Yuamo has already fully embraced the villain script, stating she needs to sacrifice everything to become the perfect Otis, and spits in her brother's face by summoning a colossal emperor dragon with 5,000 attack. Yuhi even pulls a genius trap out of his pocket to cancel her fusion and make the dragon evaporate, but Yuamu saw it coming because they shared the same womb, and she knows he doesn't have the brains for complex strategies. She revives the monsters in the blink of an eye and ruthlessly crushes her brother's life points. With Yuhi on the ground embracing the humiliation, Yuamu reaches into the hole in Damamu's body to steal the cards. She flees in her ship, thinking she's the brightest mind in the universe, but when she looks at her loot, she realizes she stole Mr. Space Kid's cards by mistake. The Queen of Darkness then throws the biggest tantrum in the galaxy, while the real Monster Reborn is still out there somewhere. The hunt for the right Damamu clone continues, and thanks to a baseless rumor, Udius and his gang end up at the castle of the Carific Workers, a weird cult of aliens addicted to curry bread. Zuwaijo walks right past the place with an army of leopards, completely ignoring his biggest fangirl, who gets so depressed that she starts stirring a pot of curry until it creates a spice tornado that swallows up background characters. In the middle of this culinary asylum, the cult leader, Rovian, decides to challenge Zayat, Yuamu's depressed goth cheerleader, to a duel for Damamu. Rovian turns the arena into a bizarre musical stage and starts stringing together equip spells on her monster, while Zayat almost has a heart attack from pure anxiety. The goth tries to play dirty using a dark matter fusion that attacks twice and drains life points, but Rovian enters her zero patience mode, blocking the attacks and threatening to turn Zayat into bread filling if she gives up the fight. This gastronomic threat awakens something dark inside Zayat, who suddenly gains a corrupted aura of wisdom. She flushes her anxiety down the drain, tributes her monsters, and summons an abomination through contact fusion that gains power for every set card on the field. As if that wasn't inhumane enough, Zayat attacks 5 times in a row, shredding Rovian's musical band to pieces and sending the rocker straight to the afterlife with 0 life points. In the end, the entire Curry fan club accepts their pathetic fate of becoming bread filling for the Dark Empire, while Udius is left dumbfounded by the girl's new psychopathic personality. But the biggest joke is that this whole seasoned bloodbath was for nothing. Far away from there, the real Damamu was just chilling in the middle of nowhere, swallowing bowls of udon without chewing, being politely kidnapped by Phaser and his corporate suits, who are taking the walking slime blob God knows where. The cutthroat capitalist megacorporation Goha Ventures is swallowing the whole city, plastering logos everywhere, and forcing a useless child actress to sing humiliating jingles on TV while crying on the inside. At the Secrecy headquarters, Maddox discovers that his slick boss, Phaser, fired the Blue Ninja and is going to merge the agency with the Goha villains. Like a good corporate slave who loves his dead-end job, Maddox snaps, screams feline obscenities, and challenges his own boss to a card duel to try and save the company's honor. He puts his life on the line, vomiting out maximum summons and creating a colossal fire beast to try and scorch Phaser's suit. Maddox even fuses his cards into a bizarre warrior with a chemical shield, swearing eternal love to the agency's HR department. But the greedy corporate fat cat laughs in the face of the proletariat, spits on the ground, and summons abyssal sea dragons of obscene proportions. Phaser floods the field, evaporates the poor guy's hopes with a water trident, and fires Maddox on the spot, tossing him and his cat out on the street. While the unemployed duo cries in the gutter, just like you when you check your bank statement, the fired ninja shows up being hunted by drones. Suddenly, everyone gathers around and discovers the firing was pure theater. Phaser set up this entire circus as an infiltration operation into Goha to protect the Monster Reborn card. And the worst part? The child actress's payment for participating in this lethal corporate charade was literally a year of free sushi. Maddox swallows his tears, accepts that he was played for a fool, and ends the night stuffing raw fish in his mouth, realizing that at the end of the day, an intergalactic war is just another normal day of labor exploitation. The King of Terror and Cursed Refrigerator in his spare time, Luge, decides to become a mangaka to win a sketchy contest, but a goth lackey drips dark matter onto his ink, turning the madman into a sadistic editorial dictator. Meanwhile, the buff alien Udius and his spoiled little boss discover that Goha has inflated the city's prices to catastrophic levels, charging 10,000 yen for a single noodle strand, proving that capitalism is the true villain of the universe. When they go ask the King of Terror for advice, they find the bastard enslaving his employees to draw manga backgrounds instead of tightening bolts. He freezes the bratty bratty girl out of sheer rage, and Udius is forced to draw his dual disc to save the working class. The alien starts fusing his space warriors in a pathetic attempt to lower levels, while the comic book dictator spews three-headed dragons onto the table, attacking 3 times in a row and beating Udius to the brink of collapse. The frozen brat decides to stop being a dramatic dead weight, activates her stolen eye power, and breaks the ice fueled by pure hatred, shoving a crudely drawn gear right in the villain's face. Inspired by this emotional scrap metal, Udius pulls a broken fusion out of nowhere, obliterating the enemy dragon's 3 heads and disintegrating the frustrated mangaka's life points. The reality check cures Luigi's corrupted mind. He realizes being an abusive boss doesn't get good engagement, and decides to use the ridiculous concept of the drawn gear to finish his trashy comic, leaving the rebel goth to wallow in her own incompetence. The evil crew is in the kitchen enjoying a banquet of carbs drenched in a bizarre dark matter soy sauce, until the goth dictator Yuamu invades the room and rations the condiment to a measly drop a day. Revolted by this culinary oppression, a meatball-shaped bureaucrat cries in the corner and tries to instigate a union revolt, dubbing his pathetic movement the Soy Sauce Revolution. He tries to recruit Sabuus, the weird fallen angel, but the guy refuses to commit treason, and they decide to settle this bar fight the only acceptable way, pulling out colorful cards. The meatball vomits a toxic combo of dark matter dolls, flooding the field with fused shadow monsters to try and crush his rival. He spits out switching spells, steals his opponent's hidden monsters, and thinks he's already secured the trophy. But Sabuus is a lunatic obsessed with the number 1, delivering unhinged philosophical speeches about how a single drop of soy sauce is an insane cosmic metaphor. The madman pulls a miracle trap, mocks the danger, and summons a tiny dark knight that clears the enemy field by swallowing everything back into the deck. Sabuus charges with the force of 1,000 suns and pulverizes the chubby rebel, throwing the loser back into the dark comfort of his lonely shell. The condiment revolution dies before it even stains the table, and while the loser cries over his insignificance, the human rebel discovers that the gross dark sauce isn't MSG, but a hyper-pure extract of dark power. The underage dictator reveals her Machiavellian plan to mix the satanic condiment with the Monster Reborn card to become the ultimate Dark Lord, proving that even galactic domination needs a good dark broth to go down smoothly. Our cowardly heroes spend the night disguised as bushes, while the Empire's drones patrol the city. Ronron is literally glowing and dying of dark matter poisoning from Dormammu, but Asaka rolls up riding a heavy tractor to scold everyone. Meanwhile, at the top of the corporate tower, Yuamu and Yuna act like B-movie supervillains, plotting to monopolize everything from fast food joints to furniture stores. Yuamu wants to use Monster Reborn to factory reset her own mind, and Yuna heads out to do the dirty work. Yui is having an existential crisis and tries to vent to Zayet, who is too busy stuffing mochi down her throat. She calls the boy an absolute existence just to inflate his fragile ego, and the two set off after his problematic sister. At the Otaku Chupataro's hideout, Udius thinks it's a genius idea to cross-dress as a giant sheep waifu to fool the authorities. The idea lasts exactly 5 seconds before the dark henchmen raid the place. Sabuus literally blows in Udius's face to reveal the disguise, and Bruyea finds Maddox hiding among the bootleg merch. The real chaos happens at the card factory, where Yuna challenges Asaka to a capitalist duel for the city's monopoly. Asaka summons a dragon made entirely of recyclable trash and stuffs it full of equip spells, acting like the queen of the junkyard. But out of nowhere, Dormammu is vomited out of Asaka's body. We find out she swallowed the magical creature to absorb Ronron's pain. Yuna takes advantage of the emotional distraction, slaps a contact fusion on the table, and summons a mage holding bubble tea and a dog. The mage destroys the trash dragon, zeroes out Asaka's life points, and leaves the dictator crying on the floor. Wasting no time, Yuna steals Monster Reborn from the glowing orb and declares victory. The whole gang cries in the office knowing Yuamu is going to format her own brain and forget they even exist. But Udius gets a genius idea and asks for help to set up an ambush. At the factory, Yuna hands Otis's helmet to Yuamu and begs to be her final opponent. But Yuamu delivers the biggest rejection in villain history, coldly turning Yuna down and stating she will only duel her own twin brother before wiping her memory. The problem is that Yuhi is too busy having a nervous breakdown because Zayet destroyed his self-esteem by calling his shoulder pads tacky. Terrified of the idea that his sister's last memory of him will be looking like an idiot, Yuhi drags Zayet to the mall. They try on a bunch of clothes, but Yuhi has a bizarre paternal block and can only pick out geriatric outfits that old man Townsend would wear. The whole city thinks the two are on a romantic date, which makes Terza almost break a pot from aggressively stirring curry out of pure jealousy. Their escape from reality ends in a card shop, where they run into Zuaijo and Sabuas. Zuaijo treats opening booster packs like a religious cult, warning that ripping the plastic too fast can be lethal, recalling the time he was almost crushed by a steamroller in his desperation to see the loot. Sabuas pulls garbage cards, but Zuaijo delivers a motivational speech about choosing one's own path. Yuhi finally realizes that spending money won't cure family trauma. He puts on a giant robot dinosaur suit, sits on a bench, and confesses his fear. Udius shows up, gives the kid a sweaty hug, and announces he's going to hijack the final duel to save Yuhi from his own cowardice. The rebellion starts communicating using cryptic codes stuffed inside curry pots and piles of VHS tapes. Yuna realizes all her employees are organizing a coup d'etat and freaks out as the drone cameras start going offline. Meanwhile, the dark henchmen throw a pathetic graduation party for Yuamu to celebrate her upcoming brainwashing, sticking Otis's helmet on a plastic mannequin. Yuamu arrives for the event, but the person who shows up to crash the party isn't her brother, but Udius. The buff alien challenges the girl, warning her that if he wins, her memory stays intact. The duel begins, and Yuamu digs through her deck like an addict trying to find Monster Reborn. When she finally draws the card, Udius springs a trap that forces the villain to toss her entire hand into the graveyard. She bypasses the system, reviving the card from the graveyard, but Udius flips her the bird and blows up the spell with another trap. In the real world, Maddox convinces the depressed Asaka to let him blow up the lunar servers to delete the card from the system. A team flies to space, ties a giant robot to a dragon, and hacks the moon's motherboard to delete Monster Reborn System 32. They find the sacred file and get the sledgehammer ready, but a force field blocks everything. The reason is bizarre. Back on Earth, Udius plays the card exchange, steals Monster Reborn straight from Yuamu's sweaty little fingers, and in a plot twist absolutely nobody saw coming, he activates the forbidden spell right to everyone's faces. Deep within his subconscious, our glowing, muscular alien embraces the ghost of his twin brother Quidel, revealing a plan worthy of a 5-year-old genius. He's going to activate the forbidden card Monster Reborn, fake his own amnesia, and become the villain Otis. Quidel warns him that the card will literally fry his brain, but Udius takes a gamble and goes for it. Back in the real world, everyone panics when Udius activates the card and fuses his monsters to create Galactica Lost Oblivion, ready to wipe Yuamu's field and erase his own mind. Otis's helmet appears. He gets a mental shock, but realizes he still remembers everything. So the Oscar goes to Udius, who plays dumb and pretends he forgot even his own name. However, Yuhi, who stole his sister's duel disc in a masterstroke, points his finger right in the alien's face and calls out his trashy acting. The kid reveals that his real plan is to sacrifice himself in his little sister's place, activating traps that blow up in his own face and stealing Udius's monsters to pull off an absurd triple fusion called Dark Matter Transcend Dragon. Meanwhile, the crew on the moon decides that the best solution to stop the mass amnesia is to smash the giant Super Rush robot. The massive thing blows up in space, but surprise to everyone, the duel app keeps running smoothly. Yuhi crushes Udius's life points and, to ensure the brainwashing is complete, chugs an entire bottle of dark soy sauce in one go, gladly swallowing the amnesia juice. With his mind turning into a wasteland, Yuhi puts on Otis's helmet, bids a dramatic farewell to his weeping sister, and finishes Udius off. Now corrupted, the new villain's first major evil act is to rename the corporation to Goha Enterprises simply because it sounds cooler, letting out a maniacal laugh that leaves even his own allies confused. With Yuhi now fully embracing the corporate villain life, our useless heroes have been shipped off to an underground forced labor camp, where they spend the day scrubbing a giant machine like like underpaid janitors. Maddox tries to slack off but gets aggressively sprayed right in the face with black sludge fired by security drones. While mopping the floor, Meowthestar laments the fact that breaking the giant robot on the moon was absolutely pointless. Maddox decides it's his time to shine, dubbing himself Dr. Maddox and scheming an escape plan. But this meeting of masterminds is interrupted when Rovian shows up serving hot plates of curry in the prison, which magically makes everyone start gossiping about Yuga. They reminisce about how this kid from the future invented rush duels, saved companies from bankruptcy, and was the sugar that sweetened Yuna's life. It becomes obvious that Yowamu only became an edgy goth, and Yuna embodied the untouchable dictator to ensure Yuga's future wouldn't go down the drain. Maddox even breaks the fourth wall to whine about his own failures, but just like you, nobody cares about his problems. Back to scrubbing, Epoch's random powers open the door to a secret zero-gravity room. Maddox's great tactical escape plan consists of making everyone float through the air like dead fish and having the crew throw boiling pots of curry at the drones' faces. The spice explosion melts the security and blows a hole in the wall leading straight to the surface. Our prisoners celebrate their freedom, breathing in the fresh forest air, only to realize they've walked right into an entire army of drones waiting for them outside, proving that this group's stupidity transcends the universe.
光だ。ここは一体どこなんだ。
While the drones hang up the new and supposedly cool Goha Enterprises logo, Otis acts like a truly useless CEO, dumping all the bureaucratic work on Yuna's shoulders and using energy wings to jump off the building just to show off. Mid-freefall, he catches 1010 spying on the wall, but the ninja cowardly escapes using a ladybug parachute because dignity is long gone with this crew. Far away, our empty-headed alien fixes a motorcycle with his gang of losers, but the mechanical moment is interrupted by the triumphant arrival of the insect Ninja Corps. 1010 reveals that her sole purpose in life is to be a complete nuisance and cause absolute chaos. Bored out of her mind, she decided to ally with Goha Enterprises out of the sheer pleasure of screwing with everyone, and she wants to tie Udius up to hand him over as a gift to the Empire. Our muscular protagonist's response? He challenges her to a duel with the stupidest stakes imaginable. If he loses, all his friends become Goha slaves, causing widespread panic and tachycardia among his allies. The clash begins, and 1010 swarms the field with a disgusting insect combo, setting up webs and shields that negate everything. To add insult to injury, she activates a spell that turns Udius's imposing galaxy warriors into giant cockroaches with wiggling antennas, draining the power of this grossness to buff her own monsters while slicing through Udius's field. But the alien lets out a psychopathic laugh, loving to see his own team betray him. He revives his ace monster, lets it get infected by the insect virus again, and uses a spell that converts all that putrefaction into raw strength. Galactica Oblivion reaches an absurd 8,900 attack, and Udius makes up a bizarre word mid-speech to justify that the universe loves to embrace traitors, disintegrating the ninja with a luminous shock. 1010 dusts herself off, lies on the ground accepting defeat, and magically becomes his best buddy, ready to rescue the lost janitors in the forest. In a pointless flashback, a young chairmaker Zion hides a drawing of a girl in a white hat. In the present, he's licking Yuna's corporate boots, celebrating the mass production of soulless furniture that guarantees the blind obedience of consumers, proving that space capitalism is the true villain. Meanwhile, Udius's gang of refugees invades a Goha factory. Asaka butts heads with the furniture lover, rubbing it in his face that selling out to Goha is rock bottom. An offended Zion draws his duel disc, suggesting they decide who has the thickest providence. In the duel, Zion summons and fuses his space Yggdragos with the coldness of a telemarketing manager. Asaka sweats bullets, bleeding life points to hold the line with her demolition dragons, taking the hits and surviving by a miracle. When Zion realizes things are looking grim, Goha's system decides that cheating is easier and locks Asaka's disc, with Yuna laughing like a soap opera villain as she banishes her rival's cards mid-match. But Asaka isn't a woman to bow down to a corporate firewall. She simply slams a prehistoric dual disc the size of a truck onto the field that the system can't control. The clunker lights up and she relentlessly vomits fusions onto the field, assembling demolition dragons as if playing with Legos. She equips Zion's monster with a purple bind that sucks out all its strength, leaving the beast deflated and useless, before obliterating the preppy guy's life points with a barrage of explosives. On the floor, Zion finally remembers he just wanted to make happy chairs and quits Goha amid the chaos. A third Dormammu clone sprouts out of nowhere, confirming that another alien has resurrected, while the former furniture villain decides to break everyone out of prison. The Great Prison Break kicks off with insect ninjas busting the crew out of their cages, while Maddox and his pet cat end up cornered until they're saved by sketchy smoke bombs. When they regroup in the cave, Udius simply crashes like an old computer with full memory, blinking and freezing out of nowhere. The piece lasts 0 seconds because Otis, also known as Yuhi in his emo phase, shows up treating the imposing Zuijo like his lapdog. Otis proposes a bet where everyone's freedom hinges on a duel, and since Udius is still frozen and needs a hard reset, Maddox steps up to take the heat against Zuijo. Maddox unleashes his chemical pets and summons a flaming Maximum monster, dealing damage and stripping the opponent of his Dark Lord pose. But Otis tells Zuijo to stop messing around and find something that makes his heart dance. Zuijo then activates his bizarre fusion and brings out Dark Matter Elysium, which gobbles up shadow power until its attack stats are more bloated than its boss's ego. Maddox takes a fiery beating and plummets to meager life points, whining his chemical puns while his cat prays for a miracle. Remembering his ninja ancestors who used their fingers to point the way of violence, Maddox plays an absurd spell that allows him to fuse his Maximum monster. He creates Volcalizing Salamandius, a blazing abomination that cuts Zuijo's monster's stats in half and attacks 3 times in a row. Zuijo takes such a beating that he's swallowed by the flames and loses in humiliating fashion. Instead of crying about it, Zuijo shakes Maddox's hand and walks away with Otis giving a thumbs up as if nothing mattered.
Something.
The Dormammu clone suddenly multiplies into 8, confirming that the beatdown was so severe it resurrected yet another alien in space. The fugitives hide in a hole in the floor of the UTS base, where Udius still needs to get slapped on the back to keep from freezing like a statue. Meanwhile, at corporate HQ, Yuna is delusionally planning a pathetic love nest for her and Yuga. Hearing this, Yuamo has an existential crisis, realizing that if those two breed, she'd be the kid's great-grandmother. The goth Zayat overhears the gossip and immediately starts calling her supreme leader Dark Grandma, dragging the poor girl by the arm to hunt for a grandpa for the wedding. The search ends in an alley where they find Zuijo and Otis opening booster packs. Zuijo has now suffered some severe brain damage and only knows how to yell the English word something while giving a thumbs up. Zayat decides on the spot that he's the perfect grandpa for Yuamu, making the girl want to die. The secondhand embarrassment is cut short by Denoa, the alien loyal to Zuijo who fell from the sky starving and mad with jealousy, thinking Yuamu is seducing her master. To defend the honor of the imaginary elderly couple, Zayat drags Denoa into a duel using her edgy cheerleaders. She traps Denoa behind a wall of rejection and beats her down with continuous attacks, rubbing her advantage in her opponent's face. The drama gets worse when Tamako and Terza float in on a basketball to drop the bombshell that Zuijo ignored the resurrection of their own race and betrayed everyone to become a lackey for the Darkmen. Denoa cries rivers of tears, realizing her revered master has turned into a weird boomer who only speaks English. Fueled by betrayal and rage, she fuses her monsters into a giant insect of light, sweeps Zayat's annoying cards back into the deck, and obliterates the goth with a laser right to the face. Victorious, poor Denoa walks away stuffing her face with sweets to cure her depression, while the Dormammu clones multiply, proving that the space chaos continues. The idiot Yuhi now answers to Otis and acts like a fifth-rate villain cosplayer, which deeply pleases Yuna, the corporate psychopath. To ensure he understands the role, she forces the boy to watch a theatrical play about the original Otis legend, shoving the wonderful ideals of this childish madness called Rush Duel into his head. Yuna waves a mysterious briefcase containing an overpowered card in his face but refuses to hand it over, being the typical boss who promises a bonus and never pays up. Meanwhile, the ragtag gang plans to beat up the new Otis to unclog the dark power from his body and revive the deleted defeated aliens. Kawhi gets so thirsty that the bizarre Dormammu clones start watering his head like he's a rotting fern. Out of nowhere, Otis drops from the ceiling wanting to kidnap the ghost of Quaidul, who lives rent-free inside Udius's body. The protagonist, being the defective machine he is, short-circuits and passes out on the floor like a sack of potatoes. Seeing her teacher vulnerable, Epoch decides to be a human shield and challenges Otis to a duel. The brat rolls dice like an underground casino addict, fusing monsters and flooding the field with deadly cuteness, using her Dice Might Girl double-up Chirori. But Otis summons the classic Seven's Road Magician and fuses it with a useless swordsman. When Otis's defeat seems imminent, he activates the Time Machine trap card, and that's not a figure of speech. A literal giant time machine appears in the middle of the arena, wiping out everything and trashing Epoch's strategy. Otis attacks, drops the girl's life points to 0, and the machine literally swallows the poor thing, sucking her into some random dimension in the space-time continuum. Instead of helping, Yuna runs through the streets flooded with soy sauce, laughing like a maniac after realizing her precious card was stolen and everything went incredibly wrong. The streets are filthy with dark soy sauce, and while the extras clean up this grossness, Asaka processes the fact that Yuna sacrificed Epoch like used toilet paper. In a random lab, Otis has stuffed Udius into a giant test tube to extract the spiritual parasite known as Quaidul. Yuamu and her crew of weirdos confront Yuna, only for the corporate preppy to reveal she faked being everyone's ally. Her sole and pathetic life goal is to time travel to reunite with Yuga, proving she's just an intergalactic stalker willing to throw anyone under a space bus to see her crush. While the circus burns outside, the Dormammu clones decide to invade Udius's body. The inside of the protagonist's mind is a twisted version of the city, and the little pests start playing tag, deleting people from existence just for the sheer sadistic fun of it. Bored, they decide to duel each other. One clone summons an army of Tamabots, takes a few hits, but then pulls out a ridiculous combination of spell cards that allows his egg-shaped robots to attack 30 times in a row. He humiliates his own copy and drops its life points to 0 in a massacre of green lasers, without an ounce of shame. All this mental chaos finally wakes Udius from his forced nap. He realizes his bird brain was freezing up because Quaidul had been messing with his mind this whole time. The parasitic ghost appears floating in the imaginary classroom, sporting the smile of someone who just clogged a guest's toilet, and warns the Blue Warrior that a bizarre transformation is about to happen to his little body, whether he likes it or not. The mental breakdown reaches its limit, and Udius finally realizes his parasitic twin brother was responsible for sending his student into the oblivion of time. Driven by the fury of a negligent father, Udius challenges Quaidul to a duel inside his own head. Outside, Yuna turns on the Soul Blender to separate the two, completely ignoring warnings that her obsession will tear the fabric of reality apart. After all, Six Stalkers don't care about common sense. In the duel, Quaidul vomits out Prime series cards and fuses an abomination called Transom Prime Full Armor Nova, but Udius doesn't take the insult lying down, fusing his own Eternal Galactica Oblivion and stuffing the creature with 3 equip spells, assembling an over-the-top combat mech that beats the crap out of the parasite's monster. Just when victory seems certain, Udius collapses and is thrown into an acid trip through the multiverses. The poor guy sees absurd realities where he'd be devoured by fungi or killed because his shirt collar was popped too high. Quaidul gives an unbearable philosophical speech about growth and the cosmic order, pushing the protagonist into a pit of purely existential despair. With no time for nonsense, Quaidul decides to say to hell with it and break all the rules, activating a ritual summon pulled straight from the darkest corner of the script. The newly born monster rips the field apart with a scythe and sends Udius flying out of his own consciousness. In the real world, the centrifuge spins the warrior's body and spits Quaidul out separately. Yuna celebrates like she won the lottery, displaying the captive Kuyamuya on the screen to Yuamu's despair, proving she has all the ingredients for her selfish trip. Meanwhile, the hero's useless allies finally decide to move their rears to help, dragging the bureaucrat Fukamura by his shell against his will right into the danger zone. The insufferable Yuna rips Quaidul from Udius's body to use as a time travel battery, keeping poor Kuyamuya hostage in a cheap blackmail scheme. Since her brain has melted from her obsession with Yuga, she wants to sacrifice Quaidul and smash him into a particle accelerator to create a plot-convenient black hole. Yuamu, sick of all the nonsense, decides to settle things with a children's card game and slaps on her dual disc. Right off the bat, Yuamu spits Bluetooth Burst Dragon onto the table, thinking she's the boss. But Yuna is at such a pathological level of envy that she summons Celeb Rose Incognito Magician and immediately slaps an equip spell on her, securing 2 attacks per turn like an unhinged lunatic. The beef heats up, the useless supporting characters narrate the plays, and Yuna throws all her resentment in Yuamu's face, whining that everything going wrong is the Odo family's fault. Meanwhile, the particle accelerator is about to smash Quaidul into Kuyamuya, which would vaporize them both. Yuamu pulls a contact fusion out of the depths of the script, summoning Bluetooth Concurrent Burst Dragon. She tries to flatten Yuna's magician, but the girl flips a trap, buffing her mage to a ridiculous 4,100 attack and blowing up Yuamu's beast. Next, Yuna activates the infamous time machine, bringing her mage back out of nowhere. Over at the accelerator, the Darkmen, led by a meatball bureaucrat named Fukamura, decide to play sticky spiderweb to hold the container and save Kuyamuya. Yuamu seizes the opening, activates an attack reduction trap spell, and melts Yuna's life points with an electric beam right to the face. The clown show is over. Right? Wrong. The time machine opens its mouth and swallows the Darkmen, the living curry breads, and any extra who is standing around. Yuna, completely ignoring her humiliating defeat, snatches the time machine card and jumps deep inside to go after her man, leaving Yuamu looking like a fool staring into the void. Otis's villain cosplay grabs the time machine card off the floor and starts glowing with a dark bluish energy that would make any nightclub strobe light jealous. His helmet turns black, electrical shocks surge, and he decides he's going to spread chaos in Yuga's timeline. The gang of useless misfits realizes that if Otis gets his way, everyone is going to bite the dust, so the only logical solution is to send someone to take a beating in a duel. Luge even tries to play sniper by throwing a sharp piece of ice, but Zuaijo blocks the fun because the drama has to happen on the card table. Udius, still whining about Epoch, ignores everyone saying his tin can body is begging for mercy and throws himself up front to duel. Otis grows bat wings out of nowhere just to ensure the cringe level stays maxed out, and they draw their cards. Otis immediately starts puking out spells and summons Roadstar Gladimagia, while the crew finds out the hard way that Velgiarians don't exist in the future. Meaning, if Udius loses, his entire race turns into cosmic dust, left in the dust at the barbecue. The tight pants alien couldn't care less about the survival of his own species. He summons Galactica Oblivion Arc, a red monstrosity that looks like a demon having a tantrum, and equips a useless spell that doesn't boost its attack at all. In a move of pure suicidal stupidity, Udius attacks Otis's monster, knowing he'll lose in raw power. He swallows the massive damage right to the face, almost dies of a heart attack. But the secondary effect of the card he shoved in turns Otis's monster to stone and crumbles everything to dust. Without any prior warning, the two start flying and glowing like radioactive fireflies inside the particle accelerator. The time travel system jumpstarts itself and begins spitting massive flashbacks in everyone's faces, mixing past and future in a pure plot salad and setting the stage for the worst. The duel turns into a collective fever dream flying through a time tunnel, and Otis decides the rules of the game are completely optional. He simply slaps 3 fusions on the table at once: Sevens Paladin, Magician of Dark Sevens, and Transom Road Linak. As if the free overpowered plays weren't enough, each of Otis's attacks doesn't just drain life points, but dumps pounds of traumatizing flashbacks right into Udius's mind. The alien takes a violent beating while being forced to watch scenes of a bunch of costumed kids from the future. The power of time is so ridiculous that the damage is purely physical and throws Udius far away like a bag of trash. Udius miraculously survives, crapping his pants, and tries to make his move, but Otis pulls out an absurd trap that forbids the alien from attacking or activating effects of level 10 or lower monsters. With no options, Udius sets some cards face down and cries in a fetal position, ending his turn. Thinking 3 fusions were too few to inflate his ego, Otis decides to humiliate him for good. He uses his witchcraft to summon 3 more fused abominations, ending up with Master of the Sevens Road, buffed to over 5,000 attack, with piercing damage to grind Udius into dust with 0 mercy. Meanwhile, the audience of extras down below finally rubs their last two neurons together and realizes that the kids in the future vision are all their own descendants. There's even shock upon discovering who managed to breed and leave heirs in that chaotic universe. Otis commands his Supreme Master of Cards to fire 7 blazing magic blasts at once towards the poor alien. As the firestorm is about to obliterate Udius to pieces, Otis's dark energy undergoes an instant dry clean, and his outfit changes from black to white. In that exact second, the final penny drops for the useless audience. The supposedly terrifying Otis from the future had always been Yuhi this whole time, rubbing it in everyone's faces that their worst enemy was sleeping in their own bedroom. Our useless protagonist is getting absolutely clobbered by the fake Otis, who's actually just the bratty Yuhi from the future playing dress-up as a villain. Otis unleashes an absurd combo that sends Udius flying like a torn kite, then activates a trap card that locks down high-level monster summons. But the alien pulls a ritual spell from the absolute bottom of the barrel and enters a bizarre trance with the Damamu clones and Quaidul's spirit. Quaidul explains that Udius has a massive blank space in his head, proving his mind is hollow enough to absorb massive power from parallel universes, even if it costs him his precious childlike purity. Back in reality, Udius swallows his tears, activates the spell while bathed in a pink aura of pure hatred, and summons Transam Diskarma Linak, an edgy, enraged goth version of his favorite card. Otis thinks he's safe by reviving his monster, but he finds out the hard way that the protagonist's beast loves to strike multiple times in a row. Kuyamuya and the other Darkmen accept their poetic demise, while Udius cries buckets over losing his innocence to become a bitter adult. With a brutal strike, he buries his blade into Otis's monster, wiping out the brat's life points. The victory resurrects the dead aliens, causing the Damamu clones to pop all over the universe before vanishing alongside the Darkmen. Yuhi wakes up on the roof, whining apologies to Zuijo, but before the couple's therapy can begin, the time machine's door flies open and sucks Udius and Yuamu deep inside. When the duo opens their eyes, they realize they've left the sci-fi setting behind and landed right in the laps of a bunch of samurais in the Sengoku period. Udius and Yuamu faceplant into feudal Japan and barely have time to catch their breath before fishing out that useless cat Neanderstar, who was gulping down river water. Right after, they bump into Zuijo and Maddox, who confirm the time travel clusterfuck. The whole gang got thrown hundreds of years into Earth's past. Yuamu falls into a deep depression for playing the ultimate villain for nothing, but the drama is cut short when Maddox gets strung up upside down by a random rope. A ninja named Rinkage, basically the male, doormat version of Ronron, shows up with a piece of wood strapped to his arm, pretending it's a dual disc. Rinkage litters the field with plants and throws fire shurikens that melt our silver alien's life points. Udius tries to turn the tables by throwing 3 beefed-up monsters on the front line, but falls like a total chump into the ninja's continuous trap, taking humiliating damage in the process. Rinkage takes the chance to deliver a reverse motivational speech, confessing that his entire life boils down to keeping his head down, spreading his legs, and taking orders from his feudal lord. All this submissiveness flips the protagonist's kill switch. With eyes bloodshot from anger at the ninja's utter lack of self-respect, Udius pulls his dark ritual and summons his executioner monster for the second time. In a showcase of sheer savagery, he penetrates the defenses and slices through Rinkage's clones cold and without a shred of mercy. The defeated ninja's sister appears out of nowhere, complaining about the family's genetic incompetence, and drags the invaders to their master's tent. Inside, Maddox almost has a heart attack when he recognizes the crest of Gakugan Sogetsu, the grand and revered ancestor of his very own bloodline. The family reunion turns into a freak show when Gakugan reveals he communicates exclusively by releasing odorless, telepathic farts across the room. Maddox is so utterly disgusted by seeing the glorious founder of his style fighting with his sphincter that he challenges his own great-great-grandfather to a duel. If Maddox loses, Gakugan promises to rename their entire bloodline to the ridiculous moniker of So Dead. Gakugan kicks off the match by locking down his opponent's special summons, wanting to show who's boss. But the rebellious descendant strikes a schizophrenic pose called mad-naming, pointing his fingers at the void before dropping his fire Ifrit on the board and burning the old man's monster to a crisp. Gakugan decides to escalate the clownery, strapping a Tengu mask straight onto his butt cheeks, which magically allows him to speak from his mouth again, proving that even he got tired of his own flatulence. He activates a field spell that drops everyone into a feudal festival setting and beats the living daylights out of Maddox, leaving the poor guy on his knees surviving on a measly 100 life points. The match devolves into a messy scramble of dumping entire hands into the graveyard to buff up absurd attacks, with Maddox squeezing out everything he's got to make his monster hit 6,000 attack. Gakugan tries to force infinite card draws with the power of his tactical glutes, ready to annihilate the kid. But right as he goes to draw the winning card, he reaches into his deck and realizes the well is dry. The old geezer intentionally decked out his 40 cards just to feel the thrill of dueling without his servants holding things for him. Maddox forgives his flatulent ancestor and lets him keep the surname intact, mostly because being a Sogetsu is already humiliating enough. Gakugan then decides to write a friendly little letter to his great master lord, a mysterious guy named Usu Ote. Our squad of space misfits receives the noble mission of delivering a letter to Usu Ote, a name so lazy that even a 5-year-old would realize it's just Otis with a ridiculous accent. Trying to figure out the old man's tastes, they discover the guy hates the Beast Princess, a savage activist who's protecting the forest while riding a boar and beating up samurais. The alien protagonist, of course, decides to fight for the oppressive cause of deforestation just to wring the truth out of the Lord. When they reach the forest, they run into the group's useless brother standing in his underwear in the middle of the woods, proving that time travel fried whatever was left of his brain. The Beast Princess drops from the trees and reveals herself to be none other than Epoch. She refuses to accept that the protagonist wants to lick the boots of the feudal system. Furious at the betrayal, she drags the underwear-clad boy into a tag duel against the alien and Zuaijo. Zuaijo wastes no time and immediately drops his dark matter requiem to pierce the brat's defenses, tearing through their life points without mercy. But Epoch, who apparently learned how to cheat in the jungle, pulls a fusion out of nowhere without a spell card and brings Fire Lapse to the board, gambling on dice rolls like an underground casino addict. Her beast inflates with power and demolishes Zuaijo's monster, thinking the game is in the bag. That's when the protagonist decides to play with the girl's feelings. He fuses his Galactica Oblivion with his partner's monster, creating a giant cosmic abomination. With psychopathic coldness, he sacrifices his own equip cards just to force the kid to blow his trap card at the wrong time, proving his tactics are way thicker and deeper than they ever imagined. With a single spinning strike, he obliterates the forest duo, subjugating the losers. The group marches toward the Dictator Lord's castle, only to come face to face with giant duel discs at the gates, proving that in feudal Japan, swords are useless if you don't have a busted deck. Our heroes find the Supreme Lord pounding a mortar like his life depends on it, until the damn basin spits out a duel monster card, because apparently, bread-making magic now prints shiny cardboard. The alien negotiates amnesty for his savage friends by offering himself up for indentured servitude, and the old man dramatically reveals he is Otis, shocking a grand total of 0 people. He cries a river about falling into the past and spreading a children's card game to stop samurais from stabbing each other, replacing bloodbaths with sweaty otaku baths. Out of nowhere, 2 invaders spawn on the roof looking like cheap cosplays of the Ryugu brothers, screaming for revenge. Before the feudal security can act, the Space Rocker and the King of Terror land in the exact same courtyard, turning feudal Japan into the biggest time travel convention in history. The old lord accepts the whiny Avengers challenge, but only if they can get through his new lackeys, the amnesiac Darkmen, who now act like needy dogs and call the girl of the group Mommy, an existential humiliation just like the one you go through at family dinners. The arena is set, and the duel kicks off more chaotic than a bathroom line at a rock concert. The Phaser cosplayer vomits a Maximum monster onto the board, while the submissive goth girl performs a contact fusion in the shadows, so she doesn't fall behind. The rocker then starts violently shredding her guitar strings, paying life points to force everyone to dump their entire hands into the trash. The goth doesn't bow down to the musical aggression, and reflects the damage with a dark magic cylinder, blowing up her own face-down card just to screw over the singer. As the dust settles, the King of Terror drops some existential realness. He reveals that duels in this era don't end in hugs and hot milky curry sliding down their throats, but rather in oppression and lies. The cards don't bring peace. They're just a new leash for those in power to whip the weak, leaving everyone choking on their own pride. The second-hand embarrassment hits stratospheric levels when the defeated clan cries in a corner, and a goat-faced alien reveals his evil plan, a wooden rocket aimed at the moon. And who are they throwing inside this flying trash can? Unemployed samurais. Basically, feudal Japan invented space deportation to deal with their homelessness rate. Outraged by this forced lunar immigration, our alien protagonist kicks down Lord Otis's door and demands a duel to cancel cancel the flight. The old man accepts but warns that if he wins, he's shoving all of the protagonist's friends onto the rocket. Without a second thought, the idiot agrees to gamble away everyone else's lives. Zuaijo spawns from the shadows to clarify that if the alien wins, he gets to steal the old man's castle and lands, practicing the ancient art of, I beat you at cards, hand over the deed. The duel kicks off with the old man throwing up a word salad of generic monsters, while the protagonist immediately pulls his ace and slams a beefed-up fusion onto the table. But the geezer reveals his true dirty tactic, sucking away the alien's strength and spitting out his own version of Oblivion. Using a busted field spell, he inflates his own monsters and beats the alien down until he's practically begging for mercy. Getting thoroughly trashed and on the verge of sending his friends to suffocate in the vacuum of space, the protagonist panics and draws a bizarre black card. He's swallowed by an aura so edgy it would make any goth teen cry tears of envy. Ignoring all rules of common sense, he performs a ritual summon, pulling a monstrous beast from his dark sheath.
11以上になるようにレベル11トランザム
The new Cosmic Abomination has the ridiculous effect of attacking 3 times and wiping out the enemy's life points, reducing the old man's monsters to dust. Even with the Lord trying to trigger last-second traps, the protagonist shoves his aggression right down his throat and ruthlessly finishes the old man off. With the victory secured, the crowd goes wild, and the alien takes ownership of the castle, proving that no matter the era, the guy with the most broken card is the one who sits on the throne. In the vast void of space, the Velgierian fleet awaits UDS's return, but their patience is swallowed whole when a bizarre dimensional force sucks everyone, along with Zuaijo, into a bottomless pit. Meanwhile, in the present, the secrecy has sealed off the damn time machine to prevent any more idiots from messing up history. On the roof of the Goha building, the arrogant Asaka reflects on being left behind, accompanied by a random black cat. Back in the Sengoku period, our protagonist trio realizes they're trapped in the past with no return ticket. But Yuamo has a sudden stroke of genius and remembers that the local mountain hides a dual disc factory, deciding that Asaka is the only sucker in the future capable of fixing this mess. The black cat hands a massive stack of papers to Asaka in the present, and it's no love letter. It's a sadistic script written by Yuamu detailing every single move Asaka would make in a duel. With her bruised ego, Asaka accepts the challenge against a hologram of Yuamu, determined to prove she isn't as predictable as you trying to come up with excuses. The assistant Kappa copies the deck, and the humiliation begins to unfold. Asaka tries to break the script by pulling the trap card Time Machine, but even that planted card was predicted. Foaming at the mouth with rage, she summons the massive Time Demolition Dragon Blast Kronos, a monster that didn't even exist in the prediction. Even with this surprise, Yuamo reveals that the duel was just a trust exercise to massage her ego. Yuamu plays Flash Memory Fusion, fusing her dragons into the colossal Violet Scale Enhance Blast Dragon, which completely penetrates Asaka's defenses and obliterates her monster. The final page screams victory, and Asaka finally accepts her role as the gang's mechanic. Trapped in an era where bathing was a luxury, our heroes are now working in a castle serving a lord. Today's job is hunting a 10-foot-tall yokai who spends her time making ridiculous noises to scare children. The villagers beg for the lord's legendary stomach gas to scare the creature away, but Udius decides to settle the score at the beach. They enter a dark cave and find Yuna in a costume, but soon the real yokai emerges holding a surfboard. Furko is a giant alien who has never caught a wave in her life and has adopted Yuna as her child-scaring disciple. Furko hates samurai because they laughed at her face, mistakes Yuhi for one, and throws the kid into a bizarre duel. The alien floods the field with investigators and activates her secret sanctuary to protect her cards. Yuhi, on the other hand, is acting like a depressed teenager. He mutters that nothing matters, takes massive damage from a counterattack, and falls face first into a shallow pond, feeling completely empty inside. Just when his humiliation seems complete, a time machine appears in the sky and vomits a colossal swarm of Damamu clones right on top of him. Yuhi takes this sticky bath of alien energy and stands up screaming that everything matters. With his fire restored, he plays Jointech Revenge, flips coins into the air like a maniac, and uses Power Bond to fuse the massive Jointech Ace Rex, which now boasts an absurd 5,800 attack. Furko tries to protect herself in the sanctuary, but has already blown through all her resources and takes 2 hard hits straight to the face. With the alien defeated, the rest of the extras show up at the beach. Furko finally finds her beloved Kappa inside Maddox's body, and Asaka shakes Yuna's hand in a rare moment of peace. Of course, the peace lasts all of 2 seconds because the time machine suddenly breaks down out of nowhere, locking Zuaijo in a prison cell, hugging a bizarre figure that won't stop smiling. The beach celebration is brutally interrupted by a Jurassic-era rotary phone ringing from the future. Asaka warns them that the time machine is falling apart, but before they can pack their bags, a giant Damamu appears out of nowhere looking for Zuaijo and crushing everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, Maddox pops up with Ronron and Tenten, 2 ninjas who bicker constantly just like their parents, even though Udia supposedly united their factions. The disaster worsens when Otis escapes from prison by stealing a giant stone mill. The group realizes the Valvalgear spaceship has completely died, and Otis corners the 2 rowdy ninjas, challenging the duo to a duel alongside his rocket robot partner Dole. Tenten tries to hold the line with her insect ninja, but the robot summons OTS Burst Oblivion with 4,000 attack and crushes both girls at once. The phone from the future rings again, only for Asaka to warn them that all the ships have sunk into the ocean before the line goes dead. Ronron freezes in fear but has a bizarre hallucination about a secret dance that makes everyone laugh hysterically. She realizes she trusts Tenten, uses her card, and together they summon another monster, swearing up and down that it isn't the power of friendship. They reduce Otis to a measly 100 life points, but the villain reveals his true dirty play. He forced his own robot to do the laughing dance to expose the machine's hidden desire to return to Udius's era. This creates a damn temporal rebound that catapults Otis into the future. With the paradox complete, Otis performs an absurd triple fusion, summons the colossal OTS Endless Doom Oblivion, and wipes the girl's field with a single violent strike. With victory secured, he mounts the robot, which transforms into a rocket and blasts off into the future, while Udius stands in the past, screaming his name like a complete dead weight. Otis opens a magical portal to the dark side of the moon, declaring a new era, while all of Velgear's alien technology completely dies, proving that not even in space does Wi-Fi work properly. Udius is desperate to get there, until Yuga and Yuamu show up with humanity's dumbest solution, a wooden rocket. The engineer behind this piece of junk is Maddox, who discovered that mixing 2 super spicy curries generates an explosive propulsion based on the equation EA-DMC2. Basically, he turned colossal diarrhea into rocket fuel. But Zuaijo decides to be a jerk, kicks Maddox out, hijacks the rocket, and blasts off. The problem is that Maddox and Damamu are stuck on the outside like bugs on a windshield. Reaching the moon, Otis intercepts the trio of clowns, and the space duel begins. Maddox vomits out his new maximum, a Fire and Thunder Phoenix, and chips 1,000 points off the villain. However, Otis simply locks the flaming chicken in a useless position and starts gunning down Zuaijo's sanity, exposing the fact that the guy has a bizarre inferiority complex when it comes to Udius. Zuaijo instantly deflates. Seeing his ally whining, Maddox drops a cheap motivational street coach speech, saying that being a pathetic loser your whole life is a warrior's true fuel. Inspired by accepting that he's trash, Zuaijo swallows his tears, plays his trap, and performs a contact fusion for his new Voidvelg. He breaks the lockdown and shreds Otis's defense, but the villain pulls a spell card from the abyss, summons a new atrocity called Endless Live Oblivion, and wipes the health bars of the 3 Stooges in one fell swoop. The rocket explodes in a cloud of curry and humiliation, while Udius watches on a CRT TV on Earth, falling to his knees and screaming his rival's name into the absolute void. In the dead of night, under a fractured moon, Udius tries to solve his transportation issue in the most idiotic way possible. He runs to the top of the ship tower and simply jumps towards space, falling face first into the shallow ocean. After his soldiers fish this absolute failure out of the water, Asaka drops the bomb. Quidel confessed that Udius only changed forms to withstand the ritual summon, requiring an absurd forced growth spurt so his brain wouldn't melt. Yuamu decides to take advantage of the dramatic pause to tell the secret history of Yuhi's magical orbs. In a sad memory, Yuhi lost his Earth Dama to a Kappa, who tried to return the pulsing sphere, but the thing morphed into a chaotic monster. Turns out, Quidel's prophecy brought Udius to Earth specifically because of Yuhi. The kid was always the crew's true human battery, releasing enough juicy energy to multiply Dormammu infinitely every time they beat the Dark Matter Empire. All this time, that absurd power was locked inside him. Realizing that his accidental amnesia as Otis was what threw Udius into a deep depression, Yuhi accepts his destiny as the alien's emotional crutch. He and Yuamu share a determined fist bump, start glowing intensely, and fuse into a single sphere of hot white light. The luminous orb flies into Udius to fill his void, giving him the necessary push, and the three blast off like a missile straight to the moon. On the lunar surface, Otis and his defective robot watch the light approaching, but out of nowhere, the ground shakes and a pile of rejected garbage sprouts from the rubble. Wydol, Zawaijo, and Imi have incredibly survived the Curry explosion and are gearing up for the final showdown, proving that bad weeds never die, not even in the vacuum of space. A festival of portals vomits multiversal lights onto Otis on the moon, frying his pet robot and leaving the villain bathed in red energy, ready to declare his new era. The sphere of light lands and the twins decide to stay tucked inside Udius's body, watching all the misery from the front row. Otis warns them that the previous team of losers has already been obliterated, and the temporal beatdown begins for real. Udius slams his giant arc onto the board and chips some pocket change off the villain's life points. Otis, suffering from a severe identity crisis, begins transforming into Asaka, then Yuna, and vomits his maximum monster into the arena. This atrocity turns Udius's ship into a useless ferry, dropping its attack to 0, and jamming a colossal amount of piercing damage right in his face. Out of nowhere, reality glitches out worse than an early access game, and the turn skips straight to round 4. Udius magically has his Lord of Galactica on the field, and Otis has his Maximum dismantled. The villain then completely loses his mind, swapping skins to Imi, London, Zion, Rovian, and half a dozen other weirdos while reciting a macabre ritual. The dual server tears through the moon's surface, and Otis summons 3 ritual monsters at once, each with an absurd 10,000 attack. Udius panics, pulls his garbage trap card to cut the attack in half, but takes 3 back-to-back beatings without a chance to breathe, swallowing his own teeth until he's left with a measly 100 life points. Time breaks again, and rewinds to the 3rd turn. Thinking he's mastered the timeline, Udius tries to change the future by shredding Otis's Maximum monster, sending 3 cards to the graveyard. However, the villain just laughs in his face, activates a trap, and instantly revives all 3 pieces, proving that all his effort was garbage. The tape bizarrely fast-forwards to the 6th turn. Udius weeps with his 400 life points. Otis doesn't mess around. He wipes all of the alien spells and traps with a scorching storm and orders his rituals to attack without mercy. The death beam swallows Udius whole, and his health bar plummets to absolute 0. Our favorite alien just had his life points wiped out, and while the audience of dead weights cries in the bleachers, the big guy falls to his knees on the lunar surface, ready to become cosmic dust at Otis's hands. But the blue diamond flashes, time spits in the face of physics, and the battle magically rewinds to the 5th turn, restoring the protagonist's energy and proving that cheating is the true essence of card games. Otis then delivers the monologue of a frustrated villain who plays way too many RPGs, claiming he's going to twist space-time and rewrite all of history just to create his perfect little game. Except Udius has no patience for indie game devs. He activates his purple aura of hatred, rejects his predetermined fate, and summons a ritual monster with a name way too long for you to remember. The problem is, he takes a counterspell right to the face, swallows 3,000 direct damage, and fries like a forgotten chicken nugget in a frying pan. Accepting his imminent death, the alien tells the twins living rent-free inside his body to flee into the future. But the bratty Yuhi throws a chronic crying fit, grabs the host by the mental collar, and demands they stick together. That's when friendship crosses the line, because the 3 of them decide to fuse their bodies in an unholy genetic mashup, birthing Udius, a green-haired mutant with meteor bangs who looks like a rendering error. The new abomination draws the trinity of dragons from the deck, fuses them all into a single creature, melts the attack of the villain's monsters, and uses a card to undo his own fusion, proving that the best way to humiliate a time-manipulating god is to beat him down with 3 shiny cardboard beasts until his health bar flushes down the drain. Otis explodes in a rainbow light shower, blowing a giant hole in the moon just to leave his mark. With the universe saved, pumped, the horde of extras piles into the time machine to head back to their living room couches, while Udius decides he'd rather play feudal lord, staying in the past with his army of loincloth-wearing aliens to trade punches with space clones. Decades later, in the perfect capitalist present, the twins visit the historical ruins of the aliens' castle and find Udius himself at the souvenir shop counter, ready to shove overpriced keychains into your pocket.